Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of Duty World League presented by the PlayStation 4.
The 16 best teams in the world
with $700,000 up for grabs. Every day, these guys are grinding, they're practicing, they're strategizing, they're waiting for this.
We have got the world's elite here. This is the final stage in the Global Pro League. This is do or die.
I think people are going to come with a purpose. It honestly could be anyone.
There's going to be a lot of competition.
We're playing the best teams in the world, so every match is a grind.
Begin to move. Aqua, do not do this! Oh my God, Aqua, what have you just done?
Varsity's locking this down for eUnited.
Oh my God! They just smoked them!
That's going to be enough for Red Reserve to make it to stage 2.
Win the game in the most dramatic fashion!
Anything in this game could happen.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Call of Duty Global Pro League presented by the PlayStation 4. We are live with Week 3, Day 3, the final day of the week's action. It all comes down to this. And there's a couple of interesting scenarios coming into the final day. My name is, of course, Benson. I'm going to be hosting the studio throughout Day 3. Joining me, as always, is my expert panel, Call of Duty World Champ TP, former European professional player Momo in the middle, and COD XP champion at the end there, Merc. But seems we're kickstarting the day. Let's recap exactly where we stand. We'll take a look at our group standings coming into Day 3. We had a couple of good games yesterday, but I mean, eUnited, they sit pretty at the top, 3-1. I think it's fair to say, Merc, they've impressed with the new addition of Clay.
Yeah, absolutely. I think their one fault was obviously against Red Reserve yesterday, and that caught a lot of people by surprise. But eUnited Splice, they're handling business, but a big day today.
Yeah, you talk about United, or sorry, you talk about Europe Splice. A couple of cracks, definitely showing, Momo.
Yeah, I mean, first things first, that day one, they were getting a 100-point club. They weren't looking like themselves. But yesterday, they looked back, you know, in form. You know, they came out with a 2-0 yesterday, and I think they'll come into today a lot more confident. I think, you know, the likes of Mad Cat and Jerd, the veterans he was showing, great to see.
And although Red Reserve are 2-2, TP, it still very much is all to play for.
Oh, 100%. They're obviously the best team at forcing those map 5 scenarios. They're search and destroy.
Very good at that.
Very good. And this second match of the day that we're going to get when they face up against eUnited is going to be absolutely huge in terms of them having that chance to qualify. So I think that's the match we're all sort of looking forward to in that regard. But they got to be, it's scary going to that many map 5s. They need to figure out their respawn a bit better.
Of course, a disappointing weekend for Rise Nation 0-4. They have no chance of making it to Stage 2 playoffs, but they can definitely play spoiler to some of the teams that they play today. And let's not forget the importance of seeding as well. It is going to be crucial going into Call of Duty World Championship in a few weeks' time. So that third place, which they could steal, could be absolutely massive. So if they come out today and go 2-4, it would be a good day at the office for them, that's for sure. But we'll talk now a little bit about who impressed you guys and maybe who didn't impress you so much. Merc, I'm gonna start with you. I believe you went at Shawnee is who impressed you the most?
Yeah, I did, and this might surprise a lot of people, but you got to give somebody from Red Reserve some love. And Shawnee, he's been sort of their most consistent player all year long. I remember when I first saw him on Elevate at Vegas, I was like, who is this guy? He was very impressive, but you know, doing a very good job during this week. Obviously that S&D could be improved, but slaying is there.
Momo, looking at you now, wouldn't surprise me, the European bias kicking through. You got 2 teams this week. Who'd you got?
I had to pick Mad Cat, and I just feel like his slaying side of things was just on point. Yeah. He had a bit of a, I'm not going to say a poor day one, because he kind of was the consistent one, but yesterday he seemed to step it up. He was dragging his teams through hard points. He was dropping numbers, incredible amounts of numbers, that is, but it's just his overall kind of personality was kind of put into that kind of team, and I think it's showing through the rest of them right now, especially when Bance and Zero maybe struggle a little bit.
Mad Cat's definitely showed his veterancy, if that's even a word, I'm not even sure it is. TV, moving over to you, I know the first couple of days, Momo actually went at Prastini. I think that's going to be your pick as well.
Yeah, 100%. Prastini for me on the eUnited side. I've been, you know, kind of on the Clay bandwagon in that regard, but I think Prastini's really stepped it up, being that aggressive player on the team. Yes, that SDKD does fall just below 1.0, but I think the amount of first blood confrontations he has on the map for these guys Rise is just so important. He's just been snapping lately, to be honest. And then Uplink in specific, the fact that he's able to put on so much pressure single-handedly really on the team. The rest of the teammates, aren't the most aggressive players. So the fact that he's able to play so fast and still have some pretty decent stats, very impressive for me. And since Gunless being gone now, I feel like he seems like he's playing a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, definitely looks that way. But of course, every coin has two sides. Now let's get to the not so good performances. Merc, I'm gonna start with you. I'm pretty sure you went with the same pick you had day one.
Yeah, I went with somebody from Rise, big shock to hear. I went with Vicento. Just not a good day for Rise at all, and you can see right here. This was a tough day, 0.7 overall, 16 slaying. The S&D even worse, just not good numbers at all. Day one, I felt he was pretty solid. He was consistent, but yesterday, that just fell apart. Aqua was really the only player who stepped up big time.
Yeah, and as you guys can see, that's my pick as well. I think it's hard to kind of... That Slayer rating is the number that kind of sticks out to me, even though the KD and S&D doesn't look good. But you got to remember, that was your Vegas MVP. That was the guy who was lights out, one of the best players in the game at that time. And I just feel like something's missing. Yeah, the meta's kind of changed in the game, but I don't think those stats should be for Centos. I think they should be better.
Definitely shouldn't. TP will move forward now with your pick. I assume another Rise Nation player.
Yeah, 100%. And the reason I'm going with Looney today is the fact that he had such a good day one. We go into day two yesterday, and he completely fell off. Someone on this team needs to step up in tandem with one another. Aqua was there yesterday. Looney and Vicento were there day one. And the fact that Looney just kind of dropped off yesterday, that S&D KD is way too low. The Slayer number is actually decent at 20, but the fact that these guys aren't getting consistent slaying numbers, someone has to do it. I think the roles are just all sort of jumbled up on this team. No one really knows how to, or who wants to step up and be that leader, who wants to run an SMG, who's really comfortable running any sort of role. And it's a giant mess for them, to be honest.
Yeah, and when you just talk about Rise, they obviously have 2 games today. They're not going to make playoffs, but this is your team for champs, right? So you have to figure that out. This is the best time to do it. You're getting practice on against some of the best teams in the world. Figure it out here.
You guys have mentioned it pretty much all weekend. It just seems like they're not all clicking at the same time. Day 3 here, as I mentioned earlier on, you're still playing for seeding come Call of Duty World Championships. So if there was a time to click, it would be right now. But we'll take a look at our schedule for the day, so you know exactly when your favorite teams are going to be competing throughout day 3 here. We can see kicking things off, Rise Nation versus Splice. Then I think, Teep, you mentioned the second game of the day, eUnited versus Red Reserve. Red Reserve is back-to-back. They have Rise Nation at 5 p.m. And to close out the day, eUnited versus Splice. Obviously, the results for the first couple of games are going to affect the importance of the later games, but we'll talk a little bit now about that first game of the day, Splice versus Rise. Teep, does Rise finally find a series win?
Well, I don't want to really count out Rise completely, but it's just... Every time in Pro League, we get to this sort of scenario, it's like, what does Rise really have to play for at this point? But I feel like they really need to figure things out. Yes, they have champs. They need to, I want them to switch up roles. Now's the time. I hate when teams just, get smacked over and over again and you don't see anything different from them. So maybe Vicento using a different weapon. Maybe Aqua switching to an NV4. Really anything so they can find something that works. They had a somewhat decent day one. They should have taken the first series versus Splice. They have a very slim chance, but you got to point towards it.
I mean, to touch on that a little bit, when your main AR Slayer rating is at 16, Merc, I mean, it's definitely not going to be easy on the rest of the guys.
No, not at all. I mean, it's just to that point now where you have to sort of figure it out, and you have to, I mean, we were talking about yesterday. If nobody wants to run an NV4, why do it? Do whatever the heck you want to do. When we made our Ghosts, champs run, it was just like, do whatever you want. As soon as we lost that first winners round, we were just like, screw it. What makes us most comfortable? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. You saw the maps there, remember? How does it kind of balance out for Splice?
I look at them and I see some of Splice's best maps. I really do. Frost Uplink is in there. S&D Breakout, they were a little bit shaky on yesterday, but through the year they've been very good. I just kind of favor Splice after seeing those maps even more.
Fair enough. Well, that's going to be everything from the studio for now. We can send it down to our fantastic casters for the series. None other than Puckett and Courage.
Thanks so much, Benson. Courage, it's time to get this party started. And we know Rise, really at this point, they're playing for 3rd place. We should talk about what that means in the grand scheme of things. Yes, their Stage 2 playoff run, it's done. They're not going to playoffs. But they can set themselves up for success in the biggest tournament of the year. Still $1.5 million up for grabs at Champs.
You got to remember, these guys, they're staying together. No matter what happens here through COD Champs, they have to remain focused. They can't go too far off the deep end with tilting and kind of
losing sight of their vision and goal to, end the year with a solid victory, potentially at Champs. Remember, these guys won our first major event back in Vegas. What a fall from grace they've had. On the other side of the stage, a team that's really picked up the pace since the early part of the year, Splice. They're looking to continue to cruise. A victory here will keep them secured in that first place spot as the day goes on.
Now we know the team that finishes 4th on each week of the group stages, they're going to have to play one of the squads that finishes top 4 in stage 2.
Yep.
You don't want to match up that early against a juggernaut squad in groups, so finishing 3rd would be key for Rise. They need to start it off with a big win over Splice right here. And looking at the games yesterday, Rise, they look great in the Search and Destroy Crusher. It was Aqua dropping bombs to finish. I believe it was double digits. He got fully streaked out in that Crusher Search and Destroy, but everything else was a one-sided affair. And you look at the overall numbers for the weekend, Felony has 69 more deaths than kills. Vicento, he is -24. Looney's +1. Aqua, their best statistical player, is only about +8, I believe. So you need more slaying. You have to outslay Splice, and we've seen teams do it to him on this map in particular.
Felony has had probably one of the worst weekends of his entire career. He's going to want to forget about this one for a long time after this. But here we go. It's our first match of the final day of the yellow group. Rise Nation versus Splice, and we're watching one of the players that impressed our analysts yesterday, Mad Cat with the NV4.
I've been so impressed by Mad Cat just throughout this entire season in the Splice jersey. He shows he can do it all with all weapons. To start things off, though, it's Rise Nation winning your opening fights, and this guy who's had a terrible tournament up to this point, Felony's starting off 3-0.
Hey, that's what you want to see. All he did was push right towards Showers, try to get early control of that area so his teammate in the hard point could be safe. I like the play there. It gave Vicento the peace of mind to be able to just sit in that hill. That's why he's already got 17 seconds on the board. Whoops. Unfortunate team kill there on the Looney, but either way, Rise Nation with a flawless start.
At least it was a headshot on Looney. Vicento finds the melee on 0. Waiting for help, goes for the challenge and wins it anyway against Bance. Vicento somehow surviving, and it's Rise who will be topping 30 points first as we move on to our next hardpoint.
So Rise Nation's biggest struggle so far this weekend in respawns, especially hardpoint, which has been statistically their worst game mode right there with Search and Destroy, has been their lack of kills. It's simple as that. They just haven't been able to slay. The reason they picked up Looney was to try to get better in matching teams in slaying and respawns. That hasn't been the case so far this weekend. Felony, someone who consistently is pretty even for this team, has been abysmal, and that's been their biggest standout so far. Vicento still has yet to die as well. Rise up 46-3.
Rise has played 4 matches. They've only won 1 of their 7 hard points. This would be a big victory to start things off on Breakout. And it was looking good early, but Jack, somehow Splice just reclaims the preferred spawns. They have control of the map. How did they get that last break?
They flood 3 through middle map. They wind up using that as their main way to push on through. Then they have a delayed flank on that outer wall run, which then catches the, backside of the Rise Nation players. Turn towards them, easy kills, easy cleanup. From then on out, they get the rest of the time. One thing I do want to say, caught up with Bance prior to this match, brought up saying, give me something to say about this game. What are your expectations for map 1? He goes, well, Jack, it's Breakout hardpoint. It's looking slow. I think that's the reason why Splice lacks some confidence on this map.
Bance has pulled out the ERAD for the Graveyard. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's Felony locking it down. AR in hand, and he's using the Scarab to scout, does some damage, and actually finds the kill on the injured Mad Cat. His teammates pushing forward as you see Rise spreading out perfectly, but Aqua is going to fall, and he was your guy watching the back line. So Splice is going to hit you from both angles. It's going to put a lot of pressure on Vicento, who handles not only Bance, but finds 0 as well.
Brilliant play from Vicento. Went to go call in his Scarab to push it towards that spiral side. Realized his teammate who was watching the flank and middle died, so he manually exploded it, got his gun back up and ready, picks up the 2-piece there. That play just gave Rise Nation another 25 seconds.
We talked about Vicento's negative numbers coming into the day. Same thing with Felony. Both players at this point are positive, both on a streak. Felony 4 kills in a row. Vicento will be cleaned up after 2 in a row. But Looney taking over his position with the NV4. There's a low wall run, and Zero is going to get spotted and executed. Great reaction shown by Looney.
Don't get me wrong, this is not Splice's best map, but right now Rise Nation are shooting the way Rise Nation should. They're actually, challenging gunfights, playing with confidence, working as a team, hitting their shots. That's why they have 3 players positive. And you mentioned Aqua. Statistically, their best. He's having a slow start. If he picks it up, I think this game's going to get out of hand.
This is the exact opposite of what you saw when Rise played Splice yesterday. It was Aqua doing all of the work. No one else positive on the squad. I think if you have 3 of the 4 guys going positive and Aqua's your weak link, this is the ideal scenario for Rise.
And look, they still have a Scarab watching the outer wall run. Vicento picking up the mid cuts. Everything going right for Rise Nation at the moment. Already an 80-second lead. Looney's on a 7 streak as well.
He needs this kill though, Jack. If he unlocks the bombardment, that will be huge as this game goes on. Looney tagged up, challenging with 1 bullet to go, and he will fall at the hands of Mad Cat. So Mad Cat keeps him just at Trinity Rockets when it comes to score streaks so far.
Uh-oh, 0. 4-9 start from him. If you remember, if you tuned in back on day 1, what a terrible, terrible start he had to this weekend. Something that he just wanted to forget. He did much better on day 2, but still, this is a little bit more of a showing that we saw back to start the weekend. Can't have that today when they're trying to clinch that first spot.
Looney has switched back over to the SMG. This is what he's been so deadly with throughout the tournament. And here he finds 1 long-range shots, gets the help from Vicento, who gets the double.
No.
Looney survives, turning, trying to pick up the final shots, and Mad Cat is going to get shown some extra loving.
Yeah, that's deserved. That's deserved right there. What a start from Looney. Mad Cat, he was 1 bullet, my friend. You gotta clean that kill on up. 150-57. Splice's breakout woes continue. Everything going right for Rise. It's incredible, Chris, what happens when you finally outslay your opponent in a respawn game.
And this is the potential we've seen from Rise. This is exactly the way they looked against eUnited in the first halves of both of their hard points, where they were in total control. What worries me is Rise has shown the ability to just fall apart. As soon as they lose the pressure on the map, individually they start running in, and the whole team just unravels. Together, they're a powerhouse, but when they start separating, that's when we've seen other teams take advantage of it.
That's a good point to bring up. When I caught up with Vicento after their first series loss the weekend earlier on, the first thing he mentioned was, you know, Jack, when things just started not going our way, we stopped playing to our advantages. We stopped playing to what our game plan was. We got too frantic, and because of that, we gave up those big leads to eUnited back on day 1. Breakout is another map where that's absolutely possible for Splice to do it. They are now in control. If they can continue to wake up these gunfights, especially Zero, who was 4-11, now 8-12, I think they have a chance.
And honestly, you look at Splice's numbers, they have 85 points total. I'd bet about 80% of them are coming from the cell block. This is where they controlled it on the first rotation. A fantastic hold the second time around. Where Splice loses control, though, it's the graveyard. They failed on their flank last time. What is going to be the opening strategy to break Rise's setup here?
I think there was just a misplay by Bance. We didn't get to see it on our screen, but he pinched towards that, you know, grave side before his teammates were even ready to flood the spiral area. Because of that, he dies. The rest of Rise Nation can then turn and focus their attention towards Medical Bay. They have full peace of mind that their flank is covered for the moment. Thankfully, Jerd now taking over that pinch should give them a 3v1 inside the hard point. Finally, it does happen, but you know, that was 20 seconds that went over to Rise Nation that Splice could have had.
Rise is closing in on the 200 mark. Meanwhile, Splice trying to fight their way back into this game. Still have 30 points to gain on the graveyard. Nice opening pick by Zero. Mad Cat, though, is going to be taken out and now come in the score streaks. Looney has used the Trinity Rockets, but Rise should break. Only Jerd left up in the hill.
Perfect job from Mad Cat. He realizes players are about to start flooding. Instead of him charging into the hard point, he lets them run at him, picks up the 2-piece of the NV4. This is the game for me now, Chris. Who will get these back helipad spawns? It's a 3v2 number advantage for Splice. You see Vicento on your minimap trying to trail these players. Yeah, he's not going to get there quick enough. Splice should get these gunfight wins, and here is that comeback we talked about. They're starting to wake up, and it shows in the scoreboard.
I thought Rise was going to be able to win the last battle from Caves. Instead, they get overrun, and not only that, Looney was your sole anchor. He gets pinched by 2 players, while Bance is doing dirty work for Splice on the front end. A perfect pinch, control of the map, and it is Splice now. Closing this within 55. Felony gets into the hill after using the score streaks, and Rise, just like that, they get back into contention. Zero, the last player up here for Splice. Can he control the spawns? No, look how far away those yellow arrows are.
Ooh, that break was big for Rise Nation. That's now a 75-second lead again. They're being saved right now from the slaying and score streaks they earned earlier on. Still having that Trinity rocket forced the players into awkward positions from Splice. It let Rise Nation 3-man hit the outer wall run. Their lead back up to 90 seconds. It was looking sketchy there for a second, but some good uses of score streaks and some clutch kills in the back helipad area have rebuilt this lead for Rise.
We talk about Splice's strength in the cell block, but this center hardpoint, the central rooftop, it's been all Rise. Bant so far, clearing the way though. Nice job on loading. Is going to find 3 and rotate his way around to the wall run. Meanwhile, his teammates with total control of the center. You just saw Aqua winning a big gunfight though, and that's going to open things up here for Rise.
Jared still trying to fight for middle control. Unfortunately overwhelmed now. Rise Nation pinching from every single area. They can win off this hill as well, which makes this a hell of a lot more awkward for Splices. In their opinion, they would love to be able to set up for cell block again. You talk about the money hill for them so far this map. This is looking quite grim for the European Stage 1 champions. I just don't see how they're going to be able to mount this comeback now.
And we officially will see one more hard point. Cell block is next. Splice not out of this one yet. They need a full 60 here. Rise is going to take them to the edge, soaking up every last second on that central rooftop. And now, how perfect can Splice close out this game?
This is a tall, tall order. Literally 100 seconds the difference. Only 7 seconds needed for Rise. Mad Cat does clean up 2, so the mid lane now covered, but the spawns picked up by Rise Nation. Thankfully, they will get 0 to spawn close middle map, who can now pinch that, outer wall run area. 243 to 159 now the score. Mad Cat and crew just trying to clear Rise Nation out of the backside of the map.
I was just looking at the numbers, and look what Looney has been doing in this game, Jack. 25 and 11.
That's GG.
The man is on fire. The break comes through. Only Jerd left to contest. He's got to buy so much time for his teammates to come off the respawn. Jerd finding 2. He's keeping this game in a stalemate, at least for now. 0 immediately shut down. It's Looney still inside causing problems. Jerd, the one-man army, is going to force this into another hill, it looks like.
If somehow Splice do actually come back and win this map, it's because of the play Jerd just made. He needs these streaks, though. He needs to earn Trinity. I want to see him get close cave here and lay down. Yes, I absolutely love this play. He winds up getting the capture time as well. No payloads as of right now. Rise Nation, they are going and investing in a full flank. They want a perfect break. We'll see if it pays off. 250 to 183. This is still possible.
Scarab is going to push back one player. Rise starting to stabilize. They're all going to try and push together. Ficento and Aqua doing the damage.
Why is he
Jerd challenges, and Vance is the last one in the hill. Just like that, Rise pinches in and will take game number 1, 250 to 196. As they win a respawn, Jack, and they do it in game number 1 here in the best of 5.
That is exactly what they needed to do, and when you look at Search and Destroy, really Rise's best S&D of the weekend, the only one they've won, if I'm not mistaken, was against Splice in 6-1 fashion on Crusher. That's the Rise Nation we expected to see this weekend. They do close it on out. Was getting a little sketchy at the end. Some questionable play calls, though, from Splice on that final hill. I wanted to see Jerd kind of lay down at that close wall, let the player run in over him, because he had a teammate at Dozer, so they wouldn't expect him in there as well. Doesn't really work out there either way. 1-0 lead now for Rise Nation.
I got to give massive props to Aqua, who had a really slow start. He got back into the game. Looney, though, the captain of this team, he was a star through and through. You saw him with an NV4 at times, running the E-Red. He finishes close to double positive. Meanwhile, you have Ficento also putting up positive numbers. The guy I'm still concerned about, though, is Felony for Rise Nation. Great start. He ends up being about 8 and 5 after 2 hills, and then you see him finish massively negative. He fell apart as that game went on.
It's just a struggle that Felony's had so far this weekend. I'm wondering if it's something about their play style right now, the weapons that are being used, where he's currently at in his head. I mean, this is a guy that, from what I see, at least on social media, he's someone that grinds a lot. Rise Nation, though, more of a kind of close team that keeps things to themselves when it comes to practice and how they prepare for events. Look at cell block, 111 to 14. But outside of that, Splice gets smoked on every other hill.
Splice had no answer for the central rooftop. You let your opponent score 94 points there, the most in the game on one of the highly tested hills for breakout. But looking at the numbers, Mad Cat continues to impress into day 2. He finishes with 21 kills. Looney, though, the double positive man, drops a 2.0 to give his team the win.
Looney, day 1, he was a player that impressed. Looney, day 2, a player that, wound up struggling, and the analysts talked about it a little bit prior to the day starting on up. Now on day 3, looks like he's going back into form from what we saw earlier this weekend. Looney is someone that when they formed this team and when he was the new fourth for this, the core three of, Aqua, Facento, and Felony, he was supposed to be their main answer in Respawn game modes. They need stuff like that from him every single hard point. Simple as that, he needs to put up crazy numbers.
We'll keep our eyes on Rise as this series continues. Remember last time they matched up against Splice, it was 6-1 on Crusher. This time around, we're going to Retaliation. Jack, when you're comparing the two maps, we know we're playing the same game mode, Search and Destroy. How do these two differ from Crusher now into Retal?
Well, one thing we know from Crusher, right, is that there are some play calls you can wind up making and some retakes that teams like Luminosity are one of the best at, where you give up a site, wind up just watching crosses, playing mind games with your opponent, and retaking. Retaliation is one where there's definitely sniper presence available, but you don't think about it too much, but E-Rads can actually completely command this map, especially in top hotel hallway. Those gunfights are going to be key for me. E-Rads are going to be the theme throughout this entire weekend, as well as this series, as after this we head to Frost, again, another map that Splice love to get up and close in your face with. Here's the situation for Rise Nation for me. They're now up 1-0. They've won their worst game mode at Hardpoint. They've already beaten Splice once this weekend in Search and Destroy. They've got to do it again here. And then at least they can go into Uplink up 2-0, going into their best game mode that they've had a 50% win rate so far in this yellow group. Let's see if Rise Nation can potentially 3-0 sweep.
Rise only had one really impressive Search and Destroy, and it was against Splice. But looking at the numbers, Aqua a 1.3. Everyone else a 0.65 or below. So the other players not getting kills. We saw him blown out in a number of games. Looney looking to open things up here for Rise Nation, has cleared out the A bomb site, forcing player number 8, Mad Cat, back. But Splice, they're going to be rotating to the bridge as Facento is going to try and clear the way with Felony at the lower street.
So these are the mind games I talk about on a map like Retaliation. They show some players towards that top bridge area. Splice overcommit towards rotating. And because of that, Felony catches Bance while he's going from that bottom bikes area over towards Market Stairs.
Looney pre-firing, doesn't finish the kills. Felony can't get it done. It's Mad Cat and Jerd instead, now giving Splice the one-man advantage.
Oh my God. The second Facento gives it up. He's now going to be dead here momentarily. Yep, I can hear them all yelling the call-outs. Look at Facento, he's just trying to stay alive. Yeah, now dead.
Where did it go wrong for Rise Nation? Was it Looney not getting an intro kill? Was it Felony helping too late?
I don't agree with the challenge from Felony to fight Mad Cat inside bar. He tried to slide through the window, awkwardly hip fire his NV4. I get where his goal was, right? Maybe he could catch a timing on Mad Cat. Mad Cat was also running an NV4, so it's kind of an NV4. It's not like he has an E-Rad. But there, you have plat control. You've got the bomb down. You've got the number advantage. There's no need to fly out and challenge a 1v1 gunfight where there's no trade.
Speed didn't pay off in that scenario. It's Splice on the attack. Bomb in the hands of Bance. Jerd and Mad Cat, perfect 2-0 to open up this game each.
Again, Rise, they keep favoring this top plat area, which I've got to love. Look at how, passive now Splice have to play when they've got no control of this area. Looney just soars on through with the E-Rad. It's a 3-on-3 now as the kill trade does come in.
Jerd's going for the low wall run, and Aqua has no idea. Perfect flank, Splice baiting, and Jerd punishing. Now the bomb is moving up. There's only one player to stop it. It's going to be Felony who gets one. It's on Jerd, so bomb still in the hands of Bance, and this is going to put a lot of pressure on Facento, the last one up for Rise.
And he sees at least one, so he's got some information. Now Zero returns fire. Doesn't actually take any damage from that. The one bullet did connect with the rear guard, so can feel free to challenge yet again. Bance gets caught rotating. Now it's a one-on-one. Why is he so far ahead of his teammate there?
Does Facento know the bomb is down? That's the big question here. He is waiting for a push from Zero, has no idea where Zero is at on the map.
20 seconds left as well, so I mean, at this point, you just check a site. You rotate towards the other.
This one-on-one, though.
Oh my God, the timing right there for Splice. Doesn't get much better than that.
Zero peeks the door. Facento looking the other way.
Look at that. He's watching, and caught timing.
That's twice. Two rounds for Facento. Has the shot lined up, looks away just as the Splice player pushes around the corner. So Splice now up 2-0. You see Felony talking over the strategy with the squad. A little bit of nerves being shown here on the main stage.
When we did our listening in Search and Destroy yesterday, Rise Nation was one of the teams in the game, and TP was not happy when he heard their strategy for round B. Just play for picks, because I completely agree with him. Their strategy is what? Just hide and hopefully we can get a free kill. There's no other follow-up to that. What if we don't get a pick? What do we then do?
It's a panic strat.
Yeah, I'm wondering as this game goes on, do they just get to a point where they start to say, just play for picks, and then it really falls apart from there?
Zero is singled out, and he will be executed by Facento. Zero did not pick up that kill on stairs, so Rise had a man advantage. Mad Cat, though, makes it a 3-on-3. Jerd's coming in to give Splice the advantage. And things are looking rough for Rise. They're just waiting for the pinch coming from player number 8, Mad Cat, on your mini-map.
Yeah, they've got to go. Now Jerd gets challenged. Looney starts spraying at the bomb because they think someone might be on it because they haven't seen Jerd. And just like that, Mad Cat's pinch pays off. That's frustrating if you're on the side of Rise Nation. I'm trying to think of why they planted exactly where they did, because they can't watch it from top market. That's why Looney had to slide out and panic shoot at the bomb.
I think Zero was there when they were planning, so they really didn't have the option to plant for the market.
Yeah. You see right there, being blocked out. Unfortunate stuff right there. Splice now running away with game 2, looking a little bit more composed and search and destroy against Rise Nation this time around.
There's a look at Zero. Splice cruising in this search and destroy after getting blown out on Crusher. Retal is a totally different story. Jerd on your screen has been right there with Mad Cat 4-1 this whole game.
Chris, you mentioned 3 players on Rise coming to this matchup had below a .65 SNDK. Is that a collateral?
That's a 2-for-1.
Okay.
That's how you turn things around.
That is.
We're gonna shut up and watch Facento.
Nice shot right there. I think did he hit the other guy through the door? I'm confused.
Oh, and another timing. Almost gets the turn on. Aqua is there for the trade, but it's just Zero left alive.
It's an easy kill. 1v2. On your minimap, you see Rise Nation players quite far spread from each other. Now they'll begin the pinch in from both sides. Gonna challenge Felony, gun him as well, and Looney's nowhere to be found. From a 1v3 down to a 1v1. Still winnable, ton of time left.
Zero has already clutched a 1v1. Is he gonna do it again, this time against Looney?
He needs to get eyes on, nope, he's dead.
Looney with the E-Rad has the preferred weapon, and he is gonna play this one perfectly. Spots him, baits him out, finishes the kill. And Rise Nation, they're on the board.
Nice job by Looney right there.
All you need is a collateral every round, and you are going to beat Splice here on Retail.
1 bullet, 2 kills. Doesn't get better than that. Rise Nation now on the board. That's all it took. Was Facento to snipe the top hotel hallway. That was actually a dirty shot.
Aggressive maneuver as well on the defensive end.
Oh, yeah. Well, remember what I said when this game started? That's going to be Rise Nation's goal. They want to flood that with E-Rads. They want, and as well as Splice, they both want that patio control.
Uh-oh, Looney's in trouble. Or is he? Finds the first kill. Forces back the second player, and he's going to escape with his life. No one in position to chase him down as he had cover set up anyway.
Oh, that's big.
Jerd is spotted 2, though.
That is big from Jerd. At least
Aqua.
size 1 on, but Aqua, he's ready for it. Jerd's been doing that all game. He's been shooting Aqua in the back. You think of that top bridge area. So what does Aqua do? He turns around, make sure he's not trailing. Beautiful shot from Facento. Sniper remains hot.
This is Facento from Advanced Warfare. Chance Facento.
Oh.
The boy is bringing out all the toys. Sniper this time missing wide right. Zero left with the NV4. It's a 1-on-3, and he will be cut down by Aqua, who picks up 2. Rise climbing their way back into this game. They already lead 1-0 in the best of 5 after taking the hard point. Will they be able to take a 2-0 victory here?
So that was a great play by Looney right there, and some solid communication from Rise Nation. Looney gets that first blood, winds up running out of bike, and you're wondering, you know, how does he have the confidence just to run right out of there and just begin to rotate? It's because he still has his teammate on this back cover near this tank, watching this exact angle towards top bedroom. As long as that's watched, Looney does not have to be worried about getting shot in the back. He knows this, and he gets away with his life.
Splice being much more cautious when it comes to playing in the hotel. After Facento picked up 2 on the last defensive end, he has not been challenged yet.
Just shoot right through that doorway. Time for another collab. Oh, okay, he'll back on up.
Facento will back up and watch the bridge. Only Looney is over here at the B bomb site, and that's where Splice is stacked up. Grenade goes out, injures 2, but Looney is half health, forced to back down.
Facento's gotta be worried about someone flying towards his top bedroom area. What a shot he'd have to hit here. Felony again, he's been up on plat the entire map. This time only gets a bullet into 1.
That call out was made though to Facento, so I wonder if Facento is going to be able to get a pick on the player that was scaffolding. It looks like Splice is backing up for a flank from Madcat. Meanwhile, 2 players trapped on the stairs. They're going to push Looney, though. And Aqua will find Madcat. Bomb getting defused. And this is Rise with Bance and Jerd nowhere near it. Rise is going to get this one clear.
Absolutely love it. Hop the bomb again. Another scenario where players go towards market and you don't have the bomb planted for it. They have no way of checking it. He's perfectly behind cover. They read Splice like a book right there. Heads up play from Rise Nation.
Aqua shut down, so no streaks, but the boy was heating up. Keep your eyes on Louis. Excuse me, Louis. Mix
the letters around, it's fine.
There's a lot of U's and L's and stuff in there.
But I want to say, Aqua was 0-3 when Splice were up 3-0 on this map. Since then, Rise have won 3 rounds, and he's gone 6-2 overall. So you can see how much of an X factor he is for this team in Search and Destroy.
Felony's call-out's also a difference maker in that last round. We'll see how this one plays out as Felony is tagged up across the map by Madcat, who's holding down that graveyard area. And you're going to see Looney pushing, trying to get an angle. He has bomb, though, so if he falls, they will know exactly where this bomb is. Splice should be able to defend it.
Here comes Looney. First blood on the Madcat, 4 versus 3. Jerd still playing inside curve. His goal, just try to kill the bomb planter.
He'll have FTL jump to get away to safety if needed. Jerd gets challenged. There's the FTL, but he's still punished by Felony.
Awkward play right there. Now Rise Nation, numerical advantage in the round, and they still have time to rotate.
It's a 2-on-3. Rise with the man advantage. Splice opened this game up 3-0. Now Rise threatening to win 4 straight.
Can we swap to Looney very quickly? Can we swap to Looney? See where Looney's planting this? This is where the bomb is needed to be planted 2 or 3 different times for both of these teams so far this map. Rise can now see this from so many different areas. They can spot it from top patio. They can go in towards market. They can see it from bedroom. So many areas that they can re-peek from.
Uh-oh. Felony's Kanko was just spotted. Zero is on the hunt. He's running out of time. You hear Rise players saying, stay alive, and Felony backs down and gets the win.
It's simple as that. They're yelling, stay alive. So instead of them trying to play a trade there, he just starts running towards market because guess what he can do? Sit in that back cover on market where only his head can be seen, and he has full vision of the bomb. It's incredible what happens when you plant the bomb in the correct area.
Splice starting to unravel here on the main stage.
Yeah, they've got to regain right now. That's 4 rounds in a row for Rise Nation.
Rise trying to sweep this one clear. They'll be back on the defensive end as Splice attacks. Bomb back in the hands of Bance. Look at the payloads. Vicento is about 1.5 kills away from earning his camo. On the other side, Bance will just unlock it.
So I don't know what just happened from Rise there. I'll critique it after this round. Bance now with active camo down to a 1v2. Vicento earns a camo of his own as both players from Splice just play towards scaffolding. Yep, nice round. So the point I want to bring up, Chris, is Looney winds up playing towards that top patio side. He's got 3 players in hotel hallway, but he's worried about his close bar window right there where Vicento just was. He has his back to scaffolding where his #1 threat is. I'm guessing that Rise just didn't get there fast enough to watch over bar. I'm not sure why his #1 priority was watching that close door when he was completely exposed to the lower street site, to both vans, as well as scaffolding. That's why he gets first blooded.
Aqua on your screen to open things up has now taken the lead on the leaderboard, 8-6. And remember, yesterday as we checked in on the S&D numbers, I believe Aqua was #1 out of all 16 players in the tournament. Felony with bomb, checks over at the A bomb site, top bridge, doesn't see anything. Rise stacking up first, they'll use the Scarab to scout.
Is Zero sniping from that back area? I'm not exactly sure. Tactical does go out.
He's been playing the NB4 here at the market quite a bit.
So now because they have no opportunity for market control, they've got to plant it safe, which means that they can plant it even with bedroom control not being there, but he stands up. He stands up as he finishes the plant, and Bance punishes because of it.
Camo was used, Looney running for his life, but Bance is on his heels. And Looney with the E-Rad almost punishes. Not gonna happen this time though. Splice trying to put it on game point.
Aqua's still alive. Camo from Vicento as well. He checks the bomb. Bance now dead. The plays from Rise Nation. It's a 1v2. Aqua cleans him up. That right there is a swing round in my opinion. Nice job. Great use of payloads. Aqua stays alive with 3 players shooting at him on plat.
Over the last 6 rounds, Rise Nation has won 5. A big clutch there by Aqua and Vicento to close things out. The camo was used by both teams.
Brilliant camo.
This is going to hurt Splice. What do you have in the tank? Is Zero close to that reactive?
No. Another quiet game from Zero. That has been the biggest difference so far. Aqua payload down. That should be the Centurion. That's going to watch their hotel flank. That Splice have hit multiple times on offense. Jerd now dead. 4 versus 3. Rise to close out the map.
First blood and almost second blood as Aqua was 2 bullets away. Zero is going to get chased down by Looney, but Bance is there to trade out. Mad Cat and Bance left in a 2-on-3. Splice hopes on the line right here.
And look, Rise can stack this side of the map and have full knowledge that there's no hotel pinch coming on through. If Mad Cat would tried to flank, on that quick window, he would have ran right into the Centurion that's on the other side of this hallway.
49 seconds, so still plenty of time here for Splice.
Felony should spot these players.
Rise is going to force them to make the move. And where they just spotted?
Yeah. What are their options? They have a Centurion blocking one side of the hallway. They're going to try to challenge this guy in the back. This is going to be a tough gunfight. They do gun Facento.
Uh-oh.
2 versus 2.
Mad Cat is bouncing around with half health. Doesn't know where the pressure is going to be coming from. Here's the gunshots, and he is tagged up huge. Bance is going to be beat down by Felony, and that's the game. Felony finds both as Rise jumps out to a 2-0. Their dreams of third place still alive. And you know Red Reserve is upstairs with eUnited watching this game, saying, all right, let's go, Splice. Drop this series 3-0 to Rise. Make it easier for us today.
Wow. Rise Nation looking completely different now on day 3. You can just see the frustration on Zero's face. He knows he's having a rough series so far against the team that struggled the most in this group. This is not our Stage 1 MVP like we saw him just a few weeks ago.
I can't put my finger on what it is. We talk about how different teams match up well against each other. Well, Looney said it in his pre-match interview, saying, I feel like we are the counter to this Splice squad. They didn't get the match win yesterday, but they dominated Search and Destroy. Just when it looks like Splice is going to be the team to win a Search, it's been all Rise Nation the last 7 rounds.
I really want our analysts to talk about, after this series, the mind games and kind of being in your own head aspect of competitive Call of Duty. Like, the amount that we've seen from Zero with, you know, his superstition about getting his certain drink prior to a day playing, the clothes he's wearing from Stage 1. He's changed his reticle, I think, 2 or 3 times this weekend. The man's in his own head. He needs to snap out of it. Folks, right now we have Rise Nation up 2-0 over our Stage 1 champion, Splice. Do not go anywhere. Uplink up next.
Welcome back. This is the Yellow Group. It is stage 2 of the Call of Duty World League GPL. Splice, they are looking to lock in the #1 seed in their group. To do so, though, they need to start with the win over Rise Nation, and currently they're in the hole 0-2.
No matter what happens this weekend, Chris, people have begun to realize, you know, maybe Splice aren't the far and away best team or aren't the top team in the world like we thought they would be. They've looked very shaky right now, not across, you know, just hardpoint or just S&D, but every single game mode. They look vulnerable. They have a lot to work on when they get back home to Europe. Expect to see this team get back on the grind, especially before, if they make playoffs, which obviously they should.
Oh, yeah.
But still, a lot of worries if you're a Splice fan right now from what you've seen this weekend.
Splice is not a lock for playoffs, though. Keep in mind that Red Reserve is still in the hunt. We get a chance to see them against eUnited and then Rise Nation later in the day. So a lot of pressure on Splice today. Mad Cat opens up 4-1. But, Jack, you were talking about Splice and some people considering them the top team in the world. When you look at their last 2 tournaments where they had great success, they were shaky. They went to a lot of Game 5s, group stages, playoffs. Splice was never perfect. And then at Anaheim, you saw some of the holes in their game, especially exploited by Luminosity in the grand final. Felony misses the first toss of the game. The score remains 0-0 as Splice gets a bit lucky there.
I'll be honest, that was the worst throw I've seen in stage 2. That was not even remotely close. He missed by like 10 feet.
Did you not watch Mind Freak?
Oh, God.
All right, we're just going to keep going here. Minute 30 off the clock. Here comes Splice on their first real attack. Jerd trying to pave the way. You got Bance with the double kill, Mad Cat with the drone, and he is going for the safety shot. Up and over, and just like Felony, he is going to miss big.
That is the worst shot I've seen in stage. No, that one's a little bit tougher than the one Felony tried to hit earlier. But so far, we're 2 minutes into the game, and we have 2 botched 1-point throws. So that's your expectation for how the rest of this map should play out.
Maybe their depth perception's off a little bit. Just got to fix it.
There we go.
Adjust as the game goes on. Felony tries again. All right, get this boy glasses.
All right, it is time. Let's move on over to Game 4 Hardpoint. Please, just get us out of this uplink.
It is still 2-0 as we load up Game 4. Yeah. We'll just call this a draw.
I'm a little confused. Are they like trying to score the wrong portal so it's just floating through? I don't know how you missed that.
Do you think it's nerves, Jack? Is there that much pressure on these players? Are they rushing the toss?
Listen, Chris, I get nervous when I play a match for $1, you know, against no-name kids online. These guys are trying to get top 2, obviously, especially on the side of Splice to qualify for playoffs. They've got a $1.5 million champs coming up. I don't even want to know what the nerves are like for these players.
Jerd working with Mad Cat, trying to clear out this bunker, and you will see Vicento diving in and out with the E-Rad. Finds 0 shots in a second, and there's a beatdown to open things up. Bance and Splice throwing the drone out. Aqua, the only player from Rise Nation here. And he's going to scoop it up as his teammates try and surge into the Splice base. They're going to go for the loop through sub, but they're going to now need a second round of kills.
All right, here they go. They've got the pinch. They've got multiple players dead. This should be a dunk. There it is. Rise Nation now on the board after 2 missed ones.
And great teamwork there. The whole squad was involved in that play.
Zero starts this game 2-10. Now 4-10 after that quick 2-piece there to clear Rise out of his base. But this was a map that we always thought he would struggle on because of his lower sensitivity and the extreme aggression that's shown. He actually did well on it back in stage 1. Now, not the case here.
If you are keeping track of the missed plays, the score now should be 4-2.
Yep.
Still in favor of Rise Nation, but it's a 1-possession game instead. Splice trying to work their way to the drone, but they need to get kills first. You see the split spawns, 0 on the opposite side of the map from Mad Cat. Now it's Bance spawning up with Jerd, but no one is there. Trade's going out, so no push here that will score for Rise Nation. Vicento's on a flank, though.
In the grand scheme of things, the kill Looney got onto 0 just prior to that push from Rise. You know, it would only show us 1 kill in the scoreboard, but if 0 won that gunfight, he would have started to earn streaks. So his 5 streak now over. No streaks for Splice yet in this game. 45 seconds left inside 1. And Rise, they got a dunk the last time they pushed through ship bay. You might as well do it again.
I was just watching Vicento for the last 40 seconds, and if this was Pac-Man, he would be dominating. He went through every lane, but never saw an opponent. Finally, when he spots Jerd, he's melted into short corridors. Aqua's going to open up a 2-piece here for Rise. Bance trying to answer back. Looney is in the feed, though, and that's 3 straight kills. Now they find the carrier. Everyone from Splice back on spawn. Here comes Rise Nation.
Rise Nation, they want to get another point on the board prior to side 2 kicking off. They have a lead blocker in Aqua. He's able to clean up Bance. Now Vicento going through research. They're not ready for this on the side of Splice. Potential interception here. The dunk though going on up. Nice job by Rise. They'll go into the half up by 3 as Looney continues to lead this team in Slay.
Looney just with the ERAD. He's been the difference maker in the respawns. Game number 1, double positive. The captain stepping up big here on a day 3. But I've been most impressed by Rise's teamwork. Normally that thing that I've always been kind of hating on them for, the lack of trades, it's paying off in Frost Uplink. They're all spreading out. They're winning their 1v1s, and they're crashing in with the drone.
One thing I do have to say is Aqua yesterday, after their series versus Splice, it was what dropped Rise to 0-3, immediately got on Twitter and said, something along the lines of like, feel like I'm practicing for nothing, tired of this sort of thing. Well, apparently it lit a fire under them, at least for the rematch against Splice, because they look like a completely different team now on day 3. Where was this the first 2 days of matches? Where was this?
I mean, against eUnited, you have to argue that Rise should have won that series. In fact, they should have been able to close it out 3-0, some say. But Rise, they are truly showing their form here against Splice. Splice, you got to be worried about here on day 3. Jerd, -4, 0, back into positive numbers, though on the flip side of things, is starting to heat things up.
No, this shakes things up big time. You know, if you're an eUnited fan, you're happy to see a potential Splice 3-0 here for the outcomes it could lead to as the day goes on. That will be our final match of the night as well, Splice versus eUnited. Bance and Mancat with a few kills. Vicento's last alive, just trying to slow down this drone. Unfortunately, he's now dead. All the way. Oh, how far pushed up was Bance right there?
He was in their base. He's touching their stuff. 3-person push. Drone is in between. 0, the lead blocker falls. 1-point toss goes up. It's not intercepted. Just shy of grabbing that one was Looney.
That's a shot I like a lot. Most times you see players expose themselves and go for the high throw. This time he takes that lower wall run. Basically no chance for him to get shot, and just throws on in the 1, brings it back to a 1-possession game.
And a lot less time for the defenders to set up to intercept. So good attack from Splice makes it a 1-possession game. As you said, a dunk will tie things up. But Rise Nation, they know all they have to do, just tack on a 1 here. Instead, they go with the overdrive, and Aqua will fall inches short. But you still have Vicento working with Looney in the base, and Felony is going to throw it down. The 3rd player survives and scores here for Rise.
So because Aqua pops the overdrive there, he forces all the Splice players to begin to shoot at him. Great, they do a great job of killing him off, but the 3 other Rise Nation players who are there not only for the trade, but for the offensive play and that 4-man push, wind up killing the rest of Splice. They've now got 8, make it 9 uncontested kills. The drone's back in ship bay. This is 6 points in 25 seconds.
Ridiculous run. It was blood red in the kill feed. Rise pouncing on their opponents.
More streaks too.
And now you got Felony dropping bombs from the sky. The missiles are going to land. Vicento won't be able to round the corner, though. A big kill coming by Mad Cat. Aqua staying on fire. He's on another 4 streak here inside the base. The toss goes up. 0 will intercept it, but still, 4-possession game now. You need 4 dunks if you're Splice, and you only have 2 minutes and 30 seconds to tie this up.
I'm just shaking my head right now in frustration. Where was this Rise Nation team, man? I just can't stress it enough. It's too little too late at this point. You know, their destiny has already been sought out with not making it into playoffs.
Champs is huge, though.
I know.
Remaining, just thinking about the teams that you could avoid, most likely Luminosity, maybe a Splice or an Optic Gaming, eUnited even, in that final 4 as we get to playoffs. Looney gonna fall. Splice surging out of the base, but this is taking so much time. That was 30 seconds with no movement of the drone.
Yep, and still they're doing a great job of prioritizing ship bay, cut off the fastest route for a score. Mad Cat might be able to sneak on through, but Looney cuts him down. Some great shots there. The base now clear. Take this towards Cliff. Get this as far away as possible. Hit that lower outer wall run, reset the drone off the map. I love this from Rise Nation, just immediately pushing it as far away as possible from their base.
Game's not done for Splice. 90 seconds left before this is an official 3-0 in favor of Rise Nation. You have payloads to pop. Mad Cat with the overdrive. 0 working towards that reactive pass, gets stuck on the wall. Jerd grabs it, dunks it through, has to use the FTL. Minute 13, you need 6 more dunks, but we saw Rise. They scored 3 of them in about 30 seconds.
Yeah, they need 6 more points, not 6 dunks, don't worry.
Sorry, 3 more dunks, 6 points.
For a second, I was like, oh gosh, 6 more dunks, here we go. They got to turn up right now, but no, 6 points, 1 minute, still possible. They have a payload advantage, but the big thing is Vicento has camo, and we've actually seen, you know, Karma, even on this map before, pop his camo just as a way to run the drone away from his opponents. Not even go for a score when you have a lead like this. Now Vicento looks to add insult to injury. He wants to shut the door here.
Yeah.
The 1-point play might just be enough. I think it is a 7-point lead now for Rise, Chris. They're about to 3-0 our Stage 1 champions.
This is so brutal for Splice. You came in thinking, all right, this is our day. We took the #1 seed. Going into day 3 against Envy. Envy stole it from us at the end. Now Splice, they're going to find themselves in a hole, having to work out against Red Reserve or eUnited for that top spot, fighting from the back foot.
There you have it. Rise Nation will take their first series victory of the weekend. It took 5 matches, but finally they'll get it done. The swift 3-0 over Splice, as finally they begin to show their true colors. Splice could never seem to get everyone firing on all cylinders there.
And Rise just showing you their potential. When it comes champs time, you can never count out players like Vicento, Aqua, even Felony last year putting on a show for us. What will they be able to do this year wearing Rise jerseys? Splice, though, your Stage 1 champs, they're looking like a bit of a weaker team here in Stage 2, Jack.
It's funny, I see Maven getting ready up there to probably interview Vicento, but we've been doing those loser interviews after the first series when they, have their second round robin and want to hear from the players. I think basically you had Felony do one, Looney do one, Vicento do one. It's probably nice now to see them get on stage for one of the big winner interviews.
They get to do one on the main stage,
yes.
Right? Well,
moving up.
Rise their hopes and dreams of finishing 3rd. They're still in the running right now. They'll play Red Reserve to close out their weekend. Best of luck to them in their 3rd match.
I don't know what's going on with Splice. But
I was trying to do all the numbers of what's going to happen in the pool. We'll get to that later. I'll let Benson and the crew break it down. For now, we got Maven on the stage with Vicento.
Thank you, gentlemen. All right, I know this is a little bit bittersweet. It's been a tough weekend, but you avoid the fate of an Elevate Millennium. You've got to win on the board. Can we just talk about first what's sort of gone wrong with the team this weekend?
I think it was energy level. We didn't bring enough energy to our matches in the beginning. Well, if you watch like the first match, we went up so much and our energy was so high, and when things started to not go our way, we kind of died down on that, and I think that was our problem. Yesterday I had a really bad day, so that was probably on me. Other than that, I think we did just show like what we really can do if we do bring the right energy to the match.
Well, we talked about it. You have 3 teams here that won championships this year, and last year, this is when your team really excelled, right? You were pretty much guaranteed a top 3 finish through Anaheim, Orlando, champs. You guys were exploding. We knew what you were capable of. How important is it to you to kind of show that in this series by 3-0ing, recent champion in Splice?
Yeah, I mean, going 0-6 would literally just be disrespectful to our careers, so we're not going to allow that to happen. Hopefully we can pull out another win next match.
Well, now I guess the focus for you guys mostly, you're kind of fighting to see if you can get that 3rd place spot, but the focus has to be towards champs. We know what you guys are capable of. We know how good you can be. After this weekend, I guess, how do you make sure you work back to that form, that potential you have?
Just what I said, just going 150 every match and for 10 minutes and wanting to win. I think that's our only problem.
All right, man. But you got one more. Thanks, buddy. Good 3-0 there over Splice. Ben, guys, break it down.
Thank you very much, Maven. Great to hear from Vicento on that main stage as well. A big win for them. Keeps them alive in terms of that fight for 3rd place. If they had lost that matchup, they would have been guaranteed to walk away with 4th place, the bottom seed there. So a little bit of pressure, but unfortunately for Rise, it still isn't in their hands. They are actually now going to have to rely on Red Reserve to lose that next matchup for them to have any chance at taking 3rd. So I'm sure they're going to be in the player lounge watching that with their fingers crossed. But we'll break down that last series, of course. At 3-0 to Rise, they finally wake up. And it's funny, Merc, because that's almost what we really expected to see day 1.
Threat, man. They are a very high threat, and we finally saw it. And I mean, you did see it day 1 yesterday, not so much. I feel like they were just so distraught after their first couple of series, and as soon as it started going bad, and it almost happened in this game #1. Yeah. We saw it happen. They come out so hot, but as soon as they have to break a hill or break a setup, things go wrong for them in hardpoint. Luckily, on that commissary hill, that second one, they had a Trinity rocket. Looney was able to pick up 2 in the back. That allowed them to sort of excel forward. But again, Rise Nation, we've known for so long that they've always had it. They have a few top 3 finishes this year. They're a champion for a reason. Right. Finally, they put a great game together.
Of course, Splice did wake up a little bit towards the mid-game, Momo, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, there was a bit of a moment where you kind of, thought a Splice getting back into it. They break cell block. They take pretty much everything from cell block. They break Grave. They took, that second rotation of Grave, and then they broke commissary. It's like, this is 3 in a row, but like Joe said, Trinity Rockets came in. What Rise had done in the first 5 minutes was just too much to handle. And credit where credit is due. Rise Nation, they came in, they closed it out. Vicento kind of said they need to be going 150 the whole time, and I think they really did that. And for once, you know, Rise is slaying. You know, this is what we expect.
We saw obviously a little bit of day one Looney and Vicento teat, but for me watching, I hate to throw players under the bus, but Zero, it just hasn't been our MVP-like performance that we expected to see from him.
It kind of looks like lazy play from him overall. He is using that NV4, and it seems like a lot of time on that breakout specifically, he's getting caught out in positions that he should not be in. Where he's like that second or third guy in the cell block, for example. Granted, they won the hill by a lot, but the fact that he's having to slide in and be put in these close quarter scenarios with that weapon just doesn't seem to be working out too well with him. So I'm not sure if that's just sort of how the game played out in the scenario from him, but the whole weekend, it seems like his positioning's just been a little bit off. And then just to knock on Rise a little bit, the reason that they're letting these comebacks happen so often is on their rotations. When they lose control of the hill, they over challenge on those, you know, the last 10 seconds of the previous hill. Right. They end up spawning out, and they let that happen time and time again. So they just need to slow it down and group up a bit more in rotation.
Yeah, I think just touching based on Zero, I think he's just in his own head a little bit. Even just after the game, he just sort of tweeted, I don't know what's wrong with me. Every game we see him with a different reticle, just trying to figure it out. I mean, he was one of the best, even in Anaheim, he was one of the best players in the world. And it's just, I'm not exactly sure what it is, but it's not in your head. You just have to play your game, just make those adjustments. Play for kills sometimes. Maybe he's just trying to do too much. Sometimes it happens. Slow down.
Yeah, he's on his 4th reticle. He's added the pink
You're counting, you're keeping track.
He starts with the pink dots, he's been great with it. He goes to the blue dot, then he goes to some weird yellow cross, and then it's back to some 2 lines and a... Just Zero. Just go back to the 3 pink dots, you are fine. Don't worry about it, and just play your game.
It's funny to me to see players kind of mentally get themselves...
I think it's the worst thing you can do.
In a little bit of a rut almost, because it's a placebo effect. It's a dot. It doesn't matter what you play with.
I think the biggest thing is positioning. A lot of time when you're using an NV4, our top NV4 players in the league thus far, they kind of bait their teammates. They sit back, they shoot from range. He's so good at retail on bridge, for example, because he can just post up at that sort of backside of bridge and shoot over his teammates. I don't see him doing that as much. He needs to slow it down, focus on a kill first with an NV4 specifically, and don't be so frantic. That's what I see.
It reminds me of the old school Call of Duty 4 argument in terms of camo, like blue tiger, red tiger, increased health, increased damage. Doesn't exist. It doesn't. It's just how your gun looks. But hopefully we do see Zero improve a little bit. Of course, they still do have one final game to play. Moving forward, though, we'll talk about the search and destroy. Of course, it was retail. Rise take it 6-4. And Merc, I think it's fair to say teamwork makes the dream work.
Yeah, I mean, these first 3 rounds, you're like, uh-oh, here we go. Rise are sort of just throwing this away, but then they fight back. And it just seems like their communication, I think Vicento hit it right on the head. Their energy, you can hear them talking when they get into those sort of 2v2, 3v2 situations, those small skirmishes, they're figuring it out together. A lot of teamwork being used and a great comeback. Vicento, though, sort of leading that charge with that sniper rifle. Yeah. Again, he's comfortable. Play around your comfort levels as a team. We see a team like Evil Geniuses allow Nagafin to do that. You know, just try different things out, and this seemed to work out great for them.
Sniper definitely worked for Vicento. Of course, he picks up a collat as well early on in the game. Very impressive stuff from him. But for Splice, Memo, it started off great, and then it just got super sloppy.
Yeah, that collat literally changed the game. They were 3-0 up. It was all going well. But Rise Nation just kind of, that first round that they got, they kind of just really fed off it, I think. And there was a lot of times where I do think there was a lot of sloppy play from Splice. Good use of camo from both teams, I will say. You know, for once, the payloads were utilized very, very well. But I just think, again, it's not that same Splice. I think sometimes it's just, I feel like when I watch them, I feel like they're playing like, oh, I'm just going to go and win this gunfight, you know, because, you know, is it, you know, yeah, we won stage 2, yeah, we're the best team in the world. They need to treat every team with the utmost respect. Like, Rise are a fantastic team. Yes, they were, you know, 0-4, but anything can happen on the day.
Well, and the thing to me, the biggest round was that round number 9. Finally, Splice wins round number 8, but then it's a 4v2 situation for Splice, and they throw it away. Rise is able to get the bomb down. Vicento and Aqua do an absolutely beautiful job sort of working the map, working those market stairs, and that was the round where I think if Splice wins that 4v2, they're up 5-4 instead. They probably are able to close out that game. A huge round difference in that map number 2.
For sure, Rise go 2-0 up, of course. Then we go to map 3, Uplink Frost, and it doesn't get any better for Europe Splice. That's for sure. Rise take it 11-4. And TB, you kind of mentioned it earlier on, you know, Splice looking a little bit lazy, but I feel like it was just emphasized so much more in map 3.
Oh, 100%. And early on in this one, you know, Rise misses those 2 early throws, and I just I lose full for a second just for them. Like, oh, God, come on, Rise. This is your chance to really solidify the victory. Finally, they do it. But the biggest thing, specifically on the first half, is the fact that Splice wasn't playing that sort of, I guess, good side correctly. When you spawn out towards that cliff side towards blue, they weren't fighting back towards blue. They'd send like 1 or 2 guys sort of staggered. The other guys would overextend. It was really a mess. It's a step-by-step process to get your base back. They weren't able to do it.
Right.
And like Momo said, it's like they're not respecting them. They're like, oh, let me just overextend and win the gunfight at ball. Well, you know, Rise is on fire today. They're winning a lot of gunfights. You're getting outslayed, and they just run away with it as they should for that sort of scenario.
And that 11-4, it should have been more. You know, on the throws that could have gone in and should have gone in. Felony, I don't know what was going on, but, you know, for once, Felony, you know, he did slay that map, and great. I honestly, I went into this map, even though Splice were 2-0 down, I was thinking Frost Uplink, this is where they excel, this is their fast pace, this is where they go into it. And I was kind of looking at map 4 like, you know, is there a reverse sweep possible? And I just was so surprised time and time again. Teep talks about them overextending. It was like the mics weren't working. You know, where the communications say, hang on a sec, we need to go back, guys. We need to just rotate. They're going to get another 2, 4 points. And how many times have we seen a relay of 3 dunks? You don't see it often in Foot Warfare. And to do it against the so-called top 2 team or best team in the world or whatever the Splice are right now, it shouldn't happen. There should be something where Splice go, let's go back, let's restart, regain, and then they go out and push. And it just wasn't there.
I think credit where credit is due as well to Rise Nation. We've seen so many teams kind of get to day 3 of the groups, and they just kind of, you know, they've had poor performance. They just roll over and die, for lack of a better phrasing. But Merc, we haven't seen that from Rise. Rise actually showing us what they're capable of.
No, I love it. I really do appreciate the tough work. They were the first team in here today. They were warming up. They sort of understand the situation. Did they have a bad couple of days? Yes. Is their year over? Absolutely not. And this is a great response from them. I mean, you heard Verseno. He feels like going 0-6 would have been an absolute just sort of threat to their careers. You know, they want to get better. They want to be in the best form possible at champs. So I respect the hell out of them.
Same. To reiterate, though, their chances of stage 2 playoffs gone. They don't stand a chance of that. But that 3rd seed is still a possibility. But for that to happen for Rise Nation, they need Red Reserve to lose that next matchup on the main stage against eUnited. And what a game that could potentially be. Obviously, we've seen Red Reserve go to a lot of Game 5s throughout the weekend. eUnited playing with Clay. I mean, how do you see that series going, Teep?
It's really tough to call at this point, but I think eUnited is going to lock it down today. I think Clay's coming in. We already hear him yelling back in the warm-up station. The guy's an absolute freak. So I think eUnited's really going to step it up. I think Pristini and Clay, sort of a weird duo to talk about, but I think both of those guys have been so darn consistent throughout the weekend. Arcity seems to be, you know, filling into that role. We weren't sure who's going to be that main NV4, but they've got it figured out. They're looking really good.
And obviously, this is the second time now we're going to see this series throughout the weekend. The first one was an absolute thriller. Obviously, it goes to Game 5 because it's Red Reserve. Game 1 was 250 to 229. Map 2 was 6-5. Map 3 was 4-2. Map 4 was 250 to 242. And then Game 5 was 6-4. It truly was thrilling. And of course, it was Red Reserve that actually won that series. Do you see a repeat happening here, Momo?
Potentially, absolutely, and the reason is I kind of had a look at the maps. It's the same as what we've just seen. Map 4, which you guys didn't get to see, is Throwback Hardpoint, which is by far their best Red Reserve. And Rated kind of came up here yesterday and said Operation Game 5. For me, if I could speak to Rated, I'd be saying win one of the first 3. You get yourself a Throwback Hardpoint. You're really good at that, and then you know you've got the momentum. But honestly, these maps, I kind of put them to one side. These guys have played already before. 2 fantastic teams. Definitely see the potential, but I agree with Teep. Think eUnited close this one out.
Well, Red Reserve, of course, they do need to win this match.
They need it.
It's going to be very, very tough. But obviously, as we said, these 2 teams have already played each other once. It did go in Red Reserve's favor, and we actually caught up with Clayster to get his thoughts on what went wrong.
Hey guys, it's Puckett. I'm here with Clayster coming off your matchup against Red Reserve. Tell me about Uplink. Last night you guys dominated Splice on Precinct Uplink. Today you guys struggle on Throwback. How do you feel about the game mode in general?
So we're really, really good at Precinct Uplink, but not very good at Throwback and Frost at all. So we need to fix those 2 maps if we really want a chance of going far in this tournament.
We know in your next matchup it's going to be retaliation. It's going to be breakout for search and destroys. How confident are you going into this match?
Really confident, man. I firmly believe we should have 3-0'd them there. All the maps were really, really close, so I'm fully expecting a 3-0 next time.
All right, best of luck, Clayster.
Good to hear it from Clayster, of course, after that loss. But you heard him mention, Merc, not that good at Uplink Frost, and guess what? It's map 3.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be tough. This is a map, again, it requires 3 to 4, SMG players, and eUnited, they just don't have that. Silly has been getting better with the ERAD, but who's gonna use it next? Is it gonna be RCs? Is it gonna be Clayster? Just not too sure. Red Reserve, on the other hand, Joe played exceptionally well yesterday. Right. Shawnee, Urban, they've been doing great. That map number 3 is gonna be intense.
I'm excited, because as I said, the first series was a thriller.
I just want to say I changed my mind. I think Red take this.
Oh, come on.
Hold on.
You're flip-flopping that?
You had to, don't give me, oh, well, I just saw the maps, because you had the maps already, so that's not...
Phil saw the interview, he's like, oh, well, I'm changing.
I think Red take it. I just wanted to make that known before the series.
All right, well,
you said I'm usually terrible at this thing.
What's the score then?
Eunited will win. I think it's 3-2 to Red Reserve, game 5.
Okay. Potentially 2 big wins for Red Reserve if they're able to take it, but this game so much on the line, as we mentioned. But the first game of the day from day 3 has of course concluded, and things just got a little interesting, that's for sure. Still so much to play for as we wait to find out which of our 4 teams will qualify for the Stage 2 playoffs. A big upset in match 1 makes Red Reserve versus eUnited that much more interesting. Red Reserve must win to stay alive.
Those rings on combo. Back to the back. World champion. Attach is on it. He's on it. The Centauri's gonna fall. And Attach is gonna get the defuse.
Ladies and gentlemen, your 2016 Call of Duty champions, Team NBA!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's time for a G Fuel key player matchup. It's eUnited going up against Red Reserve, Pristini and Rated. Matt, talk to me about these two players.
Pristini has been a player who's really kind of come up since Gunless left this eUnited team, really shown that superstar potential. You see the hardpoint KD, the 1.18, 1.06 in uplink. In Search and Destroy, he struggled a little bit. He's trying to go on those flanks, plays very aggressive, gets picked off early. That's why you see the 0.85. Rated on the other end for Red Reserve. He has been the guy for them all weekend long. He's been a great addition to this roster.
We'll have to see between these two who will get the edge as we head into our next best of 5. That'll do it for your G Fuel key player matchup. Let's get into it. eUnited, Red Reserve. Red Reserve desperately need a win here.
Yeah, they need a win here to stay alive. With a chance to get into the top 2, they would need a win here, a win against Rise Nation, and then some help to get into that position. eUnited, this is a big game for them, Maven. They win this, they're good for top 2.
Well, on with Arcides right now as he's going to soak up some time. They are getting loud early in this one. I just did the interview with Vicento after their win, and he put a lot of it down to energy. He's like, we were losing map 1s. The energy kind of fell apart quickly in series. We get that victory, and all of a sudden we're getting hyped up. We're getting into it. The communication's there. That is something eUnited certainly has not struggled with this weekend for the most part.
It's momentum. It's once you start to build that momentum, it's really easy to win some gunfights that you didn't think you would win, and challenge. You play a little bit smarter, a little bit faster. Just changes the whole dynamics of a team. Right now you see eUnited get off to a good start. 32-7 in their favor. It'll be Red Reserve inside the hill. A lot of pressure here on Silly to lock this back area down for eUnited. He will fall. Now it's just all on Arcides inside a cell block.
I think, well, they got fortunate. Clay was in the back as well, and Silly spawned back up. So they have 3 players here to try and deal with this, and 1 still lurking mid-map in Pristini. Things looking dire right now as several have dropped, but Arcides still going big inside, trying to hold the front. 25 off the bombardment, but will end up falling. His brother, Pristini, still here with the E-Rad doing work.
And speaking of Clay a little bit about this team, I was like, how do you feel on the roster? How does everybody, kind of fit in? And he was saying he absolutely loves the twins. Playing with Pristini and Arcides, said they're both extremely smart players. See, Arcides also helps when you can shoot like that, as well as Clayster goes inside of the hard point, picks up 2. But he said Silly, talking about a player, he teamed with him in MW3. He said Silly has the potential to really be a standout top player. He just hasn't really gotten the team. Clayster's excited for this opportunity, and he is just going off.
Every single time Clay's getting a kill, I see let's go serviced by an expletive in there as well. But that first kill on Dozer, huge, right? To get early control in a one-on-one gunfight, just relying now on his teammates to hold the back line. And Arcides doing just that. Yeah, Clay is incredibly loud here in game 1.
Well, this is why, when FaZe was going to make this roster change, there were a lot of people that were like, we'll take Clay. It's like, after they make that change, you knew Clay was going to play well. I believe I saw he has the highest overall KD this weekend here, and you knew he was going to come in, play lights out. It's just Clayster, when everyone's against him, everything's going wrong, it's where he plays his best.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the other side of this. Red Reserve really needing a victory right now. They're looking to lock down the final 20 seconds inside a graveyard. You can see everybody on eUnited looking to set up control of mid-maps, get the cutoffs, and also be locked in for commissary. This is going to be a difficult rotation for Red, but at least you soak up a good amount of time there at Graveyard.
And also with Rise Nation's win a little bit earlier, just to kind of go into more scenarios, if Red were to lose this and then Rise still has a chance at 3rd.
That's true.
So it's a big match if you're a Rise Nation fan or some of the guys on Rise watching this. You have an opportunity to kind of salvage this weekend out. Obviously, you would like to go to playoffs, but still, those group seedings for champs is going to be huge as well.
Very true. You'd love to have an easier matchup to kick off your days. The group play matches at champs. But now we're inside a commissary. Silly dipping and diving, trying to make plays here with the ERAB, but the swarm of Red Reserve members come in. Unfortunately for them, Arcides and Clayster coming in last, and now it'll be a scare about for Arcides, checking the wall run. But as you take a look at the minimap, everybody's spawning mid as they're going to try and flood through the backside. That means pressure to Pristini. He drops, but Silly looking over him from this top window. A couple nice kills for Red Reserve, but not a lot of time left at commissary.
Yeah, the damage is pretty much done here. 10 seconds left. Red Reserve, they get in. They're going to get the last 8 seconds or so, but
Still, to eUnited, just bashing them in here in the first half of game number 1. Now you see Rated now 5 and 10. You really need him to step it up. He's the big game player for Red Reserve.
And it was a good rotation in place from eUnited. I mean, they gave up with, what, 20, 25 seconds left on Graveyard? Because we know how easy it is to sometimes hold that back spawn for Graveyard, rotate right over to Commissary, but eUnited, they give it up. But what does it do? It turns into 50 or so points for them at Commissary. Heads up plays. It's been part brains, part hype, part skill, but eUnited have looked strong.
Clay now on a 3 streak, getting close to a Scarab. He's going to get flanked from Joe, but a teammate there to trade it out, and it'll be eUnited getting right back inside of the hill. And I think RCs and Clayster can really be a fantastic assault rifle duo. I think, you know, RCs, whether it's the K-Bar or the NV4, doesn't matter.
Well, I mean, I don't want to say there were concerns, but one thing I read a little bit and talked to analysis is how does it work with Clay and RCs when you have 2 players that typically like to play a little bit slower with the MV4? How's it going to work out? It's worked out fine, and you can see it right now on the scoreboard as they're combined for 33 and 15. Just decimating the lineup of Red Reserve right now. And if there's any other question, maybe taking RCs out of the main MV4 role and letting Clay play in his comfort zone. So far, I like it.
I think at the end of this year, we'll probably look back overall and say RCs was probably the most underrated, undervalued player, I think. I think he's phenomenal. I mean, you look at a lot of, you know, eUnited success rate when we talk about gunless all the time. Go look at some of the games that RC's put together, you know, against Optic and against all these other top teams in the finals. He's been a beast all year long.
He really has. I know, yeah, at times overshadowed maybe a little bit by Gunless, now by Clay. Clay kind of takes a lot of the fame and the glory. But to be fair, I mean, we knew he'd be good, but he has been very impressive this weekend. On the other end of things, Rated right now, guy we highlighted in the G Fuel key player matchup coming into the series, currently sitting at nearly triple negative at 6 and 15. I think the biggest bright spot I've seen for Red Reserve this weekend, it's really been Shawnee for me. I think Shawnee's been excellent, and right now he's getting it done, 14 and 12, a minute plus in the hard point. He's been very good.
I mean, Shawnee's never really had an event where, you know, I've kind of been disappointed with his play throughout the year. I think here's another guy who, there's some things go on with all the roster shuffles, right? He kind of gets caught up in it, you know, halfway through the year, and he kind of bounces back in a big way now that this Red Reserve team is pretty solid. And I think when Rated leaves Elevate to come back to Red Reserve, even after they beat them, and Red Reserve has to go through relegation, you just saw, you know, how much potential was on this Red Reserve lineup at relegation. They were lights out during that tournament, and they've been very good so far this weekend.
It's been crazy, man. A lot of people calling this kind of the group of death, this or week 4, you would say. And with the way Rise has been playing this weekend, that sort of seemed to go out the window for a little bit. It's like, oh, maybe they're worse than we thought they were. Sort of like an Envy scenario where we see them finally collapsing at Anaheim. But then you have the last series where Rise come out in 3L Splice, a team that's in the argument for best team in the world. You see the potential that was here, right, for Rise Nation. It's been an unreal weekend, but I think for the group, one of the things that stands out the most for me is maybe how vulnerable Splice have just looked, right?
Yeah, I would agree. I think you know, how vulnerable Splice has looked. They have not been their, you know, Stage 1 champion selves this weekend, have not been the Anaheim Splice. I think if you're a Rise Nation, you kind of have that first game, and obviously it's great to get a win, but it's also got to be pretty much a bummer. It's like, well, this is the potential we have, and to just not really get that on a consistent basis, that has to be kind of tough to deal with.
It's certainly hard. But right now, it's been a very significant lead for eUnited throughout. They're up 100 points right now. They've done a ton of damage at Commissary as they destroyed the first side through. They're doing it here, and it's just a attempted 4-man flood over and over again from Red Reserve, and over again, they run into the wall that is eUnited. Finally, you crack in, but there's sub 10 seconds to work with. That's not going to do much for you as we'll battle back to mid-map.
I mean, it's going to be eUnited up by more than 100 here. We go back to the center. I don't even kind of want to go into the scenarios of if Red Reserve were to come back in this one.
It happens, but when you're 8 points away.
Quite rare, to say the least.
And that may do it. They're set up inside. Clayster clears out the back. Final couple ticks. eUnited very hyped. No lack of energy to kick off day 3 as they get a great win there in the game 1 hard point.
I believe Clay goes 30 and 16. Dominant in game 1.
It was from the get-go. Like, his first kill,
he was loud.
Screaming. Second kill, screaming. I think every single kill, he was yelling. And very opposite shot of Red Reserve after that one, that's for sure.
Yeah, Joe does not look happy with their play. Game number 1. Sometimes you just run into a team like that where you just can't really do much of anything. And I think I've actually been extremely impressed with eUnited this weekend. You know, FaZe was up and down at times. We saw the potential with FaZe, though. Like, if they kind of get on the same page with Gunless, they're going to be a very scary team. eUnited seems to just kind of click already. Like, they just seem to be kind of firing all cylinders. Yeah. I think the biggest thing will be against top teams. You know, how Silly plays versus those top teams. I think that'll really be telling you how far eUnited can go.
It's, I don't know, Clay's been a great story because you think about it, he's one of the older players in the league, the oldest, I actually think. You keep wondering, like, when's maybe Clay going to fall off? And you wonder sometimes with, like, the older guys. Like, you know, if JCap were to get dropped from MV, where does he find a home? I don't know. If Aches were to get dropped from Cloud9, where does he end up going? I don't think he slots into a top team like Clayster has managed to do.
But Pat can go sit right on the desk. We'll just stand on the chair.
But I'm just trying to say, you know, how impressive I think it has been that Clay has not only filled into this team quickly, and also been just statistically so great.
I mean, he was never bad, I feel like, at this game. I just feel like there were so many just kind of role issues with FaZe. Even going back to Black Ops 3, there were so many role issues with FaZe. You see the Search and Destroy leaderboard, Silly sitting at the top. Aqua was at number 1 yesterday, and then you got Clayster sitting at number 3. RC's in there as well for eUnited. Very strong performances, I believe, outside of Pristini. We highlighted in the G Fuel key player matchup, sitting at a .86.
And yeah, it just sort of jumped out to me too. A lot of times, you know, we were looking at that leaderboard back to Stage 1 playoffs. You would see basically all 4 players at the top when you're talking about Splice, how good they were in that game mode. You don't see many names up there right now. Probably a big part of some of their struggles this weekend.
Well, with Splice, I mean, they were fantastic in Search and Destroy and Uplink. And those 2 game modes, they have not been must-wins for them so far this weekend.
Well, Silly, the man at the top, Pristini, another guy that has been stepping it up in a big way, especially in respawns. I think that's another kind of success story from this whole eUnited trade. He's had to step up to a big task, sort of maybe fill in a role that Gunless was providing, and he's done one hell of a job.
Yeah, speaking of Pristini, last year, he's like, you know, you guys didn't see much of my gameplay, but I was playing a lot like Gunless, you know, being very aggressive on the map last year, you know, with the VMP in my hand, and they're not getting that love that he did at the beginning of this game. Now he's starting to get it. But you see Red Reserve, you got Urban and Joe sitting at the top in terms of First Bloods. Look at Urban's stats as well. The First Bloods plus the KD. Well, it's pretty sick.
I remember one of the S&Ds yesterday. I believe he had 4 or 5 First Bloods in one map, and they won all of those rounds. So he's finding First Bloods, and he's finding them efficiently, right? And I think the KD kind of backs that up. He's not getting those First Bloods that almost don't count in a sense where, you know, he's traded out pretty much immediately. He's getting effective First Bloods, doing one hell of a job.
Now we'll stick on with Urban here at the beginning. See if he can find a First Blood. Give Red Reserve an advantage here in game number 2.
Map will be on retaliation. You see Clayster starting to sneak forward on the top side of the map. It'll be Shawnee, that number 4 that was watching the flank. But as they start to move forward, it's going to be Joe. He was number 2 in the First Bloods. Tacks on another. Gets away with his life and finds the second. Joe going off inside a bike. Now can eUnited fight back. They are currently down a man.
And Clay's actually running up on the bomb here. He's going to be able to get one. Oh, he's got this one
nice
player.
Grenade. Oh, the trophy ends up keeping him alive. It's suddenly just on Arcides. There's a one-shot player there, but he's not able to finish it.
But look at where they were trying to plant the bomb. It looked like they were trying to plant it for market. See, Arcides could have maybe sat there, looked over bomb, had a chance, but he's going to wrap out all the way to plat. This is 1 kill. Now just needs to find the next player.
And Urban, he's not going to be moving. This is totally on whether or not RC is going to check. Just under 30 seconds remaining.
He's going to catch him.
Checks the corner, and Urban gets it. That's one of those... You rarely see a player lose in that scenario where they have good positioning, and they can literally just sit and watch. We saw, I think, Looney in a similar spot in market earlier in our previous series. Good stuff from Urban.
It's just if Urban's looking to his right for another second, Arcees comes around the corner, gets that first shot, and he probably wins that fight.
Yeah, well, I mean, Arcees at least had a chance there. If he had soared out mid from plat, he was certainly dead even quicker. But now it'll be eUnited on offense. We're going to be watching Clayster here, and there's an aggressive stack on the A site. Should be a gunfight happening almost immediately. It's Joe yet again with the First Blood. This time traded out, but worth taking note. Back-to-back First Bloods for Joe. He's trying to take over that top spot of Urban. He was trailing by 3.
Yeah, he's just padding his stats here, just running on forward. Winning 1 gunfight. It's traded out, though. It's now you see Pristini getting up towards bomb, and should be able to get this one down towards B. And They know Rated is back here. I know you can hear, I think, one of the guys from eUnited on the stage actually call it out. So they have an idea that Rated's back here. They back all the way up. They're going to play far side of the bridge. They have bombed down.
Well, when he went up, I think they saw Rated go high above the wall running Cathedral. I thought he was going to be able to find the kill on the bomb planter, but couldn't connect. Kills again. Go back and forth. Suddenly, though, Silly by himself in a 1 versus 2. Make it another 1 versus 1. We've got 2 rounds all coming down to the wire, but it's Urban closing it out in back-to-back rounds. So it's, what, 2 first bloods for Joe, 2 1v1 victories for Urban, 2-0 lead for Red Reserve.
And I believe Urban has a Scarab. We'll see if he's working on some of the other streaks as well. I believe when he went to defuse, he was either 25 or 75 away. I'll have to take a look here going into the next round. Is Silly really, that's a tough spot to be stuck in a one-on-one in.
I mean, these 1v1s haven't been the most difficult thing, but still, you know, you're winning them, right?
The last round, I would say,
a little trickier.
Well, the last round, I think, comes down to timing. That round, I think, was fairly easy to close out. As Urban, yep, he earns the Scarab, getting closer to Trinity Rockets now.
Well, let's see how their split works. You see the number 3 on the minimap is Joe. He's been finding our first couple of kills. This time it'll be Clayster, but he's immediately traded out. The bridge site wide open, so Urban's going to have a plant. They will, however, be in a 2 versus 3, so you have man advantage. Let's see how Red Reserve plays this out.
Now they're going to back all the way up. So I kind of like this. You get the bomb down. For a second, I thought they were going to go all the way in this long flank, but they are. So they're taking their time here. This should be a kill for Urban in the middle. He's going to be able to take out Pristini, even it up. 2 players apiece. And now eUnited, they really have no idea where both players are coming from, and Urban's going to try and back out. I would have liked to see them go all the way in the flank. Like, if they would have just, you know, kind of like 2-hit through that hotel hallway and gone all the way back towards that Cathedral side.
Well, I was about to say that...
Or Rated would have stayed alive.
Well, Rated was the Solon before there, so he's the one that could obviously pick somebody up on. They had it planted for the back bridge, but I think he was so worried, like they took so much time wrapping back, I think he was worried maybe somebody hopped it. You know, we've seen that quite a bit this week.
True.
They're a team that do it a lot. He didn't like safe peek it off going high off the L wall. He sort of soared out top bridge and got caught. I think he was just really worried somebody was on it.
Or if he would have just kind of held that position a little bit longer, you could have allowed Urban to kind of get to that like C cut area and look over on bomb.
Well, what more do you want than Rated at range watching the bomb with an M4? Like he's right. Going to be able to cover it. I think it was just a bit of a panic likely. But now it'll be 2-1 lead for Red Reserve. Urban trying to stay alive inside. Joe with another first blood, but Clayster. So I think there you go. Joe has now tied him at the top spot with 13 first bloods. We're only 4 rounds in. As Joe drops, though, it will turn the tides into eUnited's favor. We see a nice position here from Urban as he's able to get one. He has FTL if he wants to work with it. Doesn't opt to use it. And now Shawnee has to try and clutch.
It's good trades from eUnited. Now they have control of the entire map. A 1v2. It's going to be Shawnee, the only one up for Red Reserve. And he's got to clear this area out. And he's going to quickly realize that the action's going to be over at B.
Well, they're going to get the plant down safely before he gets an angle on anything. Now he knows what's up. And now time is against him. 40 seconds to work with here to try and find a couple of kills and get the defuse. We know Red Reserve, they will hop on the bomb at times if needed. I don't know if this is the scenario you do it in, but he does get a fortunate position there. Able to take out Silly. We've got another 1v1. It's our 3rd in this series. He's in top window. Doesn't spot him. Oh, I thought Pristini saw him.
No, Pristini did not see him. Shawnee did not see Pristini pick up. No.
I like it. Smart.
Yeah.
Just play your time. You don't need to, try and take a shot there. Maybe you whiff, you get turned on. Don't even give the opportunity. Now you can challenge. There's under 7.5 on the clock, and you win the gunfight. That was nice. Some players there might take the shots, and that, yes, it looks like a very easy kill, but why? You don't have to, right? Just play the time.
I mean, sometimes we see that, right? He takes the shots maybe in the bedroom area over on top of that canopy, and then let's say Shawnee gets away, he slides in, and then he gets lost, and you kind of panic a little bit. It's a nice round there from Pristini.
Yeah, I know he doesn't have his payload yet, but in that scenario, imagine it was a player that had FTL or something. Gets away, gets to the edge. All right, tied up at 2-2. Speaking of FTL, Urban has it available, plus the Scarab. It's going to be Clay getting aggressive again. It will be Shawnee. That red tag you see on the opposite side. Clay got caught being aggressive on throwback on the off-bomb side a couple of times.
How is he not dead
here? Shawnee should have just...
How is he not dead?
Got a lot of information. Just maybe just peeks and he lost him there. He was vertical and didn't see him on the bus. I don't know.
He was standing right next to him.
Yeah.
And you heard actually, well, you guys probably didn't hear, but at least I can hear in the venue. I think it was Urban who sees him on the cross. He's like, he's right there, he's right there, he's right there. And Shawnee just doesn't move, just sits there. All right.
And hey, just to remind people at home what's on the line right now. If Red Reserve win, they keep their hopes of top 2 alive. I mean, you'd rely on probably like a 3-way tiebreaker. It's going to come down to the wire with the final matches. If Red Reserve lose here, eUnited and Splice will be confirmed top 2. Then it's more of a question of who gets first, who gets second.
And it does open up the door if Red Reserve loses for Rise Nation to potentially slide into that 3 spot. So
it's true.
It's a huge match just in terms of where people fall. In terms of the weekend, it'll be Silly opening things up with First Blood here on Rated. So you see eUnited trying to push down into Bike Shop, probably trying to get control of the market after that.
Eyes on with Clayster now. Just holding this flank.
He's going to die.
Wrapping all the way down the back is going to be Joe. How many times have we talked about him just pushing through a flank and respawns and tagging up people from behind? There, the long route ends up paying dividends as it now becomes a 3 versus 3. Pressure on Red Reserve to try and find the defuse. Urban locates another kill. Trading it right back is Arcides. 2v2. We're watching Silly.
Silly's put himself in a great position. They got to get him out of Bike Shop. They're finally able to do it, but that's allowed Arcides to get up top. You're on patio. Urban knows exactly where he is.
Not enough time. Solid job. We've had a lot of 1v1s, a lot of these rounds going down to the wire. Heads up play. You saw Bristini making wise choices in a 1v1. You now see his brother, Arcides, winning one as well. So what, your first couple of one-on-ones go the way of Red Reserve. The next 2 go the way of eUnited. And eUnited have been rolling now. They're up 4-2.
We'll take a chance here to look at who's getting close to the payload abilities. As you see Clay a little bit more than halfway to reactive. May never get there in this game. And CRCs and Silly, both with their payload abilities. I believe you'll see the FTL and the Centurion available. See Silly with FTL and see Rated getting the bomb down. Now they're going to try and follow this up. That's a smart play. They use the Scarab there to get the first player weak, and then they try and push through. But
how did Joe not die there? Finally, Clay gets him from behind. He was one shot. No one able to hit the final pick. Now Clay has to do something just spectacular here. He's got 2 to fight, a pistol sniper combo. Hits the first shot, but he didn't have much of a chance in that one.
Yep, a 1v2. You're walking up a staircase with a sniper rifle scoped in. All they have to do is go jump in the sky. You don't really have much of a chance.
Yeah, basically, don't body stack and allow some sort of collateral, and you'll be just fine.
Don't walk in a straight line. Grouped up. It's essentially the only way you're going to lose that round.
Okay, well, eUnited 4-3 advantage now as Red Reserve takes another round. Joe been doing great with these first bloods, and he is pushing very quickly through Hotel. Does he guess right is the question. He hasn't got a call from his teammates yet that they're flooding. It looks like they're going to plant at A and then push through for Cathedral control.
Yeah, I think they'll try and just put the Centurion down. Well, you may not need it now.
Problem is Joe has to hit across bridge, and he has an ERAD. Oh, well, this might actually work out very nice with an ERAD. He gets tagged up, though, and has to back away. But he's being zoned out. Pristini wins that with the melee. Trying to answer back was Urban, but he's going to fall. Rated now by his Lonesome, and he is also cut down. Nice round for eUnited. And that's like, Joe pushed through Hotel so quickly. If he guessed right and just went straight left and maybe got a quick flank, something different could have happened there. But it seemed like it was sort of delayed in the sense of when the...
So I think the only reason Pristini knew that Joe was there is because I think he just tossed a nade around the corner and got blown up by the trophy, so he knew there was a guy, or else Joe had to jump on him without question. Joe is so aggressive through the middle of the map.
I love it.
Just pushing up. It's crazy to see, but eUnited 1 round away from taking game number 2.
And you heard Clay say, you know, after the interview, after the loss, he said, we should have 3-0'd. I expect to 3-0 the next time. Looking like it could go that way here. Shawnee, I believe, ends up investing his payload into this, but drops. This should be done. Urban 1v3. Final round needed for eUnited. There's back-to-back W's. As they're taking a 2-0 advantage, and the hopes and dreams of Red Reserve are slowly trickling away.
This eUnited squad has been one of the more impressive teams we've seen throughout the first 3 weeks of the GPL. They're looking scary. I mean,
if FaZe Red Reserve player, or FaZe Red Reserve, FaZe eUnited play right now, who wins?
I don't know.
I don't know either. My gut tells me I think eUnited has looked better, but I don't know. I need it. I need it more than
my gut tells me that too.
Other
but
than hair.
Yeah, but I don't know. I feel like that's a match where both teams would be so fired up that like you wouldn't be able to just kind of predict it on what you've seen from either squad.
Well, eUnited right now enjoying a 2-0 advantage. Guys, it's the uplink. It's coming up next. We'll see you. Welcome back. Uplink up next. It's going to be on Frost, and if you're watching before this series, Puckett was talking to Clayster after their first loss to Red Reserve, and he said, hey, you know, we're great at Precinct Uplink. We're not great at Throwback and Frost. And I think that as much as we talked about the strengths of Clayster, the strengths of RCs now with that kind of double AR combo, that isn't as favorable on a map like this.
This is where it doesn't work out.
Yeah.
Exactly. Obviously, Frost Uplink one of the faster paced game modes. Same thing with Throwback, and we'll actually see RCs with the E-Rad in his hand. So, nah, it'll be silly with a K-Bar as he feels a little bit more comfortable with a K-Bar than an E-Rad is. And you see RCs now with the drone in hand. This might be points, Maeve.
RCs pushing through research. 1 point toss up and away, picked off by Joe as he gets the kill and the snag. Nice job there on defense, and we'll see what momentum he can build off of that as he's gotten set up on ship. And he'll be wrapping through, trying to make a play on the flank. Silly, though, ready for him. And that's 3 down now for Red Reserve. Final one spotted at Dozer, and he's taken out. So complete control now for eUnited. Drone in eUnited's hands. Could they turn this one into points?
Something interesting for eUnited. We did not see this the last time they played Frost Uplink, but you're going to have Clay running the Karma. We saw that the last time. Silly will be the only K-Bar, and then you'll have the Twins running E-Rats. Interesting change here for eUnited.
So far, working quite well as they're enjoying a 2-0 advantage, and they've had complete control early in this one. Nice shot there from Silly to finish up the weak Joe at mid. Just trying to get set up in a power position here where he can look out towards Dozer. People coming off a spawn. Easy pickings there, but his teammates all dropping mid. This is now going to be a surge for Red Reserve.
Yeah, Silly plays very slow, but I do like that he just plays his life. Like right there, you know, he peeks out, he shoulder peeks, sees the one player there, then opts to not challenge it right away. On defense, it'll be Silly, Pristini, and Clayster holding serve for eUnited. But you see now he's trying to work on streaks middle map, finally falls. But I think it's big when your AR can play like that, play a little bit slower, play his life.
Clay, the one that found the big kill onto the drone carrier to kind of halt that push. RCD's using the outer wall run. 2 in front, wins the first. Urban gets the better of him in the second. Drone in the hands of Red Reserve. It'll be Urban with it. Just trying to wrap it back into ship. Nobody there on defense yet. It'll be RCD's rotating to try and deal with this. Putting some shots towards Urban, but it hasn't been able to slow him down yet.
And Red Reserve has not been able to get anything going on offense. As soon as Urban tries to move the drone up, Clayster with 2, RC's at 1. There's the end of that push.
Yeah, it's like Clay, I mean, he only has 6 kills. Nothing flashy, but almost all of those kills have come when Red Reserve has drone and they're trying to make a play. But now Pristini hunting forward, kills 2, but the rest of the kill feed will be all to Red Reserve. Clayster then the last man up. Karma not enough to get it done against several players flooding in on him. Just over 2 minutes to go here in the first half. It's been a low-scoring affair thus far.
Here's 2 kills. Make it 3 for Red Reserve. It'll be Clay, the only one up. They need to turn this into points. You have Raiden in such a great position here. Watching the cross as players are coming off spawn for eUnited. 3 kills there for Raiden. He will fall. This will be a 2-point play, though, as Red Reserve ties it up.
That was sick from Raiden. I mean, it made the 3-piece look so easy because that nade hits both as they wrap the edge. He only needs to expend a total of probably 8 bullets to get all 3 of those kills. Nice stuff from your main AR here for Red Reserve. 2-2 will be the scoreline. 3 kills in the kill feed now for Red Reserve yet again. Another opportunity to push forward for points. Nobody in an aggressive position to shut everybody down like Rated the last time through. They're going to have to bully their way in. Does anybody watch the door flank? Yep, that's going to be Shawnee that gets it. They push through. 1 more point on the board. eUnited clears everybody out, but the damage has been done.
It could have been worse there for eUnited. You had Urban, who was pushed pretty far up. He was not able to get out of the door in that same position Rated was in a little bit earlier. And here's where you see eUnited start to struggle on this map. They're not able to use those SMGs to get back to that mid-map control. It was working a little bit earlier when you had Silly picking up some kills mid-map, and the SMGs were pushed up a little bit further, trying to get control yet again. eUnited struggling.
Yeah, they're going to need the brother duo here of RCD's and Pristini to pick it up, kind of match the tempo we've seen from Red Reserve. You've got Urban at 14 and 8. Shawnee, who's done it with the NV4, with the K-Bar, with the E-Red at times. He has been a man capable of showing, well, I guess the versatility he has by weapon choice. And so far continuing nicely here. Urban will be soaring out on the wall, running mid, spots one in the close corner, but RCD's does shut him down. Under 30 seconds to play. Can anyone tack on a final point?
You have Silly just pre-fire in the doorway here inside the sub bay. Just trying to lock it down with the K-Bar. He's got another player directly to his right, but the drone being down does not look like you'll see points from either side here with only 9 seconds left.
Big stories here going into the second half. Red Reserve have to win this map. They have to win this series. They've also pushed to a ton of Game 5, so it certainly is not out of reach yet. That's how the first series went down between these two teams. But this time it would need to be through a reverse sweep. If I remember correctly, in the first best of 5, I think they won 1, 3, and 5. They need to go about it a little bit more unorthodox here to get the win.
Especially with how good eUnited's looked in hardpoint. It'll be a very difficult map for a win. And Clay now going with the sniper rifle to kick things off here.
We saw him do it on
We've seen
Precinct
this do it a few
uplink
times.
on a half as well.
I don't love it.
Oh. The pistol kills that quickly. But now he finds a new red. The rest of his teammates dropping outside Arcides.
And I guess you kind of want it to look over the mid. Maybe you kind of catch a player off guard. But and even if you get one, you probably could have gotten that kill with an NV4 or a K-bar as well.
I'm gonna trust Clay's instinct on this.
Did you see it work on Precinct when he used it?
I did not.
No, I think he got one kill on Precinct, and then that was it. But now the drone in the hands of Red Reserve, and look at this. They're bringing it all the way to the left-hand side. They would have just went, maybe not have just kind of hesitated for that split second. Maybe you get that 1 point throw off.
Well, that's something I'll talk about a lot, just so you know, when doing play-by-play, talking about these teams in uplink. You can't hesitate, man. You get 3 down, 4 down, you just have to go. Any pause, like you said, a second or two, sometimes is gonna, allow them to come off spawn, maybe make the interception be there, but a nice shot going through them for Red Reserve.
Well, they don't reset the drone right away. It's RC's kind of running on that lower wall run, and it gets stuck on that little bank of snow, and it was Red Reserve able to pick up the row in a 1 point play, which makes this a 2 point game.
Shawnee getting loud as he's cut down 3 players. Silly finally taking him out, but everybody coming off a spawn from eUnited. Joe already set up an aggressive position here to make plays. Picked up 2. There's the 3rd. He's clearing the way at home base. The drone still hasn't caught up to them, unfortunately. Now it's getting in. You have got to get points here, surely. Joe's set up a tent inside the base. The dunk should be coming in momentarily. 6-2 advantage, Red Reserve.
It's a nice play there from Red. They've looked very strong here on Frost Uplink, trying to make this reverse sweep happen. Gives them a potential chance at getting into the top 2. They would still have to beat Rise Nation and get some other help. But I believe I saw Rated tweet the other night, and I really loved the attitude. He was like, look, tomorrow we just need to go 2-0. Whatever happens after that, even if we get eliminated mathematically, whatnot, he's like, at least we played our best. At least we showed up.
I love that.
And I love that attitude.
Control what you can control, right? You've got 2 matches, win them. Sure, the fates may go to the COD gods, but you have to handle your business first.
Yeah, it's just like, let's finish 2-0, and then whatever happens, happens. I mean, there's nothing else we can change after that. We've already lost the other matches. You can't go back and change those results. I really think it's a great attitude to have.
No TARDIS here. There will be no time travel.
No.
And yes, that was a Doctor Who reference that 5 people understand in broadcast.
Yeah, the only reason I knew that was a Doctor Who reference is because I've heard you made it before. But there are people out there who probably have no idea what the hell that even means.
Well, here goes Joe. Hits the overdrive, but Clayster in the back picks up 2 clutch ones to make sure points don't go in. Urban still here to be a nuisance. Has FTL locked and loaded as well. He gets swarmed, though, and taken out by eUnited. But, I mean, the big thing here, if you're Red Reserve, you haven't allowed many opportunities for eUnited at all. Here's one building, but they've been so few and far between. Bristini just needs 1 more kill till he gets camo, and you got the point. So certainly still in this hunt. A kill there would have been great to just lock down the camo so you have maybe more opportunities to use it as time now really starting to get against eUnited.
Well, he will get the camo. I mean, it's only going to be like 1 kill, maybe 2.
There it is.
There it is. He's going to earn the camo. So they have camo, they have FTL, and they have overdrive. So this is definitely still doable for eUnited, but Red Reserve has definitely looked like the better team on this map and mode.
Well, why it's terrifying is, yes, the payloads can turn it in your favor, but you've had so little map control throughout this as far as, on the offensive side. When do you have an opportunity to actually pop it? You've been 3 down over and over and over again, and the camo from Rated can close this game out if he's able to make a play. I don't know if he meant to pick up the drone again there, but still manages to get away with his life. Challenging. Well, he's been 1 bullet this entire time. Now you have 2 down. Now you've got to make a play. Overdrive available. It's going to get popped. Arcides just flying, trying to get to the edge. Can he get the dunk? Just goes for the 1 point toss. Knows you still have camo for Pristini to work with. They need to find kills here inside of Cryo. You've got everybody bunched up for Red Reserve. Arcides doing a good job playing his life. The drone being rallied forward. Can they get it to Pristini to make a camo play? They don't even need it. It's silly. Goes ahead and flushes it down. Now you still have camo to close out, maybe get a win here, but you have it for Rated on the other side as well. Joe gonna grab the drone. Joe, team kill by Rated in a spot that cannot happen. Rated at least able to pick up a kill, and you have these streaks on Clayster.
Yeah, Clay's got full streaks. They're trying to throw the drone forward. They get into the hands of Pristini.
He's somehow still alive. He's got to pop camo. He gets to the edge. 4, 3, 2, 1. There's the dunk! Pristini
take that 3-0. That was such a smart play by Pristini. How many other players have we seen? They panic, you know, they're getting shot at with camo, right? Maybe he's not going to get a chance to use it. Takes his time, resets his armor, throws the drone down, picks it up, and then he knows they only need one. He sees a lot of players flying towards the goal. He's like, I have a better chance with camo that I have to force this one in for 2. He sees both players falling, brings it right up into the goal. Such a great individual play there by Pristini.
Unfortunately, as eUnited rejoice, Red Reserve now deal with the fact that they do not have an opportunity to play in the top 2. So the story now comes to how does the 3-4 slot figure out, how does the 1-2, but an impressive 3-0 and an impressive finish. I'll tell you, when he sort of got stuck on the edge for a second, you saw the tax come in, I was like, oh God, he's got to pop, he's got to make a play. But like you mentioned, we've seen a similar scenario so many times where panic sets in, you see them go for a 1, it gets intercepted.
You would rather get a great use of camo than like just pop it and die.
I was worried he was going to die before he popped
Especially going into, well, you would rather have him die with it and then have it for the overtime, because then you would have had the camo and you would have had full streaks for overtime. You'd have been in a great spot.
It's true. Well, they get the win. They get the 3-0. We've got Arcides on stage.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Yes, down on the stage with Arcides after that dramatic ending to the 3-0 sweep over Red Reserve for eUnited. First off, congratulations. With that win, you've now secured top 2 in this group. How proud are you of this team after the recent changes with Clayster as a new 4th?
It's crazy that Anaheim was just awful for us. We're all in bad moods. And picking up Clay was just making us all happy. We're just ready to go, get back to playoffs, and do what we do.
Well, you did it in that series for sure, but you sit right next to Clayster. And, man, probably, your ears hurt from how loud the guy gets. But what has that done for you? Because even Burns, your general manager, has mentioned how much more hyped up you've been now playing on the main stage. How has he transformed you as a player?
I love it. It's just crazy. He just brings all the hype. We all play better. None of us are getting...
Family show.
Yeah, none of us are doing bad. It's amazing.
Perfect. Yes, thank you for saving my ears there. But one final question for you. You're now top 2. You've got to look forward to playoffs. What do you think eUnited needs to improve upon moving forward?
Play our game. Yeah. We just got to play our game and win S&Ds.
Play our game, win S&Ds. Arcides will be at the Stage 2 playoffs alongside the rest of eUnited. Benson and the boys, take it away.
Great to hear it from Jack and, of course, Arcides, and we heard it from him himself. None of them are playing bad, so that's obviously a plus. We've been talking a lot on the desk throughout the weekend. Obviously, with you two having teamed with Clay in the past, you know exactly what it's like to have someone with that energy. And I think we saw it in that last series. We really did just that big effect that Clay does have, how well eUnited is playing as a whole. Of course, with that win, they do qualify for Stage 2 playoffs. And also, as a result of that, so will Splice. Of course, still the battle of seeding. And there you can see Red Reserve, who came so unbelievably close to making the Stage 2 playoffs, but they still have to fight for that 3rd place seed. Of course, that will be important heading into the Call of Duty World Championship in a few weeks' time. But we'll break down that last series, of course. 3-0 eUnited. And Breakout Hardpoint was just a prime example of that hype and the energy that we were talking about. Clay has basically evolved Arcides by sitting next to him to this whole new beast, Merc. It's a scary eUnited team to look at.
These two they're really good together. I mean, the AR power on this team, I mean, Arcides, again, he was an NV4 player. They won tournaments, right? Clayster joined a team that won a tournament that has been in 2 grand finals against Optic Gaming. He was just that missing piece now, right? So, I mean, just the amount of pressure that is sort of lifted from these guys' shoulders to perform well. I mean, again, these two just controlled the pace of the map so well. Arcides and Clayster, they started off hot. It was a great game 1 for eUnited.
And what's super scary to me is, obviously, we heard Arcides just mention it in that post-game interview. They enjoy playing. They're having fun again. And that was the eUnited team that won. They were having fun back then, and they seem to be back to that winning way.
And one of the biggest differences, though, is that eUnited team that was winning, the communication was pretty bad, to be honest. They said they didn't need to talk. Gunless was killing everything. But I think this is a completely different beast than eUnited. The fact that Clay, you hear him shout something, and then you hear the echo of Arcides with that deep voice, like, yeah, let's go, baby. It's like, it's almost scary. And the fact that all these guys are just getting, like lighting up the main stage. It's fun to watch. They're having fun playing. Obviously, they're all smiles after every single, like, you know, when anything's going right for them. So it's awesome to see. I'm excited to see what the limit is for these guys.
This is a very dangerous eUnited heading to playoffs. I can't wait. Potentially, we had that eUnited phase matchup. I'm already excited for that. Fingers crossed. We still have to finish out week 3 first before we get there. Obviously, map 2, Retail Search and Destroy. eUnited take this one as well. I believe the final score was 6-3. And really, Memo, the only thing going right for Red Reserve were the 1v1s.
Yeah, this was a prime example of where eUnited just took over on your screen right now. But talking of 1v1s, Urban actually back-to-back 1v1s, picking up rounds for Red Reserve. But you can't just rely on 1v1s to win S&Ds. And Red Reserve don't get me wrong, they're a great S&D team. But eUnited right now, they look, you know, potentially one of the best ones. And I think a lot of people thought about Gunless leaving or whatever the dispute was there. He was one of the best SD players, you know, out of everyone. I actually think eUnited and FaZe have got better at S&D. I just feel like they're getting better and better, both teams. And you know what? This eUnited team is getting scarier and scarier by the day. If RC's getting hyped, I mean, Prestini starts joining with the hype, it'll get, first of all, even deeper. But second of all, this team has an amazing amount of talent on this roster. And I actually don't know the potential of this team yet.
It definitely is scary, especially considering how close now we are to the Call of Duty World Championship. But in terms of that Search and Destroy as a whole, it felt as if something was just a little bit different with Red Reserve. Merc, a prime example to me that I noted was one of the early rounds. We heard the call out from the studio. Oh, one's in front of Broken. It was Clayster hovering in front of Broken. Shawnee was bottom Broken and decided not to challenge what was essentially a free kill. Is that confidence, do you think? What was that?
I just feel like they did not bring the energy at all today. We've heard teams talk about it all day, but Red Reserve, they had a very good chance at making playoffs if they win this game, right? They sort of put themselves in that contention for top 2, and it just didn't seem like they were there. Game 2 especially, it just seemed like they were outmaneuvered on the map. They weren't getting a lot of first bloods, and when they did, they were winning those 1v1s, but eUnited simply outclassed them. I think this is the first time we sort of saw that this weekend against Red Reserve, who has been awesome at S&D, you know, all weekend long. So I'm not exactly sure what it was. I think Rated had a slow start. You saw him pick it up a bit in game 3, but just not much from those guys.
Speaking of that game 3, of course, we got to uplink Frost. eUnited take this one as well, 8-6. And bear in mind, after we caught up with Clay, after the first series these two teams played, he said, you know what, we don't really feel too confident on Frost. And to be fair, Red Reserve, they were in control for the majority of the map.
Oh, 100%. Red Reserve played, you know, 85% of that map, just way better than eUnited. But then all of a sudden, they got that chance that they needed. And the fact that they pop that overdrive and they make the smart play to play the 1, and then all of a sudden get back-to-back dunks. Absolutely crazy plays and crazy composure overall. And the biggest thing I want to note too, we just have to talk about how good eUnited's communication is, largely due to Clay. He keeps them calm in these sort of scenarios. And one of the biggest things that sort of gave me chills at the last second, I just heard Clay with his sort of booming yell at the end. He's like, you got to use the camo, dog. He pops it, gets the dunk, keeps composure. And that's the type of difference-making plays that Clay can bring to a team just from him speaking into the mic.
Just to me, too, Rated has camo as well. I'm pretty sure that's the 3rd or 4th uplink game. We've talked about this Red Reserve team in the last minute having a camo and just not getting it to that player. You have to be able to overextend. I know there was a team kill in that situation. They have to be able to use that payload effectively. There's no reason they shouldn't. It's just one play changes all the difference for Red Reserve.
And to that point, T-Bit, it was kind of, I don't know, chills is probably the right word to hear Clay. Everything pretty much silent because it's one of those really close games. You just literally hear Clay say, you have to use it. And the composure as well from Prestini was unbelievable.
Well, especially when it comes to Search, when you're in a 1v1 scenario, when you're in a situation like that where you have the drone in your hands and you have the game-changing play in your hands, sometimes it helps to have that teammate just be like, hey, this is what you should do right now. You have to focus on so many different things, the time on the clock, your payload ability, when to pop it, where's the drone is. Sometimes it just,
so many things.
It's like, all right, this is your situation. If your teammate just backs you up, it gives you that confidence.
Clay just kind of saying, use it. You know, there's no doubt in his mind that he doesn't use it, then it's like, oh, he's like, yeah, I'm going to use it. He goes all out for it. And as well, I think that just shows the addition of Clay. Again, can't be recorded on stats, can't be recorded on the leaderboard. That's just a Clay factor.
And I just think the play from Prestini, he not only is he getting shot at, he doesn't panic camo, which I thought he was going to do. He was stuck in that corner. Then as soon as he turns the corner, he resets the drone. So he resets his armor, so when he pops camo, you saw 3 of Red Reserve guys were all in the air trying to find him in the air. Again, within 6 seconds, he gets shot at, he doesn't pop camo, he resets that armor, uses it correctly. A great play from him.
And then the crazy thing is, you see those 3 players, like you say, Merc, and you're thinking, is he going to throw this? Is this going to be intercepted? And he stays composed. He recognizes how much camo he still has left, and he goes for the 2-point play, going just underneath those 3 players. It truly was a ridiculous play.
I thought the body block was coming in. I really did. When he went,
it was
scary.
Like,
how is the
scary.
3 players? You know, one's coming in front, one's in there. I don't get how it went in, but of course, you know, it was the timing of it all. But my goodness, what an end, Ben.
Wow, what a crazy, crazy end. And now, of course, we can take a look at the teams that have qualified for the Stage 2 playoffs. Luminosity Fnatic from Week 1, FaZe Clan Enigma 6 from Week 2. And joining them now, confirmed, is Splice and eUnited. But we do not know in what order who will be that #1 seed. Of course, Group Green still to come next week. And, of course, Stage 2 tickets. Tickets are on sale right now. Spectators can be Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So you can purchase those over at MLG.tv/Pro League. But I'm still thinking about that camo play towards the end. I'm going to be honest. eUnited 3-0. As we said, though, still unsure of exactly how that seeding is going to go through. But before we can talk about the top-level seeding, we have to talk about the bottom-level seeding. Rise versus Red Reserve for what potentially could be 3rd seed, Merc. I mean, after that performance, obviously, you have Red Reserve coming off a big loss. Rise, their first win. Is momentum going to play a factor?
Absolutely. I think Rise takes this one, and I think they take it pretty easily. I think throwback hardpoint, yes, I think that's one of Red Reserve's best. You heard Rated talking about it. But the way that, you know, Looney and Felony were slaying towards the end of their first match today, I think they're going to do a great job. You have that throwback uplink in there as well. And again, we just saw Red Reserve on retail, Search and Destroy. It wasn't their best performance, so I'm going Rise in this series.
And there's a look at the 2 teams there. You can see a little bit of a difference. Momo, Facento kind of so close to the Mono warming up. And, I mean, for Red Reserve, they're still obviously, you know, they didn't qualify for Stage 2 playoffs. Who wins this next series?
I mean, first of all, I think I get the pleasure to cast it, but I think Rise take it. You've got to think by just looking at that.
Yeah.
But also the way Facento talked in the interview, you know, what he kind of feels for this day. You know, it's not about qualifying for him. It's about kind of, you know, respecting his name, his team, his org, or whatever it may be. And I just think that's a Red Reserve, which is 5 minutes ago, coming off you are not making playoffs.
Right.
And how do you kind of feel about that? I don't care that Throwback's the first map. It doesn't matter to me.
Is there anything you can do in those kind of moments, Teep? I mean, it's all good and well when you play that game and you have, you know, a couple of hours, but you're playing back-to-back. That's got to be tough.
Well, you got to think bigger picture in this sort of scenario. The biggest tournament of the year is coming up at Champs. You need to get a better seed if you want to have I guess, easier way of making it through the groups at Champs. So someone on the team needs to be that sort of leader and be like, guys, get your crap together. This series is going to be absolutely huge for us, or it could be in terms of making money at the biggest tournament in the year. So I think, you know, I don't know who's going to be able to do it. I don't know if it's rated or what, but that body language, well, wasn't too good. Joe was like curling up into a ball.
Got to feel sorry for them. But again, to reiterate the importance of seeding, it really is a big matchup coming up next on the main stage. But we are now, of course, halfway through Day 3 here at Week 3 of the Call of Duty Global Pro League presented by the PlayStation 4. And we now know that Splice and eUnited have qualified for the Stage 2 playoffs. Now the only question left is seeding. Battle for 3rd seed is up next as Red Reserve take on Rise Nation.
Another day of Infinite Warfare is in the books, and here's the play of the day presented by PlayStation 4.
Rated hit with attack, still up. Here's the camo. He's gonna push him. Clay, first blooded again.
Thankfully, Rated getting a little bit overzealous. That actually gives Pristini, I think that gave him the camo.
And not that Clay had a chance in that really, but it's been a tough search. There's some of the early bits of this round.
He didn't see it. He didn't see it. He gets picked off. It's Urban with the kill. Oh my God.
Arseny's so weak, just trying to stay alive. Like, silly, you gotta look over me, and that's exactly what he does. Shani, now the lone man. Fighting Clay. Only 12 seconds.
He's got to check on it.
Is he gonna check the time?
He gets it. He gets it. Shorty is elite. What a play there. Cuts him down in time.
That does it for another look at the top play of the day presented by PlayStation 4.
A big welcome back. Here's a look at your G Fuel key player matchup for the match that will decide who is getting third. Is it Aqua from Rise Nation or Shawnee from Red Reserve walking away with this one?
Time to step it up. These two teams, they're fighting for that third seed, and it will all be deciding on that seed of champs.
Look out for Aqua when it comes to the search and destroy. You got the hardpoint edge for Shawnee, and hardpoint game number 1 is coming up your way right now. There's a look at Rise Nation. They caused the 3-0 upset to start the day. Now looking to steal third place from Red Reserve. And this is a situation Red Reserve has been in the past. You remember stage 1, they looked like they might be a squad to move on to playoffs. Elevate on the third day came and stole it away as Red fell to the 4th place.
Yeah, and Red Reserve, they'll be kind of having that in the back of their head as just kind of another disappointment, but they've got to put that right to the back of their head and play for this third seed. It is important, and it will come to show at the most important tournament of the season, of course. COD Champs just around the corner. But as we see things kick off here, throwback hardpoint. We've talked all week about Red Reserve. They've been saying this is their best hardpoint by a mile. Can they take this away from Rise Nation? It'd be a great start to the series for them.
I was talking to Rated, you know, on Twitter. He was saying, I wish I wasn't so ill. I wish this cough would go away. I asked him, hey, how are you feeling today? He said, I feel great. I feel gassed up. I feel like today is going to be our day. They just got blown out by eUnited. It wasn't the way they wanted to go in the best of 5. Now they have to fight for it all here. You don't want to match up against a top 4 seed when it comes time for the COD Champs groups. They know that, and they're going to be bringing their best against Rise Nation. Rise off to a bit of a slow start as it's Red Reserve into the barn. Facenta trying to change that around.
Yep, Red Reserve, they will gather control of it. As we do see another challenger, that's Felony, someone who has stepped it up on day 3. Maybe a little bit late to qualify for playoffs, but going into, as we say, the biggest tournament of the year, this is where they need to shine. Joe making light work of Faceno, slapping another magazine in that one with the help of Shawnee. They will retain the bond. You know what? They're going to gather a 40-point lead here and head over to the bike path shortly, but still challenging Facento. Only 15 seconds left, and he's still gunning for this one. Actually, quite surprised at that, because what this does do, if you look at the minimap, Shawnee's already rotating over. Red Reserve not only could get the rotation, but also the scrap points.
74 points for Red Reserve after just 2 hills. Great start to game number 1 here. And Shawnee, he pre-aims for the jump. Player stays grounded, and it'll be a Rise holding on for control, at least for now. Looney jumping in, trying to answer back. Will retake the claim on the hard point, and you look at the numbers here. Felony has had the hot hand. Aqua off to another slow start. He did it against Splice, but the other 3 from the team on Rise Nation were going off.
Yeah, they're stepping it up, and it's kind of, you know, the opposite of Rise Nation's year, if you like. Aqua has been, you know, their best player and that slay-heavy player as well, so for him to have a bit of a sloppy game, the rest of his team pick it up, that's what they need. But with 60 points down, we'll be headed to the baseball field so soon, and that's the money hill. That's where you want to get the most of your time. Use your payloads, of course, not in the game just yet, but 82-27 with 10 seconds left. Red Reserve, it doesn't look like they're letting the eUnited loss affect them too much.
Keep your eyes on 6 and 3. Looney is player 6. Player number 3 on the other end is going to be Joe. They were battling for control of the baseball field, and it looks like Looney's teammate's going to help clear the way. But now 2 down. It's Red Reserve pushing forward, and Urban is going to find the 3rd on Felony.
First blood so important over to the baseball. Aqua still at the back, making Rated take an L on that one, but we see the mini-map, all Red Reserve here. Bit of a missed time in there from Shawnee over in bowling, but a 70-point lead and 30 seconds left. This is all coming down. These next couple of kills traded out in Rise Nation. They shut it down a 3-2 position, and Aqua, again, he seems to be heating up towards this second side now.
Red Reserve, are they going to regroup and hit together? Because Shawnee was the last one there. He needed to pick off 2 players. They're a bit staggered. 17 points to go, and they want to contest for every last second. They've doubled up on Rise Nation's score. Well, you don't want to give away any free time. It looks like everyone is going to back down after losing the gunfights at Blue. And Red Reserve is going to try and take over the center of the map. Only Aqua left up for Rise before being cleared out.
Okay, first rotation done and dusted. 40-point lead here for Red Reserve. But the last couple of minutes, Rise Nation showing signs of light and going into the train platform. They do have control. Joe, that ERAD going to be so powerful. Long range, close range, and he's going to find another, and maybe the slide in, but the help comes away, and Shawnee will trade out with Facento. But still, no one's in the hill, and this, for me, is not really a bad play. This is simply just getting that map control, especially for Red Reserve. If you're in the lead, you don't need to be the one jumping on the hard point. You can simply play for those payloads, those score streaks, and it's exactly what they're doing.
And here we go on board with Aqua from Rise Nation. His squad fighting back in this game after controlling baseball. Not any control for either team in the center of the map, as you mentioned. And a map like Throwback, this is one of the few hard points where you could see the time expire. There's 5 minutes on the clock unless the hill is untouched or contested. 122 and counting, though, for Red Reserve as they double up the lead one more time. Urban takes control of the barn early, has 2 players to beat, gets 1, now looking for the second.
Yep, and Red Reserve showing why this is their most favorable hard point. They controlled barn the whole time last time. Can they do it again with 50 seconds? A lot of points. And look at that mini-map once again. I know I've referred to that a couple of times, but you see those blue triangles. They're spawning so far out, and this is all Red Reserve's doing. They're playing this so smart. They've got Joe pushing round, and you know what? He's trying to hit the flank as well. He's going to catch Facento off guard. Can he find a second?
While that was going on, Joe left and turned the corner just as Felony slipped past him. So Felony's in the hill. He was looking for Urban. Felony is going to get cleaned up. Nice team shot, but at the end, it's Rise Nation with early control. Rated trying to battle his way back in. The NV4 at this angle, not the gun you want here. Rise still fighting. It's still being contested, though. And finally, it should be Rise picking up the last 10 seconds, but a great job by Red Reserve to stall that out.
Yeah, just kind of holding them to it. You know, those last 20 seconds, they could have rotated, but they delay that, and that 40-point lead that they did have going into the second half now has grew to nearly 70 points. We're going to the bike path once again, which this is where Rise Nation turned it around last time and started to come back, but that kill feed is all red right now. We're going to see payloads shortly coming into the game. We've already seen an FTL coming in for Urban and Red Reserve. But again, look at those blue triangles. They're spawning so far out, and this Shawnee's doing this time. He's pushing up. He's putting the pressure on. And of course, part of your GPU key player matchup, Shawnee and Aqua. Right now, it is all Shawnee.
Looney's looking to hunt down the final player. Is Joe in the back. Remember, first time we went to baseball, it was Joe versus Looney in the anchor battle. Looney's looking for Joe, who just shows himself, but you see the kill feed. It's been red up until now. Aqua trying to open things up. Looney will find his second kill, and Facento finally flanks the round. Baseball spawns in favor of Rise at the perfect time. Looney distracting, but a nice flank by Felony and Facento to lock it in.
This is just what they need, and it's coming at the right time here. They are back against the wall. They are in a bit of a difficult position, but if they can control ball in, they can get back into the game. 2 players go down. That is not what you want, as we see Shawnee storming through the hill, picking up a second as well. Does get taken down as Aqua finds himself fighting for survival there. But no, Urban, again, smart play. He doesn't need to get in the hill. He's going to get tagged from behind, this time by Looney. But of course, those points and time is dwindling down. This is a very good position for Red Reserve here if they can break through.
Red Reserve is going to have a tough time fighting past. Looney slowed them down on the initial push. Now you see it's player 6. It's Looney again coming off spawn, causing problems. Facento in the hill with the NV4, and they've just sent Aqua out to the middle of the map to get these cuts kills. He picked up 2 before finally falling, and now that is all 4 dead for Rise Nation. Red Reserve is going to pick up your last 8 seconds and be the first to be around that 200-point mark as we rotate back to the center of the map.
That's a big 10 seconds as well. You know, that kind of mental stage of getting to that 200 mark where you're sat at 120. It's not nice for the likes of Rise Nation. 3 players are going to be coming off respawn, and that middle platform should be controlled by Red Reserve. Again, they're not opting to jump on it straight away. They're looking to slay. And this is obviously their game plan. This is why they feel so confident in it, and it's working for them. 80-point lead going into this 3rd rotation right now. And Rise Nation, the thing that they need to change, they need to start rotating better, and they need to start simply slaying. They were doing it in their previous game against Splice. Can they do it against Red Reserve? They need to turn it around now.
Keep your eyes on payloads as well. Felony, he's got his FTL jump, but most importantly, Facento so close to that camo. Looney about a kill away from unlocking his reactive. On the other side, you're going to see some camos come in from Red Reserve. All 4 players nearing their payloads, and Shawnee already has the reactive whenever he wants to pop that.
Well, Aqua, we saw his KD beforehand on hard point, obviously just below the 1 mark. He's 19 and 30, not what you want. Felony definitely stepping up here on day 3, but Red Reserve as a combined effort, they're making it a little bit too tough as we see a 60-point lead now. And Red Reserve, who controlled the barn for the first 2 rotations, they're actually going to have to fight for it back here, but there's only 1 player in it. I believe it's Looney. And just like that, it's Red Reserves.
Joe's been so good. He's been battling with Looney, and even though he's -1, I've seen him win some big gunfights on the minimap. That one there started with a flank. Looney comes in, though, pops the reactive and picks up 2. So excellent job by the captain, again with the SMG, causing problems for Red Reserve. But Red, they're just 30 points away from victory. Rise needs to play this one nearly perfect to close it out.
Very smart use of reactive at the right time as well there, coming in from Looney. So we'll see if the payloads are as effective from the rest of the team and players. You got 1 player coming on the flank, that's Urban. He's got his FTL back, and there you go. Shawnee and Joe combining for the triple. It's just Felony left in, picks up 1, has FTL available. Doesn't need to use it, finds the second, but Urban, there's just too many of them. With a second left to go, it's not really going to help Red Reserve in any means. We're going to the bike path.
Red Reserve 27 points away. And you're going to see a 67-point game here for Rise Nation.
4 payloads available for Red Reserve, 3 for Rise Nation. I feel like the baseball field, if we get to it, is going to be an absolute bloodbath.
Facetta's been keeping that camo as well. Keep your eyes on that when it comes time for the baseball field. On the other side, no one from Red Reserve has popped their payload. Urban used an FTL jump earlier, but he's already earned it a 2nd time. This could be dangerous here for Rise in the closing moments. They have to fight for every second, and Shawnee is stalling them out under the bike path.
Yeah, all they're doing is they're just holding it, contesting. This is not changing anything. Red Reserve can say, you know what, we'll go to the bike path. We've got 4 payloads to play with. Red Reserve, Shawnee and Joe combining, but for Cento and Aqua, trading things out 2-2. This is still contested. Red Reserve only getting 3 points here, but now they start to climb as 2 points are going to be left. They're going to opt to go for this baseball. 4 payloads against 1. You've got to favor Red Reserve, Bucket.
Absolutely. Shawnee, he's got that reactive. He's popping it now. This is going to give him streaks if he picks up the kill. He's got full streaks to work with. Even if they lose this, coming off the respawn, he's got it. He's going to take out the Centurion. Aqua's payload burned in a second. Red Reserve 5 seconds away, Momo.
Yeah, really like the use of Trinity just to kind of fend them off. Felony, a last-ditch effort. He needs to go big. It's near impossible, and you're going to see why. 4 go down, and Red Reserve will take map number 1, 250 to 190. And you know what? It's a much-needed map win after what they've just suffered from eUnited. Can they bag themselves that 3rd seed, or 3rd position, should I say, in the pool, guaranteeing a better seed in, of course, the next tournament?
There you see the discussion. Aqua frustrated. Felony had a great game, though, and that's what I was hoping to see here. He started off strong and then kind of disappeared at times against Splice. He's been the guy who struggled on days 1 and 2, stepping up big when they need it most. But Aqua, where was he? You saw 2 players. It was Facento and Aqua, a little bit slow here to kick off the best of 5. Red Reserve showing no slowdown despite the 3-0 loss to United.
Yeah, and that's the confidence boost they needed going into the rest of this series. Rise, I felt, had all the momentum, all the confidence, and a big fat stop has been put to that right now. Going into the S&D, we know both teams are kind of specialists in this area, so don't count Rise Nation out of it just yet. But of course, Red Reserve, you know, for me, they've showed composure in this. I thought they may kind of just roll over, the communications may slack, but absolutely not.
There's a look at Aqua and Looney. Looney and Aqua, the only 2 players positive coming into day 3. Felony, -69, I believe it was, or 67. Vicento, -24 to open the day. Trying to even out those numbers, drop some big kills. Search and destroy. In the past, it was Rise Nation's bread and butter. You looked at them in stage 1 and thought, darn, this is a darn good game mode for them. Everyone is on point. So far throughout this tournament, I believe they've only won 2 of them, and a big one against Splice this morning. So Rise trying to make it happen again in game 2. But before we get to that search, let's take a moment to look back here at game number 1. What are the biggest numbers that are jumping out to you on that screen?
Straight away, Barn. You know, it kind of, when the game first came out, that was the money hill, soon obviously to be changed to baseball. But Red Reserve, they made kind of such a conscious effort to rotate early to get Barn and to push it out. That equals 90 points for them there. And actually, Rise Nation, you know, they showed that on the technical money hill baseball, they were the better team, but at the end of the day, they gave too many points away early on. bike path as well. Big advantage to Red Reserve, but all that matters is that final score, 250 to 190.
Now, I think a lot of people are probably writing off Red Reserve in this matchup, saying, all right, Rise is going to come in and steal third place. I just got a note here from one of our admins. He says if Rise wins 3-0 or 3-1, they win the head-to-head map percentage. They lost to Red 2-3 in their first matchup, but it should be Rise with third officially. If it goes to a Game 5, we're going to have to bust out our calculators and look at map win-loss percentages. We'll keep you guys updated. For now, though, if you're a Rise fan, you're hoping they can rattle off 3 straight wins, and it's all got to start right here on Retaliation, the map that they were able to beat Splice on.
Okay, so Red Reserve, the perfect start as they take map 1, of course. If they win, they guarantee the 3rd position. And going into Search and Destroy. This is what excites me, when you get 2 really good S&D teams head-to-head and how they break it down, how they adapt in-game as well. First of all, the Red Reserve on the attack.
And I'm wondering if Red was watching Rise to start the day. Have they learned any of the nuances of their Search and Destroy defense and attacks? You see it's Rated and Urban in the feed, but on the other side, Aqua was able to pick off 1. So that was a bit of a team kill action that's going to cost Red Reserve pretty big here.
Yeah, Urban taking down Shawnee kind of throws it off balance a little bit, and Facento taking full advantage of that, and now Rated left in a 1v3. Needs to pull off the ace as well. It's not looking good for him.
Oh, he's going to clutch this ace, no problem.
I have not much confidence in him due to where the bomb is as well.
Oh, and he's just seen 2 players, but the 3rd is going to jump out. Looney playing that short corner, finds the flank, and that is round number 1. Look at the intensity in Felony's eyes. This boy's geared up, ready to go.
Yeah, he's feeling it, and you know what? I think he's a player who really knows and understands what's on the line. I absolutely love the interview with Facento, who kind of said it would be an embarrassment to our careers going 0-6. We are not letting that happen. You know, it really shows kind of the passion and the reason why these guys actually compete, and fair play to them. They've stuck it out to the end here, and it is their last game of the week itself.
Looney, your bomb carrier, but it's Joe from Red Reserve striking first with a kill on Felony. The team shot just wrecked Felony to open things up. Shawnee's going to find Aqua, just trying to rotate out. A very aggressive defense paying dividends here as Rated looks for the final kill. Looney is going to fall from a teammate. And now it's all tied up 1-1. Very fast round here from Red.
Yeah, strong push from Red, very concise, very, you know, constructed. I think that's Red Reserve right there. That's a game plan going into it, and it was executed very, very well. Rise Nation, though, they're going to have to... The thing that I think both teams are going to have to do is adapt mid-game to kind of the plays that each other are making. A lot of, you know, tape has been watched on either team. Red Reserve, for sure, have been watching a lot onto Rise Nation and really trying to understand the way that these guys play. And this time they're changing things up. They're going towards a bomb site.
Shots in the back of Facento as Urban is going to draw first blood. Red Reserve, 1 man up. Aqua's going to make it an even game. Rated falling out of the action. Bomb planted by Shawnee.
And that's something Rated has done. I saw him do it on Crusher quite a few times. He was always lingering around the opposing bomb, the one they weren't going to. But this time he's punished for it. Joe answers back to make it a 2v1 now in favor of themselves. Aqua needs to go big. He's already 4-on-1. And time again, I see this man pull off some ridiculous Search and Destroy plays. See Shawnee in the back. He needs to stay alive, and Shawnee does that. That slide should secure the round for him due to the time. But look at that, Red like a book. Not good enough, though, as Joe, the E-Rad up close, takes the fight and smiles from Joe.
Ginger Joe, he's giggling, he's loving it. Momo, I asked why you never teamed with Joe, and you said it'd just be too much red on camera.
Well, the fun fact is Joe actually replaced me on my team when I kind of left. So he was chosen over me.
His career lasted a little bit longer, but I'm glad that it happened. Now you're sitting next to me, Momo. Let's go, my friend. Aqua on your screen again to open things up. Round number 4, Rise Nation back on the attack. You can see those red arrows from Red Reserve. They all went through the hotel with the longest flank. Coming in the back here from Joe. Rise is going to strike first and second as Felony and Aqua pick up kills.
Yeah, sloppy shots from Joe, but he actually tags him enough to take him down just before. Now a 3v2 in favor of Rise Nation. They got the bomb down. There is 1 player on the flank. It's Shawnee and Rated. Sorry, 2 players. They're going to have a tough job because the location has been revealed. Rise Nation really can play just the time and the position, depending on where the bomb has been planted, of course.
Not the weapon they want in this scenario. You know the pinch is going to be coming in. Rated just goes flying over the street and puts Shawnee in a 1v3. Not going to happen. Rise Nation, they get first kill, second kill, and that's going to be enough to give them the round.
Yeah, one thing I always, I'm not a fan of is when a team plants the bomb and then just kind of stacks garage. But at a 3v2 there, they kind of had the numbers to do so. I think the bomb wasn't planted for that top market as well, so they made it work right there. And they do clean up the round as well, so Red Reserve, they'll have to answer back now. But as it is tied 2-2, if you missed it, Matt 1-1 in favor of Red Reserve, 250 to 190, trying to make it 2-0.
Joe chucking out a grenade. We're going to see if it's going to hit anybody at the market stairs. And it looks like Rise wants to be aggressive this time on the defense. Looney draws first blood. 2 players taking fire. Rated is behind 1, but the call out is made, and it's going to be another kill now for Looney. Rise Nation coming out, little swim move from the dead body.
Very, very quick. Great first blood from Looney there. Heads up play. You know, there was a gunfight from bridge to bridge. Looney just kind of sweeps through and says, you know what, I'll come behind. Take it up close with an ERAD. There's only going to be one winner on that time. And for, I believe, the first time we see Red Reserve trailing in the S&D.
Staying loose is Looney. Loading up once again. Round 6, but Rise in the lead. Looney, always your bomb carrier so far this game. Facento has taken over the position in hallway, and it looks like the other 2 are going to peek bridge and then back down. But that's made 3 players rotate over to that top bridge from Red Reserve. So if you find Shawnee at the market, you are definitely going to have a free plant at the B bomb site.
The ironic thing is both teams playing so slow after 5 very fast-paced rounds. Shawnee,
he just saw some legs, I believe.
I think he saw the feet. And there you look at the minimap, number 1 and 3, they're pushing forward, Rated and Joe. The one player on the flank, though, is Felony Aqua. Could get some good timing, but no, caught from behind. Urban watching the back, and now the numerical advantage favors Red Reserve. And you've got Rated and Joe pushing for the flank.
And Felony doesn't know it, but there were 2 players shooting at him. He survives that initial gunfight, peaks, spots out player number 3, Joe, and will now rotate back over to Looney. They're going to try and get together before the fight. Facento wins a big one-on-one versus Urban. So that's going to tie this up 3 apiece. And you're going to see the bomb rotating over here, uncontested so far. Rated sprinting his way to get there.
Bomb is going down, and look how spread out the Red Reserve players are. You've got Shawnee tracking back from market. Joe pushing through the hotel as well. Shawnee, big first blood there in the 3v3. Felony answering back, and now Shawnee's location's revealed. For me, Rated's the key player now, but this is smart from Rise Nation. Man. They're stacking a 2v1 versus him. Shawnee can take him down. That's a big play, but Rated, he's only got 25 seconds.
But Looney has no idea where Rated is. So in theory, Rated has the advantage. The last call out was he was in front of market. Looney's going to find him short range. NV4 from the air, not going to be able to connect. Looney hits him with the last bullet just in time.
Smart movement from Looney, keeps close quarters. Always just bobbing and weaving between some type of cover, whether it's a tank, a wall. He doesn't give the space for Rated to get that MV4 off. But I've got to think Red Reserve, their game plan there, they were all kind of spread out. They couldn't stack up. Shawnee made a very big play, not only getting the first blood in that situation, but he cleaned up 1 player in a 2v1. But Rise Nation, 4-2 in the lead here. They're looking to tie the series up.
Yeah, Red was just a little bit too spread. Rated nowhere in position to trade out with Shawnee, despite a great play off that wall. Here we go, round 7. It's going to be bomb in hands of Red Reserve. They're trying to plant at the lower street. Joe inside the hotel is going to get a call out. There's a player back Cathedral. We'll see if Rated and Joe go for the pinch on Aqua, who has rotated back to his squad.
Now the bomb is free for the plant. There's 3 players back in market. How long does Red Reserve take to actually realize this, though? Shawnee's making the play. And the bomb should be going down shortly. You've got 1 player, once again, Rated, just lingering around that opposing bomb, waiting for the flank. And this is usually when Rated pushes.
Rated's been holding that angle for so long in these search and destroy games. Fortunately, his teammates able to defend themselves. Joe and Shawnee picking up kills before Facento drops Shawnee. Aqua is there now, though, and this is going to get tough. 2-on-2 for Aqua and Facento going up against Rated and Urban. Bomb planted, and Facento is left alone.
Urban makes a good play. Facento not only picks up 1, but he gets away. A 1v1. We talked about Urban. It was on this map. He won 2 back-to-back. Can he make it a 3rd? 10 seconds. He just needs to play the clock.
And he saw Facento. Doesn't know where he's at, but the time is there. This round going to Red Reserve despite the kill for Vicento. The good news if you're Rise, you're a little bit closer to that camo.
Yeah, a little bit closer to the camo. I think he's 100 as well off a Scarab. But the round does go in favor of Red Reserve. Urban plays it smartly. And we see a very, very close game. It wouldn't surprise me if this goes the full 11 rounds.
There's the fire from Vicento. They want to avoid going the distance. Do not want to risk it and go to a game 5. Close this out in 4 is the plan. You got to start it right here. Now, Looney, we were talking about Vicento's run, but Looney has scored some Trinity Rockets for his efforts in the last 3 rounds.
Aqua reads the play from Rated. Not sure if Rated's plan there. Again, it's just very aggressive when these 3 players are all still pretty much back in spawn, and Rated's managed to make his way to the opposing team's spawn. Questionable, to say the least. Looney under fire, though. He's going to get taken down. Long-range gunfight from Shawnee does even up this into a 3v3. It looks like the plan for Rise Nation is the A site.
And you can see the players just stalling this one out.
B site.
Red now forced into action. I like them both equally.
A and B.
Here's the push down low. They know there's going to be a player sat up in the garage somewhere. And look at the Red Reserve play. They're just going to jump this. We saw it on day 1. That's how they closed out their search on Breakout this time. They get caught just in time by Vicento. 22 seconds left. It's down to a one-on-one. Don't do it to him.
I love it.
They're doing it to him again, Momo.
Oh, my goodness. The one thing that I said, Joe actually, ironically enough, sent a DM to TP. He was like, yo, I was listening to you. You're right. No one does check the bomb. Let's just defuse it. They don't try it once in a round. They just try it twice. And the funny thing was that Shawnee had the reactive. He could have played that reactive to win the 1v1 and then defuse, but no. He saves it. He picks up the round.
Momo, talk us through a little bit. For anyone who's a new player to Search and Destroy, how rare is it to see players jumping on a bomb before the final kill is scored?
Well, through the whole year, up until this week, we've not really seen it at all. You know, it was a thing, you know, in previous Call of Duties where we saw it, you know, every now and again, maybe once every full S&D, but it didn't usually pay off. This time, though, Red Reserve must have done it, I'm saying 6-7 times this event.
Reactive from Shawnee could be popped at any moment as he's looking for all players around Garage. Joe is going to be tagged up, and Aqua will find Shawnee. So no reactive for Red Reserve this round. It's going to come down to a 3-on-3 after Joe opens it up. Gets all of his health back, survives the bullets, and now Rated has bought time to get in, but it's up to Urban as Joe and Rated fall a 1v2.
Yeah, smart play from Joe just to kind of wait for Rated. The teammate comes in. However, now left in a 2v1, Urban, very, very difficult position. The bomb is out of place. However, you do see both players, Felony and Aqua, backing down. Felony, 1 kill away from his payload. Aqua's already got his. I'm not surprised. 11 kills to his name and another Search and Destroy. But how does he play this? With 20 seconds left.
He's got a free kill here, doesn't hit the shots. Whiffs just wide right for a few there on Aqua. Here's the re-engagement. Aqua wins it at short range. And that will do it for the round. Rise Nation on game point. They could tie it up right here. I believe they still have the Trinity Rockets to work with from Looney.
They still have Trinities. Aqua has the Centurion, I believe. Red Reserve back against the ropes here. They do still have reactive, I believe, from Shawnee. I don't think he used it down at the garage. He does, so they've got reactive.
Aqua with the Centurion, Vicento with the camo, most importantly. And here we go. It's Rise on the attack. Red Reserve. You see the 2-2 split. Joe watching the long crossover at bridge. That's an unusual position for us to find him. Normally that's Rated over there. And here come the bombs. Looney gets the call. Misses Urban, but finds Joe. So first blood, Rise Nation.
Joe caught off guard as well. And Joe was the player that was around Graveyard as well. So to kind of get this down is so big. Now a 4v3. They've got Centurion down on the bomb. Very, very hard to kind of get away from this. Rated actually takes it down. Ballsy play because he reveals his location. Reactive armor used efficiently. Can he find a second? He seems Looney. You don't want a team shoot just there. Can Red Reserve do it again? Are they just going to hop on the bomb?
I was going to say he ninja'd just a round ago. Just went straight for the jump. This time, Vicento He is cleaned up. Urban and Shawnee clutching up big after losing Joe. Red Reserve stays up with the remaining 3 players and takes this to a round 11.
So Rise uses Trinity Rocket. They get first blood. They use their Centurion. They have the bomb down, and they lose the round. Yes, Shawnee invested his reactive. So that's everything gone for Red Reserve. I'm not sure.
Was the camo burned by Facento?
I don't think it was used. We will find out very, very shortly, because he was the man watching the flank. He still got it.
Got it.
And Felony's one away from whatever he's
just the FTL jump. It's not going to be a huge difference maker here in Search. At least I haven't seen Felony using it exceptionally well up to this point.
Red Reserve, though, they're sticking together. They're pushing it. And this is... Oh, did he see Aqua? That was the question. I think he did. Due to the peak there. Shawnee's going to be spotted, but look at that. Sliding in and rated with the first blood. Everyone's seen the stats of how important first bloods are, but camo has been used, but he's not been spotted. It's a blind camo. He's got to slide out. He's going to find one, but the assist only coming in. Felony trading up a 3v2 now, making a 2v2 Puckett.
Rated should have had that kill. He was dodging around the bridge, but it's Felony in a 1v2 FTL jump battle, and it's going to be won by Urban. Red Reserve takes the 2-0 lead, winning back-to-back rounds to steal retaliation.
Composure at its finest there from Red Reserve. They were 5-4 down, backs against the wall. Trinity Rockets coming in, Centurion's available. And the crazy thing is, you know, and understandably in a way, there's no huge celebrations. It doesn't mean anything regarding playoffs, but they're one map away from securing that 3rd place. Aqua looks like frustration.
Look how angry he is right now on that main stage. And we saw what happened when Aqua had a great series yesterday to open things up. He took to Twitter just saying, I don't know why I practice this hard. Rise Nation, they've had a frustrating weekend, and this would be a terrible way to close it out. You give yourselves a chance going up against Splice, 3-0ing them to start the day. Now you're about to get 0-3 swept by Red Reserve, who really is coming off a brutal beating against eUnited. Will Red be able to close this out and lock in 3rd place? We'll find out after this. Welcome back. This could be the final game for Red Reserve and Rise Nation here in Week 3. It's the yellow group of Stage 2, the Call of Duty World League Global Pro League, presented by PlayStation 4. Red Reserve, they're looking to lock up third place in this group and guarantee that they won't have to play a top 4 finisher from Stage 1 when it comes time for group stages at COD Champs. Trying to make that road as easy as possible. They're already in a tough position, but after winning a Game 1 hardpoint and then coming back in Game 2, they're looking prime for victory here on Uplink Throwback.
Well, can they close it out here is the question. Rise Nation's Uplink, you know, today we've seen some signs of light. It's very, very good. You know, it can be even better. However, another miss coming in from Felony. Is Aqua going to be able to clean up? No is the answer, as Raided cleans that one up. We've seen, obviously, and what I wanted to touch on, obviously, Rise versus Splice on Frost, and they were fantastic. The slaying was on point. They just swept Splice aside.
I think the difference on that map was you had a lot of short-range battles in close, I guess, corridors, a lot of tunnels throughout Frost where they were able to take it to Splice. Here on Throwback, we've seen guys like Raided drop massive numbers. When he was on Elevate in Stage 1, this is where Raided topped the leaderboard. I think it was 37 kills on Throwback Uplink. We'll see what he can do in this game here as it's Rise striking first. Red constantly forced back into their spawn, and you are going to see Felony lighten them up on the left side. There's not enough support, though, to threaten a point, but he does buy time for his teammates to get to the center of the map. These next gunfights are going to be crucial for either team. Looks like Red coming out on top so far.
Joe trying to go high, but Aqua and Felony double up 2 apiece there, and now can start another push. Well, another couple of points could put them in a good position. This is exactly what they did against Splice. They had such a strong start. They got those early points, and Felony, 4-kill streak, 10 to his name, make it a 5. And just like that, Red Reserve, they're swept. And Felony, he's going back for more.
And if this was Felony on day 1 and 2, you see Rise Nation going to the playoffs. He was kind of their weak link in this tournament, surprisingly for me.
Yeah.
And it has cost them. They are now fighting for their lives, facing elimination and a 4th place finish here in Week 3. Aqua on your screen. Their lead slayers from day 1 and 2. Will he be able to find more kills? No, he's cut down. Shawnee's going to toss this one up, and one thing that separates Red Reserve from the other squads in Uplink is their passes. For me, I was so impressed with some of the passes they showed early on day 1.
2 go down at the side. He's just going straight for it. A 1-point potential, and there you go. Shawnee has the eyes on the prize there. Joe starting 1 and 8. He's been so good throughout day 2 and day 3. Hopefully he'll pick it up. There's a kill for him, making it 2 and 3. Onto Faceno, and Red Reserve starting to get some rhythm in this game. That drone lingering around the barn area. Red Reserve will want to get rid of that as soon as possible. But the pressure is being put on. Urban on the top side of the minimap. Rated is combining at the bottom side with Joe as well, and it seems to be working for them.
Here comes that drone. It's in the hands of Shawnee. Player 4 on the mini-map. He is threatening inside the base. Will they go for the dunk? Yes, it's going to be cleared by Joe, who picks up the double. Shawnee slams this one down. 3-2. Red takes lead.
Well, Joe had a slow start. He kicks that off with a 5-kill streak as soon as we mention it. Still 6 and 9, and Shawnee last alive. He'll be just wanting to delay the push here from Rise Nation. If he can stay alive, this is huge for Red Reserve. But Rise driving that drone towards top green and towards barn as well. Felony's too good with his weapon right now. He just wants to keep slaying, but he's denied by Rated.
And Rated just went clutch there. 3 straight kills, including the smack in Looney's face to close it out. He's halfway to a camo. On the other side, keep your eyes on Facento. He's just over about 20%, as he will have his work cut out for him.
One thing I do want to see this game is Rated and that camo. We've seen twice already. 2 uplink games with Red Reserve and he's still not used his camo. They've lost both of them. I'd like to see that change for Red Reserve. Hopefully they've learned their lesson. Urban's actually going to take down Rated as Looney, going for maybe this high 1-point play over the top of the canvas, but he's feeling confident. He should be. He's going for the 2-point play. He's going to secure it, taken down straight after, but the Rise Nation, they'll take the lead here once again.
And I was going to say, can we go to Aqua's screen, please? The man is on a 6 spree and finally will be cut down, but he just got 4 kills and ended up making it 6 in a row as that dunk came through. Aqua and Felony, we're watching a lot of the objective, but look out for Arrow 7 and Arrow 8 on your mini-map. They are doing work in this first half.
Yeah, slaying aside here. They're doing everything for the team. Felony really showing up here on day number 3. Aqua's going to find another straight under the bomb, maybe traded out by Felony, working as that duo, but the drone, it's going to be dropped, and Red Reserve, they should be able to clear this away with only 5 seconds left on the first half. 1 point separates the teams. We've had close games throughout. Search and Destroy, of course, going all the way. Hardpoint was won by Red Reserve with a 60-point lead. Rise Nation, they're trying to battle back. They need the reverse sweep.
Felony and Aqua leading the way. Both players nearing 20 points as the first half ends. You need more out of Vicento. You need a little bit more out of Looney. For Red Reserve, everyone's about near even except for Joe. Joe, if he can get it going and cancel out Looney's efforts in the SMG world, it'll be Red taking game 3.
The one thing I will say about this map and mode combined, it can be very difficult sometimes with, you know, that entry kind of play, and you can see that both from Looney and Joe. So I do kind of sympathize, as that kind of was my role as well. But Looney, he's got objective on his mind, and that is all he wants. He's going to convert that into a 1-point play. And you know what, Looney, he's got all 5 of their points for his team. So far, not too bad at all. If this keeps going with a slain of Felony Aqua, the objective of Looney and Vicento just filling in the gaps, they're looking strong. Aqua's actually just used his payload as well. Overdrive is enabled, and this could be another dunk. It should be, and it will be there as he's going to slide that in for number 7.
And he is going to find kills on the way down. Stop short of the Trinity Rockets, though, so no real score streaks to speak of. Looney has won the gunfight both times against Joe. Keep your eyes on that battle in the kill feed. Joe coming off spawn finds Vicento, and that is going to be a stuffed point. Still a 2-possession game. Red Reserve needs a double dunk to tie things up. This could be their first opportunity. Urban needs a wave of kills. As they lose Shawnee, they may need to wait and regroup.
Yeah, I was going to say, Urban, it might be the time to drop that drone and start picking up some kills himself. He's going to go high over the drone, trying to draw some players out. He does have Rated just alongside him on that bridge. Rated picks up 1, and now Urban decides to maybe juke them out a little bit. He's going to regroup. 2 players go down, a 1-point potential. But no, he's still feeling confident. He's going to throw it, but a very sloppy throw.
Alley-oop
but actually
missed.
Oh, Joe sneaking through from behind. Maybe it was a manual pass. The communication could have been there, but it doesn't convert either way.
It was a near connection. I think that was a manual pass attempt. Joe, you saw him. He was going up for the alley-oop. Like, he expected the pass to kind of track to him. And that drone falls at their feet. Missed opportunity for Red Reserve. This should have been a 5-7 game. Instead, it is 8-3 as Rise Nation, they just come and counter with that toss from Aqua.
Strong plays from Rise Nation. Red Reserve, they're not slowing down in the slaying department. That coming from Rated and Urban. But so far, a 5-point difference with 3 minutes left on the clock is looking good for Rise Nation. Red Reserve, they need something. They need to just calculate a couple more kills together. And Aqua, Felony, they're 2 plays which are just not letting it happen.
And Urban's not a guy that normally misses that opportunity. He had first shots into Aqua, who just turns and destroys him. Red Reserve starting to slow down. And now you see Urban making up for it. A big double kill will clear the base and keep that to a 1-point score. Rise Nation, they are still in total control, though, leading by 6.
And all these 1-point plays, some people, you know, would question it and think maybe you should go for them, but they all add up. They put the pressure on, and of course, adds that score up as well. Nice double from Joe. Felony shuts him down as well. But this is the story of Red Reserve in this uplink, is they're making their kills, they're pushing forward, but they're not being able to convert those points. Now a 3-possession game with 2 minutes left to go. You've got Aqua dropping 30 kills with nearly a 2.0 KD ratio. Phenomenal stuff from him.
He's still got 1 minute and 50 to go as well. Aqua putting on a show for us all. Vicento has 2 lined up, but can't pick off the injured player first, and he will be downed. Felony and Aqua trying to play defense. Shawnee says, I'll see you later, Aqua. It's only Felony in position. Shawnee clears up both. Now the spawns are coming in. Player number 5, Vicento, is going to try and loop behind this drone. And Vicento picking up Rated there is going to stop the push.
Just strong defense from Rise Nation. Time and time again. That's 3 players down. They push forward and they don't convert. Again, 2 players go down. They can't convert. And I don't actually discredit the Red Reserve team for that. As such, I more credit Rise Nation for their defense, their tracking back, and just their overall teamwork. Really, really strong stuff here.
Good call-outs lead to a good kill from Aqua. Vicento with drone is going to find a free kill out in the open. Tagged up from the center. He challenges, and Urban melted again. Urban's your most positive player right there, but Vicento makes him look rough. Another slap coming in from Looney. Joe backing up. Red Reserve will find 2, and that will stop the drone. 45 seconds to go. This is all Rise Nation's game.
Yeah, and we talked about, you know, with 3 minutes left, it was a 2 possession game. With 2 minutes left, it's a 3 possession game. Now with 30 seconds, it's almost over. Joe, he has the payload, and we talked about Raided, how he had such a hot start, and about that camo. It looks like he's not even going to get to it.
Joe popping his overdrive, not able to do anything with it. Drone stalled out. Payloads won't come in. And this is going to be the game. 15 seconds away. Let's see how many kills Aqua can put up on the leaderboard. He's at 32. Felony right behind him at 27. Looney and Facento objective-minded as they will take game number 3 and keep their hopes of 3rd place alive.
It's definitely not over yet. We've seen 2 3-0s already today. Not in this game. We're pushing it to a game 4 minimum. Or can Rise Nation pull off the reverse sweep and secure that 3rd place finish?
And this is how you win hard points. This is how you win uplinks. You get Aqua and Felony going off early. At the half, it was 19 kills for Aqua, I believe 17 for Felony. Both players setting the tone early on. You never let Joe get behind you, cause problems with that SMG. The base was always clear, and every time Red Reserve tried to push in, it was ARs waiting for him.
Just strong defense all round from Rise Nation. And, you know, when Rise were on the aggression, you know, they were being very, very aggressive as a team. They were pushing kind of the choke points and just converting that 1 point after 1 point after 1. They missed I think they missed 1, actually.
Just at the start.
But throughout that, those points add up. You know, if you convert that, get those score streaks. We saw, obviously, I think, Looney working towards Scaras. We didn't really see it in the game, and it wasn't changing the game at all. But they got the payloads first. You know, they could utilize overdrive. That got them a dunk as well. It all adds up, and uplink, it's about those kills, that slaying power. Rise Nation showing it once again.
We looked at all the numbers coming into the day. Uplink was Rise's best game mode. They are now 4-2 after all 6 matches, after all 6 games, so definitely been their strongest suit. Hardpoint, though, it's been their weakest. We'll get to those numbers in a moment, but first, let's take a look back here at the Uplink. Rise, 4 points in the first half. 5 unanswered points in the second half was the difference maker, and look at those numbers from Aqua.
Crazy thing is with Aqua is his uplink performance has been phenomenal, but his hardpoint, it's almost been the opposite, especially today. I'd say day 1 he was kind of that player alongside Looney in consistency, but his hardpoint, he's just been almost the weak link of this squad, where Felony stepped it up, he's kind of dropped down. And if this Rise Nation, you know, all 4 players play on, you know, their full capability, that's when they can win tournaments such as Vegas. Retail hardpoint is coming up next. And of course, if we need it, Crusher, Search, and Destroy.
Which, Aqua, that's what the map he put a show on yesterday.
His S&D's great.
Will he be able to do it again? If it gets to that game 5, Rise needs to win Retail first. Remember, whoever wins this match, they lock up 3rd here for week 3. We're all heading into Call of Duty World League Championships at the end of the year. $1.5 million on the line. It starts with group stages. If you make it out of your groups, you're in the bracket, and from the bracket, that's where you win the big bucks and the rings. Both teams will be in attendance. We know they won't be in playoffs, but they're playing for pride and, of course, setting themselves up for the biggest moment of the year. We go into game 4, though. It's throwback once again. And talk to me a little bit about this map.
I believe I thought it was retaliation.
Excuse me, it should be retaliation. I got thrown off by the video. This map was beautiful. You guys saw it.
It is
map
nice.
number 1. And we're gonna see that later when we check out eUnited versus Splice. But for now, let's go to retaliation. This is where the search happened. And it was Red Reserve stealing the game.
Yeah, all eyes on Aqua for me. He's been great in S&D, great in uplink, but his hardpoint has been a little bit sloppy. He's opting for an MV4 off the bat here. Doesn't surprise me. But if he can perform, I think Rise Nation push this to a game 5.
It's Looney and Felony to open it up, right? So this is exactly like Rise Nation versus Red in the first map, but it was Red who then won the rotations and was able to run away with our initial hard point. So far, it is all Rise Nation. Only 2 kills scored for Red Reserve.
Looney is working towards those streaks already. He's 4-0, 25 away from that Scarab. Grenade's going to hit him on the toe as he slides away. He's going to be taken down by Joe. So no score streaks for him. That does help Red Reserve, but another 3 kills back-to-back. That only feeds Rise Nation more points on the board. 12 seconds and the rotation's going to come in. And we are going to see Rise Nation take the lead, roughly at around 30 points.
And that was a massive kill by Aqua. If you don't get that kill on Urban in the 1v1, this is now Red Reserve coming into the next hard point, basically tied score. Instead, you got a 26-point advantage. The bad news, Red, they set up first, so you have to break if you're Rise. 2 players get the market spawn. We'll keep our eyes on Felony and Facento as they attack from the market stairs. It's Looney and Aqua pushing the hotel.
6-0 for Aqua, 75 away. He needs this kill. I say need, it will just help him when it comes to the Cathedral. When it comes to the bridge, he gets it, and that bombardment is secured with a 7-kill streak. He started 7-1, and Rise Nation, they take over this lower street now. Still slaying very, very heavy. This is when Rise Nation are at their best.
Facento getting chased down in the middle as Red will retake the hill control with 20 points still to go. There's one more challenger. Looney down low is looking for the pick. Shawnee should be able to help out, but Joe doesn't need any. Red is locking it down. Shawnee and Joe winning their individual battles. And now Red Reserve will be threatening to tie it up if they can win this next gunfight for the Cathedral.
Big play from Shawnee. He tags 2, takes 1 down. Urban as well. And this is where the perfect pinch comes into place. And Facento, he is literally in an absolute nightmare of a spot. Red Reserve there played that perfectly. And it came once again from Shawnee. And you know what? It's not the first time I've seen that happen on this map. Here comes the streaks.
Yeah, so Aqua is waiting for Facento to spawn. They have all 4 players up, and now you see it's Aqua, Facento, and Aqua again in the kill feed. That first rocket from Aqua, a headshot. Joe, the last one remaining between 4 blue arrows. He is eliminated. 3-man push from the bridge versus 4 Rise members that are all looking your direction.
And the crazy thing is that 1 kill that got them those streaks towards the bridge for Aqua, you know, this is 30 points that's going to go in favor of Rise Nation, which actually would have gone in favor of Red. That's a 60-point difference here between the 2 teams. Very, very tough here. And Rise Nation, they'll take the lead, rated 1 and 8 as we go into...
I wasn't going to say anything. Rated was telling me he's gassed today. He's feeling it. He's ready to go. Didn't have the most impressive series against eUnited.
Oh, nice.
Here he is with a rough start to a game number 4. Aqua, I don't see too many players blowing themselves up with their own bombardment, but the rocket barrage will clean him up.
I mean, if you take some with you, not a problem, but if it's just you taken down, big, big waste. For me as well, I actually don't like, I think the bombardment for me saved that for Cathedral. I think it was a very big risk to kind of play it on this map. There's a lot of cover, and Red Reserve, they're going to take full advantage of that. You can see Urban trying to get a line of sight. He's got the mid-hallway. He's got curve as well, but what he doesn't anticipate is a high wall run coming in as well. Can he find a couple on the flank? There's 1 player just around this corner. He will spot him. Already weak is Aqua.
And Facento did just drop Joe. I was keeping my eyes on Joe. He was kind of the key lead defender there. Player number 7 on the mini-map, and we'll see where he spawns up. And excuse me, player number 3 on the minimap. Joe went up against number 7 Felony, and Joe won that fight, then got a second, locked in the Broken. And he's that guy. He's the X factor. When Joe goes off, you're winning your respawns.
Yeah, Joe really is kind of that player. We talked about Aqua being that, you know, that key player as well, and you know what? He's performing. The problem is Felony, who's been great all day, he's had a slow start. However, there's plenty of time to get back into this. We're going to the hotel hallway now before we head back to the bridge, where maybe those streaks may have been a little bit more efficient. 3 go down. Strong stuff from Rated. Aqua answers back, but only a trade comes in, and Red Reserve, they're going to bag themselves at least another couple of, well, should be 10 maybe points here, 10, 15. Does the challenge come in, though?
Urban was 1 kill away from getting his Trinity rocket. He's stopped. But now you see Rated playing a little bit more greedy. Look at his interactions. He only has 14 interactions on the map compared to Urban's 24. Rated is slowing down the pace, and he is fighting for every inch of these score strengths. He is going to pick up the last seconds, and you are going to see the rotation coming down. If he can pick up player 6 right here, things will be looking up for Red.
Yeah, really strong, and he will find it. The one thing is, I'd love him to play for these Scorches and Bombardment. He doesn't need to be the player just to rush in, and he doesn't even need to be. His team have got that locked down. I'd love to see him just almost play a corner, get another kill, and wait for these streaks to happen, because when this comes again, oh, he's going to use him. Trinity rocket.
He's only 25 from the Scorchers. Might as well, right?
There's 2 players going for the wall run, jumping on down. He will find him, and he will tag him up. The Scorchers will be big, and he's going to secure the bombardment. You've got to favor Red Reserve now, 180 to 95. this is a very strong show, and this could be the end here. 8 kill streak, Puckett.
Yeah, we saw Rise Nation putting the 100-point club on breakout earlier in the tournament. It's looking like they'll break out of the 100-point club here, but it's been all Red Reserve. Can Rise mount the comeback like eUnited did against them on day 1? We're about to find out.
Aqua most definitely stepping it up here. But it's very, very difficult when you've got a few players unable to drop those kills. This is the man on your screen who's been making the difference, but Shawnee, he denies him that. Urban's going to deny Looney, and now breaking the 200-point mark is going to be Red Reserve. And you know what? They don't need to rotate. They've got the bombardment, they've got Scorchers, and now Urban's getting FTL, everything's clicking. Look at Urban and Shawnee, 17 kills apiece, make it 18, why don't you?
On the other side, you only have 7 kills from Facento, and the guy we were gassing, Felony, he's at 8 and 16. You got a 0.5 KD.
And as well, we were talking about they don't need to rotate. They're actually, ironically, going to have the rotation coming into this if they keep this 22 seconds. They don't really need to play for this last 20, but with the way they're playing, they're looking to gun them down. And Shawnee, he just has that eye on the prize once again. This is smart from Joe. Just hold the angles.
22 points to go. You just lost Rated. Joe, though, gets there and cleans up Looney. So you keep the spawns. At least for now. The battle is going to be coming from the market. Rated choosing to use the bombardment now. Is this too early?
Well, he forces them out. That's one thing, but he's using it just on the crossover. He picks up 2. It was questionable, but it all works out for them. They're looking to close things out here on the Cathedral. They have everything playing for. The Scorchers are going to cut 2 more down. Rated. He started slow. Doesn't have the highest interactions, but with kill streaks like that, which are contributing so much, they're looking to end it right here.
Johnny's been the guy all game long, dropping 21 kills. Only Aqua has a higher number for Rise Nation, but Rise, they are running out of time. Their opponents need just 11 points. Looney inside the hill right now, trying to stay alive. Pressure from all directions. He's already injured. He's going to lose the gunfight. It's Rated breaking through. The FTL jump to celebrate from Urban as he jumps back on his wall run. 3, 2, 1. Here comes the challenge. Rise is in there, but not for long. 250, 134. Red Reserve takes 3rd place with the 3-1 victory.
See it just on the kill cam once again. For me, that last say 60% of the game, Rated really was kind of the game changer. He was the one who collectively got those streaks. He used them at the right time. The bombardment picks up 2. The Scorchers pick up 2. It denies the break onto the Cathedral. Even the Trinity rocket towards the bridge, he picks up 1 with that as well. So well played all round from Red Reserve. And they close things out for me on the hard point. You know, it's stating the obvious, but winning those 2 hard points in the fashion that they did solidifies that point and solidifies that 3rd place finish.
Most importantly for me, Red Reserve dodged a crusher, search and destroy, where we know what Aqua and Rise Nation can do. But at the end, it's red for EU, locking up 3rd place in our yellow group. And here to break it all down for us, we got Benson and crew at the desk.
Thank you very much, Puckett. Congratulations to Red Reserve. Of course, they will clinch that 3rd place spot. And many people may say, oh, it doesn't really matter. Well, it does, of course, in terms of seeding for the Call of Duty World Championship in a few weeks' time. That is a big result for them. For Rise, however, a little unfortunate, Joe, because they did start the day very well, but unfortunately weren't able to carry it through.
Yeah, definitely. I think this was a completely different Rise. Again, you saw Felony kind of go back to how he was performing this weekend. You know, his first game today, he played very well. Facento, sort of the same thing. Aqua had a slow game number 1. Again, it just seemed like Rise, they weren't all together once again. It's really just been the story of the weekend for them.
And talking a little bit about game in number 1, of course, it was throwback hardpoint, 250 to 190 to Red Reserve. And to be fair, Matt, I don't think many people would have expected that, considering, of course, Rise Nation come off their first win. They have a momentum. Of course, Red Reserve, 5 minutes prior to actually starting, just realized they didn't qualify for stage 2.
Yeah, I'm surprised how fast Red Reserve was able to just turn this around. You know, after such a crushing loss to eUnited, obviously knowing their fate, not getting towards that top 2, they're able to come back. They take game number 1. I think it just proves, though, like when Aqua doesn't play great, I think you were talking about, you know, he just didn't have a great game number 1. This team really struggles to pick up wins.
Yeah, very true. And then, of course, looking forward at map number 2, the Search and Destroy goes the distance to round 11. Red Reserve do take it, but I feel like if you go back and you take a look at round 10, it kind of summed up Rise Nation's weekend. They have the man advantage, they get first blood, they use a streak, they use their payload, and they still lose the round. Heartbreaking stuff.
It's just so much invested utility, and man, on the side of Aqua, then he has a good game and they're not able to close it out. It just, for whatever reason, this Rise Nation roster, when it comes down to those clutch scenarios, just can't seem to put it together when everything is pointing towards them. The fact that they can use a streak and use so many things that are deemed quote-unquote overpowered and still lose the round is, well, it's kind of sad to watch at times.
You got to win that round. When you invest so much into one round of search and destroy, you got to close it out, and they didn't, and then they lose the round 11. And I think this is it's a Rise Nation team. Look, they're stuck going into champs. Like, this is going to be their roster. They need to just figure everything out, whether it's, switching some players and guns or doing some other things strategy-wise.
I'm just confused about that round because they used a Trinity to open it up. Instead, they do have a camo. Like, why don't you open it up with that camo on that bridge, able to get that first pick, get the bomb down, and then back up and use your Trinity? Again, just some of those small decisions. Yes, they did get first blood with the Trinity rocket, but that's still allowed sort of Red. They were still alive in a 3v4 situation. They sort of know where they're going to sit in post-plant situations where if you do have that Trinity rocket, it's probably a free 2 to 3 kills. I mean, just some questionable decisions.
And bear in mind, the camo play wasn't exactly perfect when it was used. Either a blind camo, he gets a little bit lucky that there was a player still on the bomb, does find a kill either way. But 2-0 up to Red Reserve. At that point, we go over to the uplink, and this is where Rise do fight back a little bit. 9-3 victory for them. Pretty convincing. Of course, in terms of the defensive play, Matt, that was really what impressed us the most about Rise.
Yeah, they did a great job in the defensive end, holding off in their base, picking up the kills, rotating back to their goal. I mean, you see Aqua here, 33 kills, 1.57. You can see why they win this game. He just completely dominated, and I think this is probably Red Reserve's weakest game mode. I think this is the game mode, like, if they want to really make a run deep at champs later in the year, they're going to have to get better in uplink.
I think one of the bright sides for Rise, if you can pick one throughout this weekend as well, is the uplink. At least today looked pretty darn good. They had a really solid performance on that Frost earlier versus Splice. So I guess uplink's working for them. Aqua just completely decimating people in the kill category, ending that one with 33 kills. So some things are going right for Rise, but it still just goes down to those clutch scenarios when, those uplinks are easy when you're up by, what, like 6-7 points, so.
I mean, Red Reserve, if they want to be an elite contender, you have to win game number 3. I feel like game number 3 is really that momentum shift we talk about. If Red Reserve is able to sort of win that first game in a hardpoint against a top team, we know their search and destroy is good. You can't allow a top team back into a series with uplink. Definitely the one game mode they have to put a lot of work into.
And that kind of is summed up by just the sheer amount of game 5s that we seem to go to. Not even just here this week. You go back and you look at past couple of events, they're consistently going to those game 5s. So
can't win them all.
Exactly.
Not win all those game 5s.
Exactly.
No matter
how good
the world's best teams. You can't do
that. Exactly that. Moving forward in the series, retail hardpoint was of course game 4, and this one was closed out in extraordinary fashion by Red Reserve, 250 to 134. Key thing to really note is Broken Hill, 58 points to 0. If you're Rise Nation, you can't let that happen.
Oh, most definitely not. But overall, Aqua Show once again on the side of Rice. Rated actually started very, very slow in that one, but able to pick it up. Ended with a 1.67, and his streaks at the end. We've seen it so many times on Retaliation. When you have that Trinity over towards that bridge side, it's so easy to close out.
We usually say that Grave is the most important hill on that map. Rise Nation wins it pretty big, but they get 3 seconds in Hotel Hallway, nothing by Broken. They get completely destroyed in those 2 hills. That's where the game's lost.
Definitely is. Congratulations once again to Red Reserve. They do clinch the 3rd seed, which will be important moving to the Call of Duty World Championships. But moving forward, of course, we still do have one more matchup to be played. But before we touch on that one, of course, which is for the #1 seed, score streak prediction game. I love it.
Yeah, buddy.
You guys enjoy it too. We'll see what the highest streak is in a little bit. But here are the questions we asked. In map #1, who will lead Red Reserve in hardpoint time in game 1? C, you're wrong. It was D. It was Urban.
I thought it was B.
A minute 51. I feel like Urban has had a pretty decent event. Shawnee as well has been a big name we've been preaching.
But for hardpoint time, I would 100% pick Joe for that sort of category. 40% of you picked B. It's a smart call, but I guess, hey, we got it wrong.
Yeah. He had like 3 minutes, I'm pretty sure, on a throwback hardpoint.
An extraordinary amount of time. Moving forward, map #2, we asked how many bombs will be planted in game 2.
That's a tough one.
Correct answer was 5 or more. There was 7 overall planted, 47%.
I don't blame the people here. This is impossible to predict.
50-50. Flip a coin.
I don't even know if we tracked that. I'm surprised we knew that.
Okay.
It's perfect.
We could have made that up.
Fantastic. Thanks for that.
Never known.
So glad you're in the desk.
For how Infinite Warfare plays in Search, I'm taking that high number every single time. I'm taking the over for bombs.
Yeah?
100%.
You going for it? Over?
Especially on Retail.
On Retaliation, yeah.
Fair enough.
Throwback, I would have said no.
moving forward, we'll take a look what we asked in map number 3. It was, which team will win game 3? Well, that's an original question. 50-50% chance, Rise or Red Reserve. 45% of you said Rise, and 45% of you were, of course, correct. So congratulations on that. To the point Merc kind of made earlier on when we're summarizing the series with Red Reserve's uplink, I probably would have gone with that as well. They've not looked too good in that series, or in that game type, I should say. But we'll take a look now at our leaderboard, and at the very top we have a 9 streak coming through. Okay, so not the highest we've seen, of course, it's just 13, but 9 still impressive, Merc.
Oh, absolutely. I'm watching out for Flex Shadows. He's flexing. He's on his way up. I think he's going to be in first place by the end of this weekend.
Fair enough.
Death 1997-2. Where's Death 1997-1?
True.
The two people born in 1990.
Or is that like a typo? Did he mess up his birth year or something?
One account forgets a password.
Oh, God. Probably. Of course, you can play the Score Streak prediction game exclusively at MLG.tv/COD. Up-to-date event statistics. You have your featured player POVs and that fantastic source quality. But moving forward, as we said, there's still one more game to be played. And boy, oh boy, is it a big one. eUnited versus Splice. This is for the #1 seed. And I feel like it's a tale of two sides, really. For Splice, they haven't looked too good. For eUnited, they've looked absolutely fantastic. Teep, who's your pick?
So a little bit of insight. Zero was up here talking to us a little bit of why Splice is struggling so much, and they said they changed a lot, sort of changing their practice to cater towards Epsilon. And I looked at him and I said, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. You're one of the best teams in the world. Why are you catering to a lesser team? Doesn't make any sense to me, but overall, I'm taking eUnited in this series due to that fact Splice doesn't look good today.
Why would they cater their play to beat Epsilon? Epsilon's a fantastic team, but it's one team.
Like, apparently it's because got first and you got second, and then
you were doing pretty good.
You're real good.
Yeah,
I wouldn't change nothing.
Yeah, you kept on playing.
Come on, shooting people.
Stay at the top. I mean, of course, we have seen this series once already. eUnited came out with a 3-1 victory. The only map Splice won was the map 2 Search and Destroy, which was a throwback. Obviously, you had a quick glance there at the maps, Merc. Does that change your opinion on this? I mean, for Splice to take the #1 seed, they need a 3-0 here.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised because it happened to them against Envy in stage 1, where Envy just came out when they struggled all weekend long. But eUnited, they just come with a point to prove. And the big thing to me, S&D win rate 33%. Even that hardpoint win rate for them for Splice is low. You know, considering their uplink's their best game type, like, that S&D really has to improve.
The thing that bothers me the most is the fact that that uplink win percentage is only 60% for how good they actually are. I feel like in a group scenario like this, that needs to be in the 80-90 percentile.
Yep. Especially in a group where you know Red Reserve isn't great at uplink.
Right.
You have a brand new eUnited team that is just formed. You expect uplink to be a game mode they kind of struggle with, especially some of the maps don't favor some of their assault rifle combinations that they have. It's a group where you think, okay, uplink and Search and Destroy should have been 2 game modes that Splice locked down.
Well, you mentioned, United potential uplink struggles. It is their lowest win rate at 60%, but their hard point up there at 87.
This reminds me of like a Luminosity stat line you'd expect. Yeah. 87% hard point win rate. The other just floating right above 50%. That will win you events.
It definitely will. As we said, though, still one more game to be played here at day 3 of week 3 at stage 2 of the Call of Duty Global Pro League. And boy, oh boy, is it a big one. The battle for the #1 seed commences up next here at the MLG Arena as Europe Splice take on the on fire eUnited.
Can't wait to throw those rings on combo. Back to the back, world champion. Attach is on it. He's on it. Vicento, he's gonna fall. And Attach is gonna get the defuse.
Ladies and gentlemen, your 2016 Call of Duty champions, Team NBA!
It's our final match, and it's the final key player matchup of the weekend. Mad Cat and Clayster, two Call of Duty veterans. Look at the numbers that these two have put up throughout the weekend. Clayster is top 3 in every single category, from hardpoint to search and destroy to uplink. The guy's been playing out of his mind. Mad Cat needs to go huge here, though, if Splice want to have the opportunity to take that top spot in the yellow group. This has been your G Fuel key player matchup.
Splice must 3-0, but I'll tell you what, buddy, if you remember back to stage 1, week 1, they were on the opposite end of this. Remember, Envy had to 3-0 Splice to get the #1 seed. Now Splice has got to do the same to United.
Splice has their hands full in this matchup. All eyes will be on them. We know these are our top 2 teams of the weekend. Can they make the what seems like impossible happen? I'm not sure if they can do it, but either way, this should be a fantastic matchup.
Splice, ton of work to do. Let's hear the comms.
Top food, yeah.
Go tribe.
Let me top food, man. One shot, one more. Top food, one shot. Oh, he's on hill, yeah, go next. Let's go next.
You want to come left? I'm moving video.
I'm gonna come next.
Left street. Very back, man. There's two, top bridge, low bridge. Low bridge dead. High in the hill.
Can't see it, then back.
He's coming down side stairs, At least one shot got.
There's stairs, yeah.
One's inside stairs. Inside stairs dead. One more in the right street. Hold front. Christina's at lemon.
He's crossed lemon already.
I was top mid, left dead.
They're gonna hit mid on me.
Yeah, one more in the middle. Should be cool.
Mid, one shot got.
Let's get one more. I'll get this go, I'll get him.
Oh my god!
One. I'll give you.
I'm playing back.
He's gonna run back. He's gonna
Send a scarab up front. I'm sending a scarab.
I'll get you mid.
Clay weak. MB4, two there at least.
One's front.
They're jam at front.
Two already around the back. Yeah, he's got me two there. Two.
Map here. One shot.
Aye, team good. Let's go. Stay alive, Jed.
Back on me.
Nice shot. Big kill. Come field. Stay alive.
They spawn lemon.
Are we hitting front? There's one in the middle of it.
Let's go. Try slide in. Just slide. Go.
Archie's down at the back. One more. Mid. One more. Nice. Let's go there as well.
Hay Bills. I'm sliding out.
I'm coming mid.
I'm in Clay. Hit once. Really weak. One top mid.
One shot mid. Two mid. They're all coming on the pass. They're challenging. Yeah, challenging men. They got more.
Nice, weak. Hold.
Nice shit.
Let's go, boys.
Let's go.
Hold.
Archie's weak. Play aside.
Archie's gonna be top mid. He's gonna be on you, Ben. Come on, bowling on the pass.
Hit one shot.
Left here. I'm coming. Take a stairs. Weak. One shot.
Dead.
Push top mid. Nice, I got time.
I'll kill it. Dead.
I'm charging.
Left, right side, jump to left.
One shot,
Just kill it. Turn around. Two there. Stay down.
Nice, good shit, though.
I'm the weak.
Okay, fly. I'm going top.
They're jammed.
One weak left side. Top mid right now.
Nice, mid. Nice
one
try.
Top mid, Clay, one shot there, side mid.
Nice try.
One shot.
Last guy challenge me. He's run back right side.
Okay, mid.
Top, come in, dead. One more. I got two. Nice, one more flying.
15 seconds.
One shot left. Make sure those one out.
Maybe one
on. Turn around. You hit mid then.
We can hold.
What's top?
Next.
No. Clay.
I'll get you bowling door.
Clay's for Pristine. Looking for Clay. Go on the pass.
Can't see where Clay is. I'm getting bowling.
Yeah. Just peek it, Jed.
60 steps. Let's get the bowling.
He's blue on me. Blue. He's gonna fly high.
I got you.
Two blue.
I'm watching
down. High, dead. One more. Clay's one shot blue. He's on top.
One or not?
Come around the back.
Two here.
Spawn player.
Please meet. Sitting down. Three.
I got one. Let's go. Get time.
The spawning close bowling.
Let me know when I fly over.
Blue.
Comms on point. They've got the lead, and Zero doing what Zero does, locking down baseball.
There are a few players that are better than holding this back position. The man's now on a 7 streak because of it. He's got to play his life, though. Just 25 points off that Trinity rocket. He's probably the leading reason why Splice are now up by 30 seconds. There it is. One more kill for the bombardment. Either way, the damage has been done. 2 streaks now earned.
The lead continues to grow now for Splice. Again, if you're just joining us, they must 3-0 eUnited in this series to take the #1 spot for the yellow group. We've only got one more week of action after that. Playoff time, baby, and then champs right around the corner.
Oh, there's so much to be excited for. Competitive Call of Duty. 94-64, currently the lead for Splice. Mad Cat, we talked about him in our key player matchup prior to the series. He's been having a fantastic weekend. So is this man, Clayster. For me, the MVP so far of the yellow group, if eUnited can take that first place spot.
Tell me, with Clays, are you a little bit surprised just how dominant he's been? Like, we know how good he is, but the numbers are insane.
I think anyone would say they're a little bit surprised that, you know, he's played this well. I think everyone thought he was going to improve, and eUnited as a whole, I think both teams, FaZe and eUnited, have gotten better because of it. I think the big thing, and even from just talking to Clay backstage prior to this match, he says, Jack, it's unbelievable. They just let me play the way I want to. I'll say, can I bring out a sniper to break off this uplink? Sure. Can I run an ERAD here? They say sure. They just let him play what he thinks he's going to be good with in that scenario, and so far it's worked, so why not keep it going?
It absolutely has. eUnited has looked so deadly, as now they're trying to crack into Barn and maybe take over the lead, but 2 kills, 3 kills go in the way of Splice. The push for now thwarted.
Think of this. You've got Arcity's a double negative, Pristini, you know, 1 death away from double negative. If these guys can turn it up and play the way they have the rest of this weekend, I think eUnited will begin to smoke Splice on this map. It's only a matter of time before 2 of these, you know, new players that have broken out in the Infinite Warfare season begin to really find their groove on this map.
Looking at Silly now inside of Barn. He's found 1 kill, going to call him the Scarab. We saw Bance doing this in a similar situation the first time through, and not a whole lot came from it. They were wiped pretty much directly after. FTL right on top of him. It ends up being a team kill, but unfortunately for eUnited, the rest of the kills go to Splice.
Yeah, nice challenge right there from Pristini to at least get Bance, but either way, it will be Splice looking to secure the last 8 seconds of this. Because it is throwback, eUnited can charge back con through. Typically, you'd never see that just for a few seconds, but here, the spawns are so close, the rotations are so quick, you might as well.
To be fair, eUnited does that on just about every hard point. Now, are they the only team? Yes, but they are known for hitting hard points late in the cycle. Clay tagged up and trying to stay alive mid-map. Now rotating over to bike path, trying to get set up in a power position to soars over, able to get the hip fire to connect onto Mad Cat. And you see on X-Ray, everybody flying in. Clay needs help.
Oh, and Arcity's plays from top terrain. What a play from him to at least get 2. Pristini, though, can't follow it up. I thought they were going to have it. Thankfully, he did weaken the player, so the Scarab could polish off that kill. Clay now 20 and 16, matching that of Silly. This new duo developing is quite fun to watch.
We'll see. When do Arcity's and Pristini start to pick it up a little bit in the slang? Even without that, eUnited has now captured the lead. 50 points off bombardment. Will be Clay. Can he find an assist? Can he find a kill? Just trying to bide his time. Maybe he'll be able to juggle the hard point as they push in. Dip out, dip back in. There you go. Bombardment in.
Arcity's just started yelling on the main stage. Clay kind of hopped out for a second, jumped back in to get the bombardment. Now a 5 streak from him. This is a streak from 0. We saw him earn these earlier on in this map. Clayster should have some of his own, though, to go for this retake of baseball.
And this is where 0 took control last time. Can he do it behind the streaks of Clay? I mean, that's going to be much more difficult to deal with. They streak it out. It's open. Now's the timing to hit. The window is here. Clayster flies forward, not able to do it. 0 trying to go big again, but he will get cut down by Silly. Couple up for either side, Jack.
Wow, that kill was so key from Arcity's. He shuts down Mad Cat near blue just before 2 of his teammates' respawn timers go away. That then opens up that close spawn. It lets eUnited surge back into the hard point. If he doesn't get that kill, if it's even a second later, they wind up spawning out. Clayster now yelling, oh my God, the guy's now 24 and 18.
And he's got another streak building back to Clay. Still Trinity Rocket here, reactive to work with as well. Weak on the corner is Bance, and he will be dropped. Streak up to 4. Getting close to finding another Scarab before then trying to double up on this Trinity. Just trying to get eyes mid-map. He knows there's one. Weak finishes him off. He is just a man on a mission right now. Help from Pristini, able to pick up the assist. Yeah, use the Trinity, because you're getting another one, buddy.
The man can do no wrong, it seems, right now in game. Reactive armor still good to go. He'll dodge a streak of 0. They're already getting in position for Barn as well. 179 to 138 the score. Clayster should have a drop on the player just above him here. There's another one. Spots one more in front. Is he going to use the reactive just to do it? Yes, he will. This is... Oh, he ran out of ammo! Oh, he still gets the kill as well. That cannot happen. He just earns 2 more streaks.
Unbelievable. The fight for first may be ended in our first map if eUnited can continue to hold on. Pristini nearing camo. Arcides so close to Centurion. Let's see, can eUnited take it here?
I'll be line. Watch out line, watch out line, watch out line. Watch out line, Justin. There's 20 on, nice! Oh, he's one shot. Nice, nice, field. You're back to another one, hill. I'm helping you, hill.
I got
nice,
one more Metcat. He's sitting behind the hay.
He's one shot, one underpass. One hill, one underpass. All good.
Wait for each other, Yeah, they play green, Wait for us. They play green, guys, so careful, look over there.
I'm middle right now.
Help him over there, Alec.
He's in the back, two.
I'm top field.
I'm ramming into hill.
One shot zero in the back. No one haystack. Yo, another one back bird. He kinetics.
One shot in front of barn. He's coming back in, one shot.
He's one shot.
Nice, guys. It's a huge 20 seconds. Let's go.
Two.
They like to keep flooding it. Kill them. They like to keep flooding it.
I'm looking back. Look front.
The one on me middle, he's going underpass food. Food underpass. He's holding it.
He didn't.
All right.
Gonna be lemon on me. Get ready. That's a tough food.
Yo, I can Trinity this hill as well.
Nice. On me, unlit.
We have camo to break that. Yeah, 2 more on us. I got one. Let's go. In hill. He's in bottom right.
I'll hold her back.
No, he's behind us.
He's left corner, Dread. Here's left corner. All good, you're dead.
I'll Trinity back.
Yeah.
Alright, watch pusher.
Yeah. I got pushed up. I'm scaring.
Alright, listen, we got 2 in hill, 2 in ticket. One's pushing from food. One's in food. One's in top food.
Nice.
I time.
I don't know where he went.
He's on our side. He's on our hill, inner hill.
I got one more this side.
Nice, let's go.
Oh my God.
Go, Clay.
I'm pitching him. I'm gonna pitch him. Yo, he came back. He's hitting middle. One hitting middle. Underpass. One hitting their underpass.
He's dead.
Let's go. We can win off this shit, guys. Let's go.
He's one shot. Mancat's one shot. Third sidewalk. Mancat. One's right corner.
FTL.
Two hill. They're pushing.
They're all weak.
Hurt our side. Good job. Another one bottom left.
He's underpass.
Right now.
Underpass.
Huge
time.
Yeah,
huge time press.
At the fence, one shot. Dead.
Nice, guys.
I have camo.
Nice. You guys go right. I'm blue. I'm blocking blue.
I'm under right now.
I'm blocking blue.
I spawn blue.
I'm blocking blue.
They're pushing out bowling. Big kills.
I'm camoing.
Hey, go for it.
I got him out of the back. We're in the back. One shot. In the back weak. One till. Camo's one shot. Nice. Last guy's camo. Nice. Let's fucking go.
Let's go!
Good fucking shit, guys.
Whoa, can I get a water? Oh, I just got real lightheaded right there.
That's what happens when you just scream at the top of your lungs for 10 straight minutes.
That was so good. First seed. Can I get a water? I'm real lightheaded.
I've heard you say that a lot too as well. Either way, congratulations to eUnited. They will secure the first seed from the yellow group as Splice will end up second. One thing I have to say, oh boy, are those storylines juicy as FaZe finished first last week, and now eUnited sit atop their group at first this week.
What more could you want? Will we get the matchup in playoffs? I don't know, but I desperately want it. It's been incredible to see the two teams, how they've reacted after the biggest trade of the year. Yep. Like you said, both in first. But the big deal, it's groups. Yes, very important, but the $500,000 on the line in just a couple of weeks is where it will all be decided. Yeah. Storyline setting up to be quite tasty.
It was fun to listen to from even the Splice. Listen, at the start, the energy was there, the communication was there, but when we came back to us, I brought up that the slang was lacking from Arcides and Pristini at the break of that map. Arcides then turned it up, played the way he could. Silly and Clay continued to just shred, and Pristini in the hard point just didn't seem to die. And then eUnited just ran away with that game. With that, Maven, they end up first, Splice in second. What was your most surprising thing of the weekend now from this entire group? Is there something that just stands out the most?
I'd say it's two things. First, how beatable Splice looked. I did not expect that at all. Okay. I think they were the heavy favorite for most people to come out in first in this group. Second, then, I think it has to be eUnited and specifically Clayster, just how good he was. I mean, we know he's capable of it, but he's been kind of up and down this year, and I think, he tweeted out, he's like, the people forget who I was, kind of, and I think it was just some part due to gameplay, the inability of FaZe to really get a victory for so long. He put a stamp on that real quickly this weekend, didn't he?
The fire has been lit, man. It is simple as that. Everyone now has their sights on Stage 2 playoffs as well as the CWL championships at the Amway Center down in Orlando, Florida August 9th through the 13th. That is going to be an event that will be spoken of for years. I can promise you that. And it will all set the tone for what the future of the CWL is, man. I just get chills thinking of it. I really do. The storylines we have developing are so good. Oh my, and just think next week, in the same building next week playing, we have the team that's trying to contest Splice as the best team in Europe, Epsilon, who are now here. They're already out here. They're boot camping. They've got a house. I was talking to Josh earlier. Great to see. You have Optic Gaming, the team that I can say looks vulnerable, for the most vulnerable since they formed.
For one of the first times we've seen that team not be a favorite. Yes. Going into tournaments.
You have Envious, who just came off their worst placing, who have also been boot camping and preparing for this event. They've been all together for the last week. And then you round out that group with none other than Aches. Aches and his 3 young superstars. You've already heard some incredible compliments paid towards Priesta.
Well, there are people that would say Priesta is up there as one of the best in the game, and I think that came directly from Clayster. He's been that good. If you've watched his stream, if you've watched his performances recently, he's as much a success story as Gunless this year, is just kind of coming up and dominating. So we'll see them next week. We still have to finish out the yellow group. The question for me right now is Splice can't get first north. Nope. Do they fold? And on the other side, can eUnited kind of keep up that energy we just saw now that they've sealed the deal?
There's one thing I'm sure of. eUnited want to now stomp this in 3-0 fashion. I can promise you that. They know that this is the team. They're facing the team that won stage 1. Well, they want this victory.
I didn't want to jinx it, but I saw Clay in the restroom. We bumped into each other before this match, and he said, if we beat them first map, they're folding. Where this is a 3-0.
Yeah. Well, see if that comes to fruition now as eUnited win that first round off the last 2-piece from Silly.
And also, just to highlight real quick, coming into this, eUnited was 87% in hardpoint. They win that. Like, how good were they in hardpoint? Like, as good as they were, I was surprised on the opposite side is, I guess, how far Splice has dropped off in this game mode in Search and Destroy.
I'm so happy with how everything has started to play on out with leading up to champs. This has been the most hype there is around these rosters and situations in Call of Duty in a long time.
Certainly is. A nice finish there from Silly as Zero was trying to clutch up a 1v2 for Splice. 2 quick rounds go to the favor of eUnited. Good job just going vertical, getting an angle there to finish a weak player. And they're rolling through them right now.
All smiles for our cities. I tell you, man, this eUnited team, they've been earning themselves a lot of new fans. Obviously, Clayster, he's spoken about how he knows how big his brand is in competitive Call of Duty. He comes to a team like this, brings even more exposure to some of these new players around him. These are 4 likable guys you can get behind on eUnited. Burns, their general manager, but no, I'm just kidding. There's a lot to be a fan of. If you're looking for a team, you just got into competitive Call of Duty, I think eUnited might be a squad that a lot of people will gravitate towards.
Well, it's awesome having some new faces now consistently at the top that are top teams, that are favorites. When you look at your eUniteds, the Luminosity finally showing their dominance. Well, and it's Splice here. You got to think Splice is going to rebound. I mean, I know Zero has a little bit off weekend. Seems he may have gotten his own head a little bit, but you fully expect Splice to come back with a vengeance.
Just think of where we are, and again, as this plays all on out, we will keep up with the action as it's now a 3-on-2. Our city's probably going to be killed off here. Yeah, the trade, though, possibly from Clayster as well as Silly, as they're about to get pushed. Silly does C1. Clayster with the kill. 2v1. He's up close. Clay, he knows he's one shot. Oh, no, the car just implodes as he stands on it and drops in 1 bullet.
COD champs round 11.
Yeah, right. The Splice van there. Shout out to Big T, as everyone remembers. Look, like, what is the timing on that?
Zero's like, okay, I'll take it.
But no, back to what you're saying. It's fun. We were talking about this in the green room earlier. There's so many players that, like, new Call of Duty fans and new Call of Duty fans have started to get behind. There's a man on your screen. Bance is one of them from the European region. Zero, another one who's really started to grow a fan base for himself. Scraps and Wuskin from Fnatic. You also bring up, our cities in Pristini. It's just so cool to see.
As players transition out, start to fall off.
Another one.
The young up-and-comers start to make a name for themselves. And I just feel like, yeah, it happens every year, but it just seems like there is such a large pool of guys that have come in and taken over this year. Clayster not able to win the second one as Bance melts him around the edge.
That would have been the third one.
Let's see what Bance and Mad Cat can now do in a 2 versus 3. Versini's, dear God. He still sees the edge of him. Finally, the assist comes in. Nice shots there at range.
Reasons why eUnited got first number 427. Pristini can shoot a submachine gun that accurately from range.
Well, it's been interesting. We've talked about eUnited and how scary the AR duo is of our cities in Clay, and how on a map like Frost, you know, maybe they lack like a little bit of an ERAD presence, but at times like Silly and Pristini have been so good with them. It hasn't mattered. And Silly, I mean, he's really impressed me, really from top to bottom. I know we've talked a lot about Clay, but everybody stepped up in a big way from eUnited. I know we're spending more time talking about them, but they did just secure first place, and I guess it just doesn't feel like as bright and shiny of a conversation for Splice, even though they get top 2, they do their job, they get the playoff. Yep. It's just been a bit all over the place, and I think probably disappointing for a lot of their fans.
Absolutely. And of course, you also add in, there was an opportunity for 2 European teams to come out of this group. Only one does for playoffs. All 3 players stacked inside Bike Shop. Actually, the furthest exposed now is 0, as Clayster's just looking for an opening. Silly should spot some things. He wants an MV4 for this, but unfortunately the K-bar is the weapon in hand.
Yeah, you got to be almost perfect to get a kill from that range with the K-bar in hand. Now we'll see what Clayster's going to do. He looks to get the bomb planted. He's got Silly still to work with. He is going to get it. Does he get away with his life? Yes, he did get into market steps. So now a lot of pressure on Silly here to make a play. Sees one inside a bedroom. Clay still at top of market steps. 2 are going to push him. He should be dead any moment here. And now it's going to rely all on Clay to clutch up.
Yep.
I believe 0 already on it.
Which would make a lot of sense. This round is done. Splice win it. Nice job hopping on that bomb.
Splice get another round under their belt. And what do you? All right, so we know.
Clayster got his water.
What do you think? There you go. That was such a good finish to that listen-in. My God, that got lightheaded there.
Like, yeah, you just screamed, "That's the first thing! That's the first thing!" And we're yelling call-outs for the last 8 minutes.
That was amazing. What are you playing for right now if you're Splice, do you think? You know, you're demoralized after dropping the first map. You know you had a tough test here to try in 3L. Is it just kind of a thing of pride after not having maybe as good a weekend as you expected?
I guess you could say that. They're just playing, I think, because it's a best of 5 and not a best of 1. So they have to play more maps.
That's probably the honest answer, yeah. Jared now set up on lower street. Vance planting the bomb. Still 4 up for either side.
0 probably wishes he could change his reticle for the 9th time this weekend.
He has had quite a few. I think I saw...
Burns tweeted saying he's changed his reticle 8 times. I don't know if that's an exactly correct number.
I saw several tweets about it. Like, is he changing it every series? What's going on? That's why I said maybe in his own head a little bit this weekend. Our city's now 1v3, not able to clutch. Splice fighting back as it now is 3-3. Solid stuff is it looked early like... I mean, it looked like eUnited was going to roll through this game very quickly.
They do a good job of just getting the bomb down right away at that lower site. They know what they have control of. They know where they can drop the plant. They play for bike control. And from there, it's just easy pickings as the boys of eUnited are just peeking 1 by 1 and get killed off.
Here we head into round 7. eUnited back to offense, hopping through a couple of players to show where their payload meters are at. Clay at 4-4 has to back down as he's tagged down to 40% health. That long-range gunfight. Pristini just getting some map control. Does he check in hut? He does not.
Bye-bye.
Easy kill for Bans.
Wow, Silly though had an instant trade. 3-on-3 now. Jerd, 0, and Mad Cat up against Silly, Arcides, and Clayster.
They plant in, they're wrapping all the way back through Hotel. Clayster should be in a gunfight momentarily. He's double hit inside a curb and he will fall. So Mad Cat picks it up. A little bit of help from Jerd, I believe, in that instance as well. Pressure now mounting towards Arcides, trying to get some cover behind the pillar. That time he could not have worked out better. Another one to challenge. Can't win it. One shot is Mad Cat. Both drop. Plenty of time for the defuse. 0's on it.
And that earns 0, his reactive armor, and he stays on that streak. Just 2 kills off his Trinity rocket, I believe he's rocking there. Splice now up 4-3. It's their first lead of the game.
Yeah, I do want to talk to Splice a little bit after this weekend to see, not that any of their game modes were dominant, but just the significant drop in search in particular. You know, we're talking about that weekend. Stage 1 playoffs, they only dropped 1 search. Here, 33% coming into this. It's just been a complete flip of fortune for them on that particular game mode. Just maybe hear what's off with them.
Well, remember, eUnited, they practiced S&D prior to this weekend. They didn't stream some nights. They kept everything dark and just went in and tried different things on maps, figured out what worked, what didn't, what their breakoffs were, and it paid off dividends when it comes down to this weekend.
Well, there you see Bance isolated.
That's a 2v1 that goes to eUnited. Zero drops. He was 200, I believe, off the Trinity rocket. Everybody gone, and that was a little bit more reminiscent to the earlier rounds where eUnited kind of bullied their way across the map.
That was such a good bait and switch inside bike from Pristini. Slides across, baits out some shots, slides back across to the right, picks up the kill with the help of his teammate. Doesn't get much easier than that as they overwhelm Vance inside bike and really push on through off of that.
And that's a fight we see all the time, and like it just seems like, you know, 1 out of 10 times you see the individual there inside a bike actually able to win that. It's not easy, man. It's so easy to bait and switch.
First 2 kills from Clay this round. Watch this. Bye-bye, Mad Cat. Oh. Okay.
A little bit of flinch there as Mad Cat hit some shots.
Oh, Jerd somehow catches our cities off guard. Apparently didn't see that lower wall run. And because of that, it's Splice in a 4v3.
I like it, though. Splice, they don't force the issue once they get the first kill. They back it up. They play their lives. They're going to play the man advantage. Bomb should be gathered in a moment here. There you go. Picked up for eUnited. And now have to make a play with a man down. As you can see, they are very hesitant to get forward. I didn't see if Pristini, I don't believe he got eyes on anything.
This rotation should be perfect for Splice. As eUnited try to surge forward. Yeah, he's dead.
Multiple players peek over. He still gets the bomb plant. Can he get away? Looks like they're both going to get away with their lives, but still, advantage to Splice. How do they play this defense, or this retake to get the defuse?
Does Clay bring back out the sniper? It doesn't appear so as of yet. They've got to watch a pinch. Beautiful awareness from Silly. 2 players coming in. FTLs from both sides. Nice job to use that to stay alive from Splice. 3 versus 2. He's about to get flooded. Clayster's got to live here. Pristini's been spotted as well. 18 seconds left. At certain points, Splice has to get back towards the bomb. I think this has all the signs of a United round win.
This is so sick from Pristini and Clay. Down a man throughout the entire round. And I'll tell you what, as good as Clay was at staying alive, Pristini may have been even better, whether he was using the broken building, using curb, using the truck out back to kind of stay alive. That was excellent.
eUnited look damn good in a lot of different ways. One of them is just the clutch factor they've had. 5-4 now, Silly in double digits again. Everyone pulling their weight as Splice have their backs up against the wall.
Well, if they want to see a round 11, it may be behind the reactive armor of Zero.
No tack. You're inside hotel with no tack?
First blood goes to Silly. And we've talked about in various game modes how no tack can really punish you. There. Mad Cat didn't have a chance, and you can see how frustrating that is to deal with when you don't have it on.
Zero now dead, no more reactive armor. Camo popped by Pristini. And Bance reacts and uses his as well, just to get out with his life. Does get in for the tactical. Pristini cleans him up. Jerd in the 1v2.
Jerd could get blessed by the gods. Nope, he turns around, not able to pick one up and get away. But like you said, 1 versus 2, 40 seconds on the clock, and he is gone.
Wow. eUnited now up 2-0, 1 map away from closing out this weekend with a 5-1 series record.
And if you're Splice, you haven't won a map today.
They haven't won a map today?
No, because they come in. That's so the Rise 3-0 kicks off the day, right? Oh. They're really struggling, and now you're down 2 here, unless I'm completely misremembering.
No, I think that's
how it kicked off.
Think about that.
The Rise they actually put a lot of pressure on Red Reserve early in the day by getting the 3 over Splice, and now it's wild to think that we talked about how vulnerable Splice looked earlier in the weekend, and now, I mean, you're at risk of maybe going 0-6. But for eUnited, looking for that hot 3-0 to end the yellow group. We'll see if they can complete it after this quick break. eUnited have the first seed, but looking to close this out 3-0. They've looked damn good. Can Splice somehow manage the battle back, though?
I don't think so. I think this is done now. I think winter is here. And I think it's time for eUnited to celebrate their first place spot. As, Clayster's going 3-0 with the gestures. Sniping an uplink again. This man's got all the confidence in the world right now.
I'll tell you what, a quick 3-0 allows me hours to prep for Game of Thrones tonight.
Yahtzee!
Clayster connecting. Ooh, almost nipping the heel of one more. Pushing with the pistol. Saw his shadow hit the cross, I believe.
Yep.
We'll swap and grab a K-bar.
What is this reticle now?
He is
what are these reticles? Jesus.
Oh. They're showing off everything available.
This one like moves and stuff.
Yeah, I wouldn't hit a shot with that.
Yeah.
Or any reticle.
Yeah, you would actually do terribly. In this game, 0 with the drone. Has all the signs of it being at least a 1 if he can just get this throw off in time. And he missed it. He missed the 1.
Still here. Not going to clear it out. Looks like they want to run it out of the base, Jack. They're going to push it out through courtyard. Get Clay in a power position here with that NV4 as his teammate drops. Can't connect onto the final shot. Multiple here. I don't know. 0 one shot. Decides to re-peek Clay at top blue with an NV4. You're never going to win that. But he did have a little bit of help. Regardless, eUnited continues to cruise as Clay cuts down 2 in the mid-tunnel.
Can we just watch him the whole game?
Well, he's 200 off of Trinity. He's looking to do more damage. Another one down. Basically an assist there for his teammate. One more kill. Well, maybe just a little errant shot there.
Oh, it just lays down. If I don't see them, they can't see me. 2-0, now the lead for eUnited. Moving forward, this kind of winds down as Arcides make sure Vance is dead. Week 4. Looking at that, Maven. What are your predictions already for that one? Can you make one?
Oh. Okay, as much as this group, I think, depended in a lot of ways on what Rise Nation we got, because we know they've been all over the place this year, from a first place finish early in the year to top 20s. I feel the same can be said for Envy, because we haven't seen anything good from Envy recently. As an organization, they got their worst finish all time at Anaheim.
Yep.
What do we get from them? Like, what are they going to show us? Yeah, they're having fun.
Yeah, but I don't know. If that's the question for a lot of people.
If I have to just pick top 2, Optic Epsilon.
If you talk to me back in like the Dallas time, and you give me this group of Optic, Envy, Epsilon, and Cloud9, I say Optic take first without a thought in my mind. You talk to me now.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
That couldn't be further from true. I have no confidence in my ability to select the top 2 next week. Completely transparent. Cloud9 can come out of the gates. You know who Ace is on that team now? Assault, Priesta, and Exotic. Those guys are lords at Infinite Warfare.
And think about, like, is the crazy stat, I guess, for this group would be, again, that there's been 6 winners for major events. Three of them are here. The crazy one for next group is just thinking about, like, Anaheim. You had, what, Cloud9 in 4th, Epsilon in 3rd, and this is recent, obviously. Optic, I know they didn't place well at Anaheim, but certainly a team capable of placing top 4. So just the potential there.
Oh my God,
is absurd.
Clayster's 16-4.
Clay has just been putting on a clinic here in Uplink as we'll focus back to the yellow group. This series, I believe, is over. I know it's only a 3-0 lead, but this has to be tough to fight through for Splice.
It's got to be such a rewarding feeling if you're Aches, knowing that you can literally do what you do best at going like 9-18 in hardpoint and still win every hardpoint next week. Love you, Pat.
That'll probably hold.
He's going to want to go get fondue with us probably on Thursday, right?
Yes, he will.
God, that sounds great. Should we invite J-Cap?
I love Cap. We got another Hot Mic should be fun next week. I don't know if the people on it have officially been announced, and nor do I know if I'm allowed to say that they are, so I won't.
So we'll move on from that.
But next week is going to be a very fun one. If you haven't watched the show, we have it before each group. It's 6 o'clock on Thursday night. It's myself as the host and hanging out with one player from each team. And, I mean, you can use your imagination. There are a lot of fun personalities throughout that group.
Sell out, ad. Just kidding. Hot Mic's been great, man. It's continued to improve as time has gone on. Play now slowing down just a little bit, but it's our Cities who begins to pick up the slack. As oh, I thought he was going to do it to Bance for a second. Doesn't wind up working out. 3-0 still the score. Splice, you have to put a point on the board so far this game.
3-0 could reflect the series score in 5 minutes as well.
Sheesh.
That's just, I know, it's not that I'm trying to just attack Splice, but it's insane to me they might go 0-6 on a day. It never even crossed my mind that that was possible.
Watch, like, kind of think of it like this. Would you ever think that that was possible for Optic when they were right there as the best team in the world for them to have an 0-6 day?
No, that's why.
Would you ever think that that would be possible for LG as the best team in the world?
That's why, like, I think I said yesterday on broadcast, I thought it was a very close conversation with Splice and LG for who the top team was. Just after this weekend, I can firmly just say LG is a one-team conversation. Just because, no, I don't think that could have happened to LG. I don't think there's any way that would have happened to them.
I would love to see a stat side-by-side of 0 from Stage 1 playoffs and 0 from this weekend.
Well,
and see the difference.
But remember, 0 didn't dominate Stage 1 regular season. It was actually their best player. Oh, I know, but I'm just trying to remind people that Bance actually won the MVP for that. I mean, he was the one that was playing in Anaheim, right? So 0's really, really good events have been, like you said, playoffs and then at Anaheim. But a stat-by-stat comparison would, I think, be pretty shocking, yeah.
I mean, when I say it's not like the difference between like 0.2 or 0.3, it would be the difference between like 0.6 or 0.7, I think, in some game modes, which is just wacky.
Yeah, it really is.
That's the difference in like 15 kills a hard point.
Yeah, he'll be back, though. I don't have any concern in that capacity, though. I think it was just an off weekend. Remember another player that comes to mind? Like, think of the difference for somebody like Enable from Stage 1 regular season, Stage 2 regular season. Enable was abysmal in Stage 1. He was fantastic last weekend.
I think he was actually a veteran bot in S&D.
Yeah, he was just nowhere to be found on the map, really, in any game modes. And I know he's really frustrated. I feel like those, I don't know, kind of similar stories for me with those two players, just kind of dominating one, struggling in another.
3-2. Splice have brought it back within 1. It's our Cities. Quiet game from him so far at 11-15. His brother also struggling, just like the first hard point. It's Silly and Clayster leading and slaying. If these two can pick it up, you expect them to run away with this map.
We've still, despite the fact that the #1 seed decided the first map, I've still heard Clayster getting very loud. Maybe not the levels of that game 1, but he is still hyped.
Listen,
the energy
if there's a
always
map
there.
to be played on the main stage, Clayster will be hyped. It could be an all-star game. It could be for $17.47. Clayster will be the loudest guy there.
It's wild what he brings to teams.
You heard our City say it in the interview. It's like, we've all stopped doing bad. We're always hyped up. The energy's always there. The tilt has gone way down. He's brought up this team, it seems, in every single facet.
We'll have to see if it continues. And it's just, I mean, we know how streaky some teams have been, you know. You have a good month here or there, and then you struggle for a few. I mean, the good thing for these teams, especially in weeks 3 and 4, like, not a whole lot's going to change in the next couple of weeks, right? Like, everything is just lined up. All the stars aligning.
Yeah.
If you're hot right now, man, you got to be feeling real good about playoffs and champs.
Bance pops his camo very early. I think he's just going to try to go for a 1. All right, let's go ahead and move on to eUnited as our Cities now goes ahead and pushes up field.
Is that 3 or 4 1-point misses?
Yeah, I mean, well, I don't know what that was either. There you go. Now went where he wanted.
Challenging top blue with an E-Red.
Like, Zero's gun is better for that.
Yeah.
That's why he killed you.
All right, still a 1-point lead for eUnited. Just under 2 minutes to play. eUnited looking to close out the 3-0. Clayster, a big part of that, 25-18. Statistically, I mean, we'll have to look at all the numbers, but if you go overall by all game modes, he may have had the best performance for like a regular season thus far. He's got to be close.
Yeah,
has to be.
He's actually matched some of the crazy numbers that we thought wouldn't be matched at all anytime this year.
Is it worth? You know what's kind of funny talking about if you list the 2 top players from Anaheim and the two best players from stage 1, we would all say Zero and Octane. Octane didn't exactly have the best weekend either. I mean, his teammates really stepped it up. He wasn't just like that, not hard carry, but you know, that consistent 1-2 guy, that 1.2 guy he has been.
Oh, Classic was actually their best player that week.
Yeah, so it's just kind of funny. The two MVPs recently don't have the best weekend. LG, though, a little bit more support there.
I think Arcides is trying to get his overdrive. Yep, he's trying to get his overdrive so he can go for the outer baseball push. That's why he keeps doing it. He wants to do it so bad.
Somebody come into my spider's web.
Look, he just keeps resetting his armor. He's going to grab the drone again, drop it back down.
Are they going to come? Like, there's only 45 seconds left.
Now he'll reset it. He wanted this so bad. And he's still alive. Look. Oh my gosh, Arcides.
Drone back to mid-map, though. Can Jerd make a play? He's got drone in his hand. Madcack trying to look over a mid-map. There is the opportunity for a tie or a game-winning dunk if he can stay alive with overdrive. He has been dropped. Now pushing it outside towards Silo. Into Barn we go. Multiple blockers in front, trying to tie up this game as it comes down the stretch. The melee's there, the 1 point up, away.
Intercepted.
Off. And that is the story of these two teams.
They still have overdrive. They still have overdrive. Mad Cat's found a window. He could go for a one here at the last moment. The throw. Intercepted. That's why they're your first seed. eUnited end the weekend. Saying bye, bye, bye. Like we're back in the early 2000s. That's a quick victory there with the 3-0.
I don't think those final...
I don't think... Can we just mute what I just said and never have it air again?
You've been moved to the Bravo stream.
I'm back. I'm home, baby. I'm home again.
I don't think those final 30 seconds could display the two teams' results this weekend. I know, again, Splice is in the top 2, but just kind of frustrating weekend. They get 2 1-point shots, and eUnited is up in first place. Get back on down.
Christ.
All right, now we'll wrap up the show as you and I are insane. Yeah, it's been fun, though. This is a great weekend. Props to eUnited and Splice for coming through. And, I know we talked about it a lot, but shout out to Clayster for, he's going through a lot of stuff with, personal life with the team and just got a great group around him and comes and gets the result he wanted.
We have our top 2, but we do have Matt with who many would say is #1 from the weekend. It's Clayster on the main stage.
Thanks, Jack. And Clay, you were a beast all weekend long. I know a lot of people have been questioning your play, before this event. How good does it feel to put a really good event together?
It's probably the best feeling in the world right now. I'm not going to lie. To come out here and show that I still have it against teams like Splice and Red Reserve and Rise, it just means the world to me that we came out here and showed up.
And then I know, obviously, you go to a team where you have not played with these guys at all before coming in here. What is it like playing with the rest of these guys? What has it been like?
It's a lot of fun, man. We have fun up here on stage. We all gas each other up, like every kill. Like if somebody gets 1 kill and has a chance for a 2-piece, you're like, get that 2-piece, get that 2-piece. All 4 of us constantly screaming at each other. With only 2.5 weeks of practice to come in here and play like this, I'd say we're far exceeding our expectations for the time period we're at.
Well, why did things click so fast? I mean, you guys have looked like you've been teaming forever.
Yeah, I think the reason that we click so well is because, the core trio, they've won an event in this game. They're one of the few teams that has won an event. They're really, really talented players. And also, they're sponges. Like, anything anybody says to them, if I share some knowledge with them, they share some knowledge with me, we all immediately take it into consideration, and then we never make that mistake again, or we always play like that continuing on. So I really think it's just our mindset right now, and then our raw talent. I mean, all 4 of us showed up this weekend. Like, I know I had a good event, but literally all of these guys had a great event this weekend. We all went off. And it's just, I'm really proud of them.
Yeah, and then when playoffs coming up, what do you guys got to work on to, go deep into the playoffs?
We have to work on our throwback S&D as well as our throwback uplink and our frost uplink. Those are like the only 3 maps that I really felt like gave us trouble all weekend. I think with that win right there on throwback uplink, we actually won every single map in the map pool this weekend, and that says something about our team. Like I said, with only 2.5 weeks of practice to come out here and win every single map against the competition level we're playing at, I'm excited for the playoffs.
Yeah, eUnited looking very strong going into playoffs. Let's go to Ben and the boys on the desk to break it down for the end of the weekend.
Thank you very much, Matt. Great to hear from Clayster as well. You kind of heard him say it in the interview there. I wanted to prove I still have it.
Yeah, he's got
he still has it. I don't think he ever
security
lost it.
detail now.
I know, he's up there. Squad's just backing him up.
Bodyguards.
Oh, dearie me. Congratulations to eUnited. Of course, they secured the first seed for the Stage 2 playoffs, so commiserations to Splice. But they still qualify for playoffs. At least they're just going to be the number 2 seed. We'll talk briefly about that series. Wasn't really too much to talk about. eUnited came out and did what they needed to do. They win map number 1 and instantly secure the number 1 seed, Merc.
Yeah, I mean, Splice had a pretty solid start, but then eUnited, just that second half, really turned it around. Obviously, Pristini, the Twins, and Arcides started off very slow, but those are the two. They sort of bring that fire back. Silly, though. I'm going to give him some props. He played well this entire series. He's one of the guys, we don't typically talk about him much, but he's always a consistent slayer, and that's exactly what this team needs.
Yeah, he finishes with a 1.28, but there was one key moment, Teep, which was actually kind of funny to me because we were sat watching the game together and you said, all right, I would do this, and Clay did exactly that. Of course, he uses his reactive and gets those streaks.
Oh, I loved it. As soon as you're starting to recycle your streaks, we always want these guys to pull it out and really keep that momentum going. This is the situation right here. He's not sure what's going on. Only 5 bullets to the clip. Unfortunately that he only had that many bullets in the clip, but he does get that kill and recycle, get another Trinity rocket. It's plays like that that are the difference maker, and I think a lot of players wouldn't even think about in the first place. They would just sort of haphazardly challenge that gunfight, not get that streak, or probably just save the first one.
Almost went a little wrong, as you said, with the reload, but still.
A little lucky with it.
He gets those streaks, and for eUnited, I mean, they just came out and just blew Splice out the water, 250 to 193. Just not the same Splice that we've been used to seeing, I think it's fair to say. Zero did step up. I have to give credit where credit is due. Definitely played a lot better, but it just wasn't enough. Then, of course, we head over to map number 2, the Search and Destroy on Retail. It was relatively close throughout the map, Momo. At one point tied 3-3, but eUnited again do what they do best. They carry that momentum through and they win the map 6-4.
Yeah, it really is, you know, that momentum, that clutch factor that eUnited are bringing right now. Splice, going into this S&D, you've got to think that mental game of, you know, right there you've just secured second and you've missed out on that first seed. But one thing I do like that Splice did was, again, they used every single second of this weekend to good use. You know, they put it to the wire. But I will say again, eUnited, and again, Silly, he turns up. He's putting big numbers on the board, and I think day one he was potentially one of my ones to step it up, and you know what, he did throughout the weekend, and credit.
He definitely was. I think he started off a couple of hot points, 0-7, 0-11 in there as well. I think he had a 1-4 start in a Search and Destroy. Finishes this Search and Destroy at 11-7, drops a 1.57, so definitely stepped up to the plate when eUnited needed him the most. Zero again, a better performance in Search and Destroy, but still, Mark, when you watch that game, it didn't feel like they were all clicking.
I mean, who would have thought coming into day 3 that Splice wasn't going to win a map? I mean, they get 3-0'd by Rise, they get 3-0'd here. Like,
that's crazy.
It's tough to think about. Something's not clicking on Splice. I don't know if they have to go back, watch VODs, see it was working at Anaheim, Stage 1 playoffs, and maybe someone's messing something up. Maybe it's just the communication between one another. Either way, right now, they do not look like the Splice team that we expected. They are not a top 2 team in the world.
I guess the only thing I'll say just to that point is that first loss they had versus Rise was absolutely horrible. That's not a horrible loss right there. A lot of those maps were very, very close. eUnited was just sort of on a roll this weekend, and when Clay has some sort of vengeance, some sort of point to prove, he's proven it time and time again throughout the years that he's going to be that guy and be that difference maker. So Splice, yes, a lot of things to work on, but on fire, rolling eUnited is going to be really, really tough to stop in general.
I think as well, that's the kick up the butt they needed. You're not indestructible. I think, yeah, you know, you've come top 2 Anaheim, you come first at playoffs, but any team at any time can just fall off like that. We've seen so many champions this year. We've seen Rise winning. You know, today they finished last, and I think Splice, they have a lot to work on over the next couple of weeks.
And I just think it's a huge wake-up call, and it's at a good point, right? Because you still make Stage 2 playoffs. You still have that chance. You have, what, 2 weeks now to sort of prepare for that. And then you have 3 weeks to prepare for COD Champs. So this might be the wake-up call they needed to sort of get back into that form again. Yes, it's tough right now, but they did what they needed this weekend.
I think in terms of the uplink as well, the Bams camo, which we saw at the beginning of this highlight package, just kind of summed up Splice's weekend a little bit. A weird premature camo, goes for a 1-point throw, doesn't even connect with the points. 3-2 towards the end, but I mean, you've got to give a lot of credit to eUnited. Their base defense in the final 60 seconds was insane. They get 1 interception, they throw the drone, they think they've won. Little do they know, Mad Cat has overdrive. He grabs drone, he runs straight down the middle of the map. He goes for another one. eUnited pluck it out the air, another another interception. A great ending to that uplink, and of course a 3-0 result for eUnited, which secured that #1 spot for the Stage 2 playoffs. Moving forward, though, we'll talk a little bit now about our MVP speculation. Of course, normally every week we try and pick, a couple of players from the 2 teams which qualified.
No.
Yeah, not this week. It's Astro MVP all round.
By far.
Try and make an argument against this guy. Clayster, an unbelievable performance this week, Mark.
I mean, that a 1.29 overall, that Slayer, he's averaging 26, kills a respawn, and then a 1.3 as well in S&D, and he's just so calm. He's sniping it, and at the beginning of halves, like he's just in his element. They allow him to do whatever he wants.
And the one thing as well, you can show all those great stats. There needs to be another column that just says like hype, and it's just like 1,000.
Seriously.
And then it's like communications, 10,000. It's just like he brings so much more to the team. And those stats, like, come on.
That's the key thing. I mean, you look at those stats and you think, great. Then you think about just the individual plays that we saw that he can make, the clutch factor he brings, unbelievable. Then you think, all right, the Prestini camo that we saw in the uplink. Clay was communicating absolutely all of that information to him. You've been preaching about that all weekend, Teep. His communication is key. Then we talked about the hype. He's evolved Arcades into this whole different beast now, which if I was playing against United, I'd be absolutely petrified myself. But of course, in terms of speculation for MVP, if Clay can play like that at playoffs, I mean, this is the eUnited squad, which could very well win Stage 2 playoffs and potentially even COD champs later on in the year, just a few weeks away, of course. But we'll take a look now at our final standings from this week. Of course, sitting at the top, it is eUnited, a 5-1 record, 17-5 in maps. Splice, of course, second, 3-3. Red Reserve third at 3-3, and Rise Nation at 1-5. Momo, as the European expert here, I do want to get your opinion on Red Reserve. Did you expect them to qualify for playoffs here?
I expected them to finish where they did. Okay. A third. I expected them to take series, which they did, which a lot of people didn't. A lot of people will be asking, by the way, of those map win percentages. Why does Splice go through? Of course, they beat Red twice. But honestly, I think they've got a bright future ahead of them. And Red, watch out for my champs.
Bigger picture, of course, there we can see Fnatic and Luminosity. They qualified from week 1. FaZe E6 qualified from week 2. Splice and United do qualify from week 3. Of course, Epsilon sit in Group Green with Optic Gaming, Team Envious, and Cloud9. Is that one, Momo, you think that Europe will have another team at Stage 2 playoffs?
Oh, that's the hardest one.
Throwing them under the bus straight off the bat.
I think Epsilon can do it. Yeah, I really can, yeah. I think they can. I don't think they win that group. I'll be completely honest, but I think they'll be fighting for second.
This is a team that just, finished third?
Yeah, they've looked the best out of that group past, recent activity.
Yeah, and, they outplaced all their opponents, at Anaheim. But I just think they'll be fighting for second. The only reason is Optic Gaming, it's a different beast when you kind of face them. A lot of people doubt them. I don't see them as a favorite going into playoffs by all means.
When's the last time we've said that?
But Optic Gaming are Optic Gaming.
To that point, there's been murmurs from people that maybe they don't even qualify for Stage 2 playoffs. I'm not going to throw anyone under the bus. Team, you're like, that's absurd. Yeah, I know you're assuming they will, as most people should, right? In terms of slaying power, they're still definitely up there with the likes of LG. But for Epsilon, is that something that you think could be possible for Epsilon, another European team at Stage 2 playoffs?
I'm taking Optic and Epsilon top 2 for the group next week. I think Envy's looking... Well, they've looked the worst that they have. They got the worst placing in the org's history, first off at Anaheim. Yeah. That's not looking too good. Yes, they're boot camping. They could be able to bounce back a little bit. And then Cloud9. Joe, you brought it up earlier in the weekend. Who have they really played, or beaten, sorry, at Anaheim that's been like a top-tier team?
If you look at their Anaheim sort of bracket run, like they beat a broken eUnited, they beat a broken FaZe, they beat, I think, Red Reserve, then they beat an EG who comes off a loss, so there's not like a ton of teams. They didn't beat a Luminosity, they didn't beat an Optic, they didn't beat an Epsilon or a Splice. So there's obviously a lot of question marks still on Cloud9.
The one thing I did worry about going into this was Epsilon's preparation. They've not had a lot of preparation. And you know what? I think that's down to themselves. I'm not giving them any kind of leniency, but they have come out early this week. They're already here in America. They've come to scrim. Yep. And you know what? If they put that time to use, then I take them second.
Of course, here's a look at next week's schedule. Epsilon versus Team Envious kicks off the action at 4 p.m. Then Optic Gaming versus Cloud9. Cloud9 feature against Epsilon at 7 p.m. And then the last game of next week is the E-Clasico. Optic Gaming take on Team Envious. But that concludes a fantastic week of Call of Duty esports from week 3 of Stage 2 here at the Call of Duty Global Pro League presented by PlayStation 4. Congratulations, of course, to the #1 seed eUnited and Stage 1 champion Splice on securing their spot at the Stage 2 playoffs. There, of course, they join LG, Fnatic, FaZe, and E6, who have all also secured their spots as well. We'll be back next week to find out what final 2 teams will join them at the Stage 2 finals in a few weeks' time.